fans, and welcome to Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University, where today the brown and white of Lehigh hosts the Cyclones of Iowa State. This is Shel Siegel along with Larry Sheridan, set to bring you all the action, color, and thrills of the best in college wrestling for the 18th consecutive season, made possible through the remote television facilities of WLVT-TV Channel 39, public television in the Lehigh Valley. And Larry, we are back here at Grace Hall. This is about the second or third time this season. It's the scene of a lot of great Lehigh wrestling, but tonight the Engineers meet one of the best in the country.
They sure do. Iowa State's come in here ranked third in one poll and first in another and second. But it doesn't really matter. They're a fantastic team coming in here with one loss on a tour, really, of the East, and they're looking formidable.
Let's take a look at the national rankings, and this, of course, the Amateur Wrestling News national rankings. Any surprises, Larry, as you look at the top 10?
No, there is not. To me, why they switched Oklahoma State and Penn State is beyond me, because there was no reason to, except maybe sell papers in Oklahoma. But I feel that by the end of this week and the next week, we'll know who number one is, at least from a dual meet strength. Of course, it all comes to fruition when we head down to Maryland, when the NCAA tournament is held down there.
Let's take a look at this Iowa State record that Larry referred to, and of course it's one of the best in the country. And as we look at the first 6 teams that they've wrestled, it's interesting, although they're 10-1 in that first grouping, the closest call was against Bloomsburg
early in the season. And of course Bloomsburg has been hurt since, so maybe if they wrestled again it might be a different score. But still, Bloomsburg's nationally ranked. You saw their name up there. So is Clarion, so is North Carolina. So they've knocked them off, and including Iowa and Wisconsin, and of course their only loss being Oklahoma State.
Let's talk a little bit about the great coach at Iowa State in his second season, Jim Gibbons.
It's a name familiar to a lot of people here in the Lehigh Valley. Jim Gibbons wrestled in years ago against Lehigh's national champion, beat him in the finals. Of course, you know who I'm referring to. Shel, you can tell him. We'll let him think about that one. But in all honesty, Gibbons is in his second year. He was, I think, 19-1 last year, and has only had one loss this year. So he is coming along great. He has a brother wrestling tonight. You'll see him out there later. And for a guy that's in his second season, I think he's done a tremendous job for the Hawkeyes.
For the benefit of our friends in Iowa watching this meet, of course, we'd like to tell you a little bit about Lehigh University. The Engineers this season, of course, with a season's record of 4-7. Not one of the best seasons that the Lehigh team has had in a long time, but I think we have to continually point out, Larry, that Lehigh University, without question, the only private school that wrestles a schedule that really includes so many of the top schools in America today.
You are correct. In matter of fact, I think 9 times in the last 10 years they've placed in the top 10, and you are correct, the only private school in the country to be there, and I think that's a tribute to Lehigh University and its long wrestling tradition. But the Cyclones, they've got a tremendous tradition in wrestling, and believe me, they're going after number 1 this year.
Let's take a look at 4 of the outstanding matchups, and there'll be quite a few today that are going to be following in our meet this evening. First, we're going to look at 126 pounds. Here, Bill Kelly, with a record of 15-2-3, meets up against Lehigh's talented freshman, John Epperly.
A good battle. Bill Kelly's been around. He's a senior. He's well experienced, has beaten some real top-class wrestlers, and this is going to be a good test for a freshman Epperly to get against a kid as good as Kelly. Kelly's ranked number 2 in the country in Amateur Wrestling News.
Moving up to 134, Jeff Gibbons, who is 18-7-2, meets Jim Frick.
This should be a real even bout. I see it as they both have about the same record. Frick, of course, is a senior with more experience, but Gibbons comes from a long line of great wrestlers, just like Frick does. So this should be something. With both wrestlers had a brother who was a national champ. This should be a good battle.
At 142, Lehigh University's Peter Yazzo drops down a weight. And for the benefit again of the Iowa fans that are watching, Pete, of course, ranked #1 in America at his weight class, had a severe injury to his foot. It was conjectural whether he would wrestle at all the rest of this season. He has since returned to the lineup, won easily 2 in a row, and he's matched up against a Pennsylvania youngster. And that, of course, is Iowa State's Mike Carr. And I say Pennsylvania because, of course, Mike went to Erie Prep.
Correct, and he was a great wrestler there. As his brother, again, we have a situation where his brother was a 3-time national champion, and he had another brother, I think, Fletcher Carr. So they're a great family of wrestlers, and the tradition follows in the family, follows at Iowa State, and these kids come here, and they know that Lehigh's a great place to do some grappling, and they're going to give it their best.
Of course, I think that graphic said Erie, Iowa, but I do believe it's Erie, Pennsylvania, because I remember watching Mike when he wrestled in the PIAAs, and he was pretty impressive.
He certainly was, and of course, he's got a tough job against Lehigh's Yazzo. Yazzo had been out for 2 or 3 weeks, back into the action now, and he's ranked #1 in the country. He was runner-up at 142, so he's at his fighting weight, and this should be a good battle.
And the last matchup we're going to look at is 177, Steve Metzger against Ivan Boyson.
Well, Metzger's ranked 20th in the nation at this weight class. Boyson's at 12th. And when you get in that upper category, this should, again, be repetitive, say it's going to be a great battle. But I think you've picked some 4 matches tonight that should be close. The rest of the matches, I'm afraid that with Iowa State having so much power on their team, certainly has the edge tonight and the odds-on favorite.
Before we conclude our pre-match, folks, it isn't really a long time. It's actually been a long time since Larry Sheridan got me a gift. We've been doing Lehigh wrestling now for 18 seasons. But before our match, Larry presented me with this very handsome necktie, which shows some grapplers. It's not in the Lehigh brown and white. Nevertheless, a very handsome tie, Larry, and a nice addition. And I want to thank you on behalf of my family and everybody else that likes to see me dressed properly.
I think it looks great. You're probably the first Brown alumnus to have a wrestling tie like that.
We thank you, Larry, and we want to remind our viewers that we've got Lehigh, Iowa State wrestling coming up. Lehigh University meets the nation's #3 team. Stay with us for all the action.
Our monthly program guide reminds you of where you can find quality television every night. Subscribers of $20 or more per year receive it. Join them and us.
May we have a little of your time? Channel 39's 12th Great On-Air Auction is just around the corner, April 26th to May 2nd. Volunteers are needed now to pick up donated merchandise. 39er merchandisers earn valuable prizes while having the satisfaction of helping our public television station. Call the auction office at 867-4677 weekdays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for further details.
What would we do if terrorists attacked the airport at Metropolis, a fictional western city in the U.S.? To find out, watch In the Face of Terrorism Tuesday at 10.
We welcome you back to Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University. And right now we will have the introduction of the wrestlers. At 118 for Iowa State, Perry Summert. For Lehigh University, sophomore Rick Hartman. At 126 for Iowa State, Bill Kelly from Chicago Ridge, Illinois, and his opponent for Lehigh will be John Epperly from Fairfax, Virginia. At 134 for the Cyclones, sophomore from Ames, Iowa, Jeff Gibbons, 18-7-2, and his opponent will be Jim Frick, 13-7-2. At 142, Mike Carr, a junior from Erie, Pennsylvania, and his opponent will be Lehigh's captain, Peter Yazzo from Sayville, New York. At 150, filling in for Tim Krieger this evening, freshman Kerry Ryan from Hanover Park, Illinois, with a record of 10-6. And his opponent for Lehigh will be Chad Watkins, 7-8-1 from Ocean, New Jersey. At 158 for Iowa State, Stuart Carter, a senior from Waterloo, Iowa. His opponent from York, Pennsylvania, junior Tom Togas. At 167 for the Cyclones, with a record of 19-1 from Lansing, Michigan, Kevin Jackson. And his opponent for Lehigh will be Derek Brophy, a freshman from Comac, New York. At 177, Steve Metzger from Ames, Iowa, and his opponent, Mike Ekberg, being introduced at 177. We'll see whether either he or Boyson wrestles this weight. Eric Volker being introduced from Dallas Center, Iowa, and Ivan Boyson from Kempton, Pennsylvania for Lehigh. And finally, at heavyweight for the Cyclones from Indianapolis, Indiana, Andy Cope, and his opponent for Lehigh University, junior from Saratoga Springs, Steve Vetch. The referee is Mark Piven, and let's go down to the mat for the flip of the coin.
Okay, we'll let you call it. It's red or green. Call it in the air. All right, in the air.
Red.
You've got red. Which bouts? You'll have the even bouts. You'll have the odd bout shake. Have a good match, guys.
And we are ready to go. Lehigh versus Iowa State. While we have a moment, we would like to welcome in our friends and viewers from throughout the state of Iowa watching today's match on the Iowa Public Broadcasting Network. Ready to go at 118 pounds, Rick Hartman against Perry Summit, and now the voice of Lehigh University Wrestling for 18 consecutive seasons, Larry Sheridan.
Okay, thank you, Shal. We're here at a pretty packed house in Lehigh's old snake pit, Grace Hall, the campus of the university in Bethlehem, PA. Starting off at 118. On your left, immediately in on a leg, is Perry Summit, junior, representing the Cyclones, Iowa State. And on your left, Lehigh's wrestler, Rick Hartman, sophomore from Lakewood, Ohio.
Hartman's record this season is 15-8. Perry Summit is 4-4-1 for Iowa State. He's a junior from Bloomington, Indiana. Hartman, after a 50-50 start, has managed to win his last 5 in a row to bring his record to 15-8. He is the winningest Lehigh wrestler, along with John Epperly, as we look at Thad Turner, Lehigh University's coach, along with assistant coach Tom Hutchison. Incidentally, this rivalry started back in 1961 when current head coach Thad Turner was a Lehigh senior and was also serving his second season as team captain.
Hartman in on a single, but a nice whizzer block put in there by Summit. Counters, they go back up on their feet. No advantage, nice pick of the ankle. He stepped out of bounds.
Incidentally, Larry, for trivia fans, Thad Turner won that match by a score of 7-3, and Lehigh defeated Iowa State 22-8 back then.
Fans, the Lehigh fans, of course, always get excited against the Cyclones of Iowa State. But their booing might offend the fans back in Iowa, but this is a small gym that we're in tonight, capacity of about 3,500. Maybe we had 3,000 here, and good crowd in that regard, and the noise is a little more intense. But the referee was absolutely correct on that call. As soon as Hartman's foot stepped on the line, he's out of bounds. There's the coach, Jim Gibbons, in his second season. 29-2. He's only suffered 2 losses so far. Once to Iowa last year, seeking revenge, beating them in the second go-around, and losing Oklahoma State this year.
Stay in.
Under a minute to go in the first period. We're at 118 pounds. Lehigh University against the nation's number 3 ranked team by the Amateur Wrestling News, the Cyclones of Iowa State. We're at Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University here in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Shel Siegel and Larry Sheridan bringing you the action. We hope wherever you are, you're enjoying it. 35 seconds to go in the 118 first period.
Spin around the back by Summit, but countered. No takedown. Still on their feet. Hartman making an attempt. Nice drag start by Summit, but he stopped. Coach Gibbons now telling him, keep following up and push. And he's following up, and with 15 seconds to go, gains the takedown in the 2-0 lead. Hartman trying to go inside, but may get cradled as the period ends.
Let's look at that takedown, Larry, for the 2 points coming up.
Hartman goes in, and right there, he's still on his knees, and a nice pull behind the head, snap down, spin around the back, work off a shrug here, and go around, pick up the outside ankle.
Face me, please. Second period, guys, scores 2-0.
Voice of Mark Piven, the official.
Get on.
Summit has the most modest of records for Iowa State. He's just 4-4-1. He has wrestled nowhere near as many bouts as the rest of the varsity wrestlers for Jim Gibbons.
Last year, he had a career record of 12-7 and ended up ranked 8th at 118.
Let's improve him.
And I remember watching on Iowa TV in the bout last year when Iowa State turned to tricks. This guy right here started him off with a pin against Matt Eglin of Iowa. The Summit spin around. He originally started his wrestling in Northern Iowa Panthers, transferred, and is now with the Cyclones as Hartman still maintains control of that single leg. Putting in a cross-body ride, working, but the referee's watching that the arm isn't pulled. So he's been on top for a minute and now has a 1 second time advantage. But Lehigh's wrestler is trailing, and we stop it for a stalemate.
So Hartman picked up a batch of riding time points, still trails by a score of 2-0 over the young man Perry Summit. Bloomington, Indiana, his home. Record of 4-4-1 this season. Rick Hartman trying to put together his 6th consecutive win of the season. He's 15-8 for Lehigh. Still in control.
Coming up next, freshman Epperly against Kelly, senior. Good battle at 126 coming on deck. Hartman still maintaining control with that cross-body ride, but if he doesn't do much with it, it'll either be a stalemate or a stall. Puts the arm, now gets it, but he's out of control. He lost control, and a nice move by Perry Summit. Takes the exposure risk, but touches his head and gets out of the situation. But in that situation, there was a near fall and a reversal, so it's 4-2.
So all that started with a 2-point edge for Perry Summit, and he'll leave the period with the same 2-point edge. And we'll look at that reversal right now.
Well, he works on a cross-body ride. He's going in for a guillotine, as they call it. It's really a cross-body ride reverse chancery. Here he pulls down on it, but he doesn't have it anchored enough, and the risk of being pinned is more the Lehigh wrestler than the Iowa wrestler, and Iowa State wrestler, and he just jumped out of that nicely.
Third period coming up. Hartman trailing by 2 for Lehigh. Has a riding time edge at the moment. That will be worked down by Perry Summit. Summit grabs the ankle. Continues to ride in control.
Figure 4 in a Turk ride. Works off a pinning combination. One shoulder down. The other one not less than 45. Referee indicates a 2-point near fall. Now he's got the shoulder less than 45. Look at the control of that figure 4 on that above the knee. That Turk ride will keep you and contain you, and that's a 3-point near fall. 7-2 lead for Perry Summit. At this point, 1:12 left in the last period. Again, look at the figure 4 over the knee. And that's the key. You got to get it over the knee. What that does is this pulls the hip and turns the hip, and of course the body will follow. you see the figure 4 over the knee of the left leg.
Only 2.
2-point near fall. As long as he keeps slipping in that figure 4 and tilting him, Coach Gibbons gives him the signal, says work off that figure 4 and you can get some more points.
Half a minute to go. 9-2 lead.
Let's go, guys.
For the Iowa State wrestler, Perry Summit.
As soon as Hartman goes out for an inside switch, he's tilted and trapped.
1.
Good control.
1, 2, 3. Floor. 1, 2.
Be a 2-point near fall in that situation. Final score will be 11-2 and no time advantage.
And it'll be a major decision. 14 points on the board for Iowa State. So Perry Summit coming on very strong in the final period particularly. Takes the major decision. The Cyclones move out ahead by a score of 4-2 at the end of 118 pounds. Now at 126, the battle of the freshmen for Lehigh. John Epperly, 15-5-2, against Bill Kelly, veteran senior, with a 15-2-3 record from Chicago Ridge, Illinois. The Cyclones leading by 4.
Picked by Epperly, in on a single. Counter so far by Kelly. And fights his way out of it. Timeout. Going over to the edge of the mat. He might have got an eye or something, or maybe an ankle or a knee.
What is it? You all right? Okay.
Ready to go again. No score. Epperly lost to Bill Kelly in the Matttown tournament by a score of 8-6, Larry, back several months ago.
Epperly stands up, leaves that right leg exposed, and Kelly says, "All right, give me that, I'll take it." Now we'll work. Epperly goes inside, still fighting. Nice bark, 3/4 Nelson. Now a quarter Nelson.
Still neutral.
Got to spin around the back, gets the takedown. Takes it with a quarter Nelson block. I thought maybe he'd sit through with it, but used it effectively for a block, then spun around the back almost over a shrug.
Keep that arm down.
Now up front, got Epperly.
Watch the arm. Watch the arm.
Well under control. Seated down there in the bench with Coach Jim Gibbons is former national champ from Iowa, Ed Bonnick, who we've seen wrestle here at Lehigh. Some great battles with Colin Kilrain.
Minute to go in the period. 2-0 lead for Iowa State's Bill Kelly, senior, over John Epperly, Lehigh's freshman.
Again, look at that high figure 4 over that knee, Shell. And that just takes good control.
You guys got to loosen up.
Stay on that high figure 4, Turk right over that knee. Pull against it. The hips will come with you and the body will follow, believe me.
Be still now.
Epperly takes the shoulder roll. Stopped momentarily. Epperly, a freshman, was a state champion at Virginia.
Watch that arm. Watch that arm.
His dad also coached wrestling at Robinson School.
Let go. Let go. It's riding up too high.
13 seconds to go, first period, 2-0 lead. Bill Kelly of Iowa State, who has already defeated John Epperly once this season in the Matttown tournament by a score of 8-6. The Cyclones lead Lehigh 4-0 at the end of 118.
Kelly lifts the wrestler.
Time running out, first period.
Last year, Kelly was 33-7. Maintains control.
And the period ends. Kelly has a minute and 36 seconds riding time edge at the moment. As we go to period number 2.
The clock is off by 1 second on the riding time. We got it at the table. Okay. Choice, son. Down.
Question is, how does Lehigh have 1 second riding time?
Chooses down.
Well, they've just corrected that. They said it's not right.
Scores 2-0.
1:37 is the riding time advantage at the moment for Bill Kelly.
So Lehigh choosing to ride with the cross-body ride, and on the other hand, Iowa State coming in with a high tuck ride, figure 4.
Don't bend that way. The elbow doesn't go that way.
And I think the fans, Larry, immediately begin to see whenever these Western powers come in and the schools from the Southwest that they believe in wrestling with all 4 limbs, not just arms.
Great. Kelly escapes, leads by 3.
Not just Lehigh, Larry, but we just don't see very many Eastern teams that are coached to use their legs as much as Western wrestlers do.
Get in there.
Both wrestlers attempt to work off their feet at this point.
Takedowns, guys. Takedowns.
You hear referee Mark Piven say, let's get a takedown. Immediately, Kelly goes in. If he hooks up on it and drills it, he's got himself 5, really. But he gets 2 near the edge of the mat, and they cross the line.
Go down, son.
5-0 lead, Bill Kelly.
Kelly a lot more physical when he gets in on his moves. He moves them with, you watch, the real solid moves. He hits you with force. Whereas Epperly, a freshman, hasn't got that, maybe that meanness yet. It comes with time. Again, you'll see the Iowa State wrestler working off.
Let's use it.
The legs in there. No doubt Jim Gibbons is out there working out with his wrestlers at this weight class, and then he leaves the upper weights.
There's at least got to be an Eastern champion somewhere along the edge of that mat, Larry, for Lehigh.
Well, like I said, Bonnick takes everybody from 77 up, and Gibbons takes them from 42 on down, and control still stays with Kelly as the period ends.
5-0 lead for Kelly of Iowa State over Epperly of Lehigh. Second period, the Cyclones leading Lehigh by a score of 4-0.
Top bottom are standing.
Mark Piven talking to
Third period, guys. Score is 5-0.
Lehigh freshman John Epperly. 2 seniors in the starting lineup for Lehigh tonight, Jim Frick and Peter Yazzo. 4 seniors in the starting lineup for Iowa State, Bill Kelly, Stuart Carter, Kevin Jackson, and Steve Metzger.
Again, blocked nicely by Kelly. Epperly goes in, but from this point, that overhook, Kelly can work off a shrug, snap, spin, go one way and spin the other. There it is. Very easy combination.
Leave wrestling.
Last time these two wrestled, as we mentioned, Epperly managed to stay a lot closer, lost only 8-6, but he is being manhandled out there by Bill Kelly, trailing 7-0. Kelly has at least a riding time advantage with a minute to go in the second period.
Put your arm down, son. You're doing it yourself. Here. Wait. that way. Can't go
that's
right
more
from
than a
behind.
potentially dangerous hold. That was almost an illegal hold.
Here's the takedown, Larry.
He goes one, shrugs that way, and spins the other way. Epperly had no chance because all his weight was on his nose.
1, 2, 3.
There's a good reaction to force. As Epperly spins around and gets a reversal. With 40 seconds left, Kelly has the guaranteed point for time. Epperly putting in a half, but
Let's try to get out.
Kelly's just staying there and working with it. You see the time on the board, 7-2 on the board with the point for time for Kelly. Should be 8-2 final if nothing happens in the last 4 seconds.
Warning. Gotta keep wrestling, son.
That's it. 7-0 lead now for the Cyclones.
Kelly wins. 3 team points on the board for Iowa State. And at the end of 126, Cyclones out in front of Lehigh now by a score of 7-0. Now at 134, Jeff Gibbons, 18-7-2, sophomore from Ames, Iowa. Jim Frick, 13-7-2, senior from Columbia, New Jersey for Lehigh.
The middle. Move to the middle. Let him in.
First time this year that Frick's been down to 134 that I can recall. A lot of fans were wondering, would he get down to 34?
Stay in the center.
And he made it for this meet. I guess with Navy coming up in Syracuse, get down to his fight weight. Here we have a situation where you have younger siblings wrestling whose their respective brothers were national champs. Gibbons' brother won the national championship. Now the coach, Frick's brother, won the national championships for Lehigh maybe a decade ago, 9 years ago, something like that. How time flies.
Break. Loosen up, guys.
And later on we have, next bout we have Carr, who's one of 5 brothers.
Of course, Mike Frick, when he wrestled Larry, he was kind of all over the weight classes.
Well, he's the only guy I knew that in 2 seasons, I think, beat 5 national champions by in a tournament or in some manner or fashion, wrestling 34, 42, and 50.
Talking about Mike Frick, wrestled for Lehigh University many years
In the
ago.
middle. Stop.
And as Larry mentioned, the older brother of Jim Frick.
Of course, Jim Gibbons won his title knocking off Lehigh's Darryl Burley. That's when the stand-up I was trying to see if I could get you to remember that name.
The answer to that question is Darryl Burley.
That's right. Darryl's now at law school as Frick is in on Gibbons' leg. No takedown yet, no control. Now Frick tries to roll through and come around, but still no control.
Frick is doing everything but the kitchen sink to try to effect the takedown, but he doesn't have it, and they're going to go off before Frick can do anything at all.
Nice move on Gibbons' part.
Gibbons had that right arm hooked around, and Frick could not get it released, which is what he needed for the 2 points.
I gotta say, Coach Gibbons is the youngest looking coach to show up at Lehigh this year. Graduated from Iowa State, class of '81. Out of school 5 years, but I tell you, he looks about 21.
Warning, red.
Warning against Iowa State, but immediately he reacts by ducking under. It's a little more difficult to be the coach and see your brother out there. And of course, Thad Turner went through that several years when his son wrestled 177 and 90 for Lehigh.
Stalemate. Let's go. Get up.
36 seconds to go. We've got no score.
Warning. You got to be active.
Jeff Gibbons for Iowa State. Jim Frick for Lehigh. Good battle. Half a minute to
going in off
go.
a cradle combination right off the feet. Goes underneath. Picks up the takedown.
Stay on.
20 seconds left.
Let that leg out.
Jim Gibbons is literally all over the mat. He just goes from one corner of the bench practically over to the scorer's table. and continues to return back. He does not anchor himself on the bench.
Well, Ed Bonnick is protecting the edge of the mat. And I don't think too many people want to go by there.
Period ends. We'll take a look at that takedown, Larry. The only points thus far.
Frick goes up, but immediately Gibbons overhooks and figures, hey, maybe I can get a combination cradle off this situation. And picks up that far ankle and drives forward. Frick, realizing he's heading towards his back, lets go. And almost gets a 2-2, but works his way back to his stomach.
Okay, get on.
Second period, 26-second advantage right now for Jeff Gibbons, and he leads 2-0. The Cyclones have won the first two. They lead 7-0 over Lehigh. 10-1 the record for the Cyclones this season. Lehigh 4-7. Frick trying to put the clamps on, but once again, Gibbons is very quick. Not only prevents the near fall, Larry, but gets out without a takedown.
Yeah, Frick has come twice now. He's been close to even.
There you see Coach Gibbons with his back to you. He just travels from one end of that mat about 15 or 20 feet all the way over to the middle of the scorer's table. He's often closer to the Lehigh bench than he is to the Iowa State bench by the time he ends up. That turn of the Lehigh coach you can see down on one knee right in the back of your picture there. He is off the mat.
Stay on. Break.
1:17 to go.
Let's go, guys. Stay on that mat.
Jeff Gibbons, who's mentioned his brother's head coach, and of course his brother Joe was a great wrestler, also national champion, but not related to my dear golfing partner, Jack Gibbons. Lucky for them. 1:06 left. Second period.
Escape 3-0.
It's an interesting situation, Shell, with my perception. That escape came with less than a minute to go, but they only show Frick with 58 seconds riding time. Again, he's in on the leg. Over the 2-minute period, they had to have at least 1:02 time advantage if the takedown came or the escape came with less than a minute to go. Frick in again, but I think Gibbons goes over the top, and we may get that same stalemate situation that we had before.
You have to break out. If you're going to do it, you got to do it somewhere in that roll. Otherwise, you end up just in the same position you were when you started. And if you can't break out during the roll, which Frick could not do, nothing comes of it. 9 seconds to go.
Frick hampered again by that shoulder problem.
We want to remind our viewers in the local public television area of Channel 39, we have 3 major television events coming up on the schedule. Saturday night, February 14. Next Saturday night, Lehigh Lafayette basketball live here on Channel 39. Then 2 major wrestling events, the EIWA Championship Finals on March 18th. March 8th. And then the following week, the high school championships here on Channel 39, the PIAA on March 15th. All that on public television in the Lehigh Valley, WLVT TV. Second period ends, and it's still a 3-0 lead for Jeff Gibbons of Iowa State. Riding time not a factor. Gibbons will have an opportunity to even up the disparity, what there is of it. Only 32 seconds for Frick at the moment. As we come to the final 2 minutes. And it will take a dramatic maneuver here by Jim Frick to get Lehigh on the board.
Time advantage about even at this point with 1:37 left.
Center.
Gibbons maintains his control over Lehigh's Jim Frick.
In the Matttown tournament, Jim Frick wrestled Joe Geezy at this weight. Jim was up to 142. Geezy won a major decision, 15-7. That's the only matchup that we've had between Lehigh and Iowa State prior to this match. .15 to go, 3-0 lead in a match that has been just about completely controlled by Jeff Gibbons. Early on, Jim Frick came close to a takedown, but could not cash it in, and has not put any points on the board yet with under a minute to go.
Gibbons maintaining his control. Will probably end up with a minute time advantage also. But these Iowa State wrestlers are very tight, intense grapplers. They get a good hold around you, and they're going to not hang on. They'll just keep you moving, keep you off balance. He's just riding Lehigh's Frick and keeping him in bounds. Tight waist, control of the hands, the wrists. Gibbons definitely has time advantage. Big brother's watching him. He knows it.
Center.
And you see with 16 seconds left.
Let's go. It still hurt? One time? Yes? Yeah. Clock.
Frick's going to ask for time because that shoulder again is bothering him. He suffered several seasons in and out of wrestling because of that shoulder injury, and bothered him at the Army meet. It's bothered him tonight.
Actually has won 2 in a row. He defeated Mike French in the Army meet 23-9, and then won by a technical fall over Matt Caro of Maryland the last time out. Had a lot of decisions. No, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong wrestler. I was looking at Peter Yazzo.
Yes.
John Short. He defeated John Short in the Army meet and also defeated Keith Benenzi of Maryland.
Control with Gibbons. He now has a 3-0 lead plus time. Final score be 4-0.
And with the score, 4-0, the victory for Gibbons. 3 more team points on the score. It is now Iowa State 10, Lehigh University nothing, with more wrestling coming up in just a minute. Open up a whole new world of television for you and your family with Channel 39's monthly teleguide. You'll discover the range of stimulating and diverting programs seen only on your community non-commercial station. You can become a sponsor member for as little as $20 a year. Our gift to you will be a 12-month subscription to our teleguide. It arrives the first of every month. A sample copy awaits a word from you. Just write us at Channel 39 in Bethlehem.
Next on Nova. Wild orangutans are humankind's third closest relatives. They live elusive lives deep in the jungles of Borneo and Sumatra. High in the rainforest canopy, 200 feet above ground, Dr. Biruti Galdikas has been studying these animals since the early 1970s. She probably knows more about wild orangutans than any other human being. But fewer than 40,000 orangutans still live in the wild. Their rainforest home is rapidly being bulldozed away. And there is a growing population of orphaned and captive orangutans. They are being cared for, rehabilitated, and then released into the jungle to join their wild cousins. Come to the treetops of Borneo for a rare look at the orangutans of the rainforest. That's next time on Nova.
What would we do if terrorists attacked the airport at Metropolis, a fictional western city in the U.S.? To find out, watch In the Face of Terrorism Tuesday at 10.
We welcome you back to Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University. Shel Siegel and Larry Sheridan bringing you the action. Peter Yazzo on the mat for Lehigh University with a record of 8-2. The captain from Sayville, New York. Mike Carr from Erie, Pennsylvania, 8-4 on the mat for Iowa State.
Yazzo, of course, returning after that terrible foot injury, and every time anybody grabs that foot, the fans stop breathing. It's just that kind of situation.
This is the first time Yazzo has been down to 142. He was ranked first in the country at 158 before the injury.
He was ranked at 42.
42.
So he got hurt at 50.
That's
and
correct.
Then when he elected not to wrestle, he puts Mr. Carr flat for his back on a beautiful counter move. And the last time these two wrestled, Yazzo defeated him with a technical fall 2 years ago. And in this time, Carr, in a nice move, Yazzo just countered it and said, we shall try. But look at that bridge by Carr. Amazing specimen, you can do that, but it's 2 minutes and 6 seconds to go. It's going to take a while to stay in that position without getting pinned. It's in no hurry, he's got 2 minutes. And we'll just sit here and work along with him. Lehigh fans in the background yelling Yazzo. But I got to tell you, Mr. Carr knows how to bridge. That is an amazing feat. Shell, you just look at that. That's some bridge, isn't it, Whitey? Got Whitey Rogers up here checking on the pin. But that gentleman stays those elbows to that head. But he got a minute and a half to hold it. And he's got to work on it.
Kind of hard to figure out how you improve on that hold there.
Well, you got to get your weight off your knees, and Yazzo is pressing it, but he's pushing him the wrong way. And
now they're going to end up going off. Now Yazzo's going to try to bring them back in again. Now they go off. 3 points.
It was a nice move.
You really got to congratulate Mr. Carr. I mean,
Carr knew which direction he was going.
Let's look at this. This is really a bear of a move. Zonk.
1 minute, guys. 1 minute.
Good grief.
Well,
5-0 lead for Yazzo. But Michael Carr did a tremendous job. I think any other man that was not conditioned the way Mike was would have been long down for the 6 points. You really got to hand it to that Erie Prep young man. Yazzo going right after him again. Again, remember that for the Iowa viewers, that Yazzo, ranked #1 in the country, had an injury that many people thought was going to finish his career for this season, at least at Lehigh. A serious foot injury. Came back 2 weeks ago.
Well, I'm sure Carr's not going to do much wrestling now. He's going to get into a stall mode. He came out and gave it his best and ended up flat on his back and down 5-0. 38 seconds left, first period.
We saw Mike Carr wrestle in the PIAA wrestling championships that we would bring to the Lehigh Valley fans for some time. 2 points near fall, 7-0
He
Yazzo.
tries a shoulder roll, and beautiful tight waist by Lehigh's Yazzo, stacked him, as they say, and held him there for 2 seconds. Got a 2-point near fall. It's now 7-0, 20 seconds left.
Interesting to take a look, Larry, at the Iowa State bench. Although they are the visiting team, they really recognize a great wrestler on the mat, and they are intense concentration watching this match and the job that Peter Yazzo is doing out there. And the period ends. There you see the Iowa State bench, and they're cheering for their young man, Mike Carr, who really has done a great job to stay off the pin. Thad Turner, Lehigh's coach, cheering Yazzo on. Peter leading 7-0. The Cyclones leading 10-0 in team score at the moment. Yazzo has riding time of nearly 2.5 minutes. I don't know what Peter's trying to do now, except he's going to end up with a reversal, making it 7-2 as Yazzo escapes 8-2.
This is where Pete likes his maneuvers. Good Olympic style, good freestyle wrestler on his feet. Of course, his favorite hold, which is the ankle trip, has to be somewhat put to rest because of the injury. He doesn't want to aggravate that ankle, and you need that to work off some combinations. Again, Carr, I think, trying for that throw combination. There it comes again. This time, Yazzo misses. Might have stayed there a little too long, but works himself back up to his feet. The entire bench is sitting there. And there's that ankle trip that I keep telling you about. And a beautiful combination. And you really got to figure this guy knows what he's doing to get that kind of combination, even with the foot injury.
Piven is trying to get a good look here, but those shoulders keep coming up. Now we're going to try again, but you can see that left shoulder is well off the ground, off the mat, and Yazzo is going to have a difficult time, Larry. Get a headlock pin is kind of tough because you get your own arm in there.
Well, one thing you don't want to do is push it too hard because you'll roll over in your own back. And really,
14 seconds to go. 10 seconds to go right now. There's the pin.
What happened?
Yazzo gets the fall for Lehigh.
Gibbons pulled a, excuse me, Carr tried to roll through, and as he did, he got stuck.
Mike Carr puts up a game battle. Peter Yazzo, standing ovation from the Lehigh fans, and does he feel good? 10-6, Iowa State
Gibbons is
leading.
rejected to the pin, but
He has
I would
not
say
lost much.
it was just a matter of time. Again, goes behind the ankle, trips, drives through, pulls down in the arm, then from there works off to the headlock. And in that pinning combination, when you hold a headlock, if you try to get out of it and go the other way, you're in trouble. Well,
Iowa State leading Lehigh now by a score of 10-6 now at 158. Stuart Carter for Iowa State, 19-6-2 from Waterloo, Iowa. And his opponent for Lehigh is it's Chet Watkins on the mat here at 150 against Kerry Ryan.
Watkins trying to get a takedown, has the leg, lets go of it, and loses to a headlock almost. Not yet. There's no takedown. He's got the arm and the head, but Watkins working to pull the head out. And we have
nobody gets anything. Position. Watkins is 7-8-1 for Lehigh, a junior from Ocean, New Jersey. And Kerry Ryan on the mat from Hanover Park, Illinois for Iowa State. He is 10-6. Tim Krieger was 17-0 from Mason City, also wrestling in this weight class. Lehigh got 6 back by the pin by Peter Yazzo. Watkins comes in on the leg, countered by Ryan.
When he went in on the leg, he stopped. And of course, that gave Ryan a chance to go over the top and counter the effectiveness of that situation. So they'll go back up in their feet. And that ankle is sitting there waiting to be picked. We're halfway through the first period. 1.5 minutes left in the bout in this first period. Ryan didn't wrestle at all last year. He was a red shirt. He actually came in at 34 his first year. But they're using him at that weight. There's 2 former national champions from Lehigh University, the Lieberman brothers, Mike and Mark, sitting here tonight watching the crowd. Mark, 2-time national champ. Mike won it 2 years earlier than that. Won it once. You recall who Mike beat to win the national title? A great wrestler by the name of Campbell.
35 seconds to go, first period. Half a minute, first period, no score. Watkins of Lehigh, Kerry Ryan of Iowa State. 10-6 lead for Iowa State. The Cyclones winning the first three, Lehigh winning at 142 on the fall by Peter Yazzo.
He's in, but not in deep enough, and a counter comes back, and he stops. And again, we got a situation that it's a takedown at the edge of the bat with 1 second to go. Again, Iowa State getting those takedowns when they need them. Left leg there, follows it up.
No doubt about it. You can see those knees inside as the period concludes. And it's a 2-0 lead for Kerry Ryan.
Okay, so it's 2-0, 2-0.
There was so much action in that Carr bout. I was trying to mention all the Carr brothers. It was Tom, Fletcher, Nate, Solomon, and Mike that I remember. And we were trying to think of Virgil Carr, who wrestled way back 20-some years ago when Pendleton of Lehigh was wrestling.
Right from the edge. Stay in. Stay in that center.
This is by far the largest crowd in Grace Hall we've seen at a Lehigh meet for many seasons. As, of course, the fans in Iowa State know there is a major sports arena for Lehigh, but that isn't used to.
And gets the takedown.
2-point reversal now for Watkins.
And that takedown ties it up at
2-2. The Lehigh team usually wrestles at the Stabler Athletic and Convocation Center that holds upwards of 6,500. That has been used for another event this evening, so we're back at Grace Hall, the scene of all of Lehigh's home meets up to a few seasons ago. Here's the takedown, Larry, by Watkins.
Walks in off that leg. As you see, they stop momentarily, but this time,
6 seconds.
pursuit.
Once you start that move, you just got to keep going with it. And that's what Watkins did right that time.
Has a shoulder roll coming right back, and a reversal. 4-2 the score. 48 seconds left, second period. Ryan, a freshman, wrestled at Conant High School in Hanover Park, Illinois.
Off his back.
Watkins did his grappling at Blair Academy. Lived in Ocean, New Jersey. Majoring in computer science and architecture.
Time running out in the second period. Still a 4-2 lead for Ryan of the Cyclones. And the period will conclude. No points. Looked like Watkins was on his way out of that, but no points, and it's still 4-2. Third and final period coming up. Team score at the moment: Iowa State 10, Lehigh University 6. It's as quiet as this place has been for a long time.
The bell had.
We have a few hecklers behind us with Whitey Rogers back there.
Get set.
And Big Bernie from the Bethel Bulletin.
Phil, get on.
They want to go in at heavyweight again. Always want to go in. It's now 4-3. Time advantage about even.
Gotta let him turn on, so I'm not holding there.
So Chad Watkins trying to maneuver some sort of an upset here if he can do it.
In on that leg, but immediately Kerry Ryan moves out off the side, and we get into either that stalemate, but if he slips that leg in, he can work some combination out of that. He slips that right leg in underneath, but it's a stalemate. Ryan was a state champion at Illinois, 132 pounds, 44-0 his senior year. So he's coming with some pretty good credentials, but of course, I think Coach giving him a shot tonight.
The pursuit of the Iowa State wrestlers, Larry, you commented on, is absolutely remarkable.
Oh, you get a leg, you just keep going after it. If you stop, you're in trouble. You know, in this entire bout, Coach Turner's sitting, and the entire bout, Coach Gibbons is standing. 1:12 left, final period, 4-3 to score in favor of Kerry Ryan, freshman. No takedown, but Ryan's trying to slip in some combination, get over the top, and join those two together, and he's got it. And that should, but surprisingly, he didn't get it because he went over the top. And this could be a stalemate.
I was surprised. It looked like Watkins, if he pulled on that leg, could do something.
Comes out the back door. If he lifts up and drives through, he got a takedown.
If Watkins can hold on now, he can win. He's got 35 seconds to go, leading 5-4. Riding time will not be a factor for either wrestler.
But he's, you know, this is where you get tough, the tight waist, and really slam them down. But if you hold that position and don't wrestle, it could end up. There's a shoulder roll.
Time running down. Watkins hanging on to a slim 1-point lead.
He's got a cradle
this one will be an upset of some significant proportions for Watkins. And Chad Watkins has sprung a major upset with a 5-4 victory at 150 pounds to make it 10-9 over Kerry Ryan. And now we're at 158, and the rest of the cheering breaks out for Tom Togus of Lehigh, 14-4, EIWA champion for Lehigh. His opponent will be Stuart Carter, 19-6-2, a senior from Waterloo, Iowa, and it's 10-9. Tom Togus has shown some flashes of brilliance this season, and he's had some matches where I know he wished he could have wrestled better. Togus, however, has won 4 in a row, Larry. And now he's got himself in some deep trouble, but it just turns into a takedown for the moment. Could have been worse.
Well, we've been indicating that he's like a little Silky Sullivan. He's been coming out and getting down 2-3 points to start and having to work his way back into the victory column. So again, he's down by 2 to start. And against an Iowa State grappler, you just don't want to give him any points. Carter, a senior, wrestled at Columbus.
In the Matttown tournament, Togus wrestled Jeff Kelly and defeated him back at 126, rather Bill Kelly. Beat him 2-1. No, I'm sorry, that was Jeff Kelly of Iowa State he defeated back in the Matttown. There's the new 118 for next season, Larry, being recruited, wearing a Lehigh jersey.
APO fraternity brothers shouting their support for Tom Togus.
Whoops, Togus nearly looked like he was going to escape, but nearly ended up on his back as Stuart Carter, very, very fast.
Stuart Carter is an electrical engineering major at Iowa State.
No additional points. Carter has been in command the entire period, has over 1.5 minutes riding points at the moment. Riding time leading to nothing. 10-9 score in favor of the Cyclones, winning the first 3, Lehigh winning the next 2.
Break. There's Chad Watkins resting after his victory at 150. We're at 158 now with Togus and Lehigh.
I'll try to get
Carter.
Ready?
Of Iowa State.
Get on.
Lehigh's next match, of course, will be against Navy.
enrollment of Lehigh, approximately 4,500 undergraduate students, 4,400. Enrollment at Iowa State, 26,000.
Carter continues to pursue, and Togus finally gets the escape.
And that without 2 minutes riding time advantage to Carter in that first period. Togus dives in, gets in deep, and Carter just spins around and gets the takedown. It's 4-1.
Careful with that arm. Keep it down. Keep it down.
4-1 lead for Carter of Iowa State. Period ends.
Choice, son. Choice. Choice, all right?
Part of the crowd, if we said, this place is packed, about
good choice, son. Top, bottom, neutral.
2,800, 2,500 in that area. There are very few empty seats here at Grace Hall.
Well, I think it's more than that, Shell. I think it's closer to 3 because you pack it in at 3,500.
It's deferring
And
to you.
with
Top, bottom, or standing.
People sitting around the edge of the mat and in some of the end zone seats, so to speak, it's closer to 3,000 tonight. And it's a good representative showing.
Lehigh chooses down.
Iowa State goes from here. They head out to Penn State.
No. Keep it going.
Take on the number 2 ranked team in the country. And then head out and take on Bill Kassabaum's and Michigan Wolverines in Ann Arbor. So they got a little road trip.
You chose down. You
Then come back middle of February and take on Oklahoma and Northern Iowa.
Michigan, of course, Larry, having a remarkable basketball season. In the space of a month, they knock off the number 1 team, the University of Nevada at Las Vegas, the number 1 team that replaces them, Iowa, and they still can't get ranked in the top 20.
Togus turning towards his back, trying to gain an escape, but Carter looking very tough, tight, really holding on firmly, aggressively, and using the extra muscle to stay in control, and now has 2 minutes and 46 seconds riding time.
Which is a 5-1 lead when it's figured in, so Togus will have to get some premium combination points here if he is to pull this one out for Lehigh, effectively trailing by 4 at this moment.
Takes a shoulder roll, tries to come out the back door. Nothing so far. Control still rests with the Iowa State wrestler.
Don't take it out.
In that position, Togus is trying to pull the head out, maybe get into a Granby. Control stays with Stuart Carter. On the clock, 1:07 remaining, second period. Carter having a guaranteed point for time at this junction.
Less than a minute to go.
3.5 minutes to go, and 3.5 minutes of time advantage. Can't lose it.
Bring him to the mat.
Half a minute to go.
19-6 record for Stuart Carter. Togus 8-2. Excuse me, 14-4. 20 seconds left, second period.
Keep it down.
Carter literally riding Togus for over 4 minutes as the second period is about to end. But Carter's really strong arming, tight waisted, and really putting good control moves.
Choice, son. Third period goes 4-1. Set.
Mark Piven, the official on the mat. Down position to Stuart Carter.
Just looked at the left arm of Stuart Carter for a 158-pounder. He's got quite a set of muscles there. You look at it, Shell.
Work to get out.
Togus down by 3 plus times because there's a guaranteed time advantage. I said that. So he's down by 4. Speaking of Togus, congratulations to his uncle, who's the coach of Parkland High School, in their upset victory at Easton, perennial East Penn powerhouse. Parkland surprising everybody, knocking off Easton High. Stalling on the bottom. Making no attempt. But as soon as something happens, he moves through. He's up front, trying to gain an escape. Togus stays in control. Not much is going to happen. Just too strong for Lehigh's Togus. Not been able to turn him, move him, get him off that all-fours position. And he makes one quick move, goes out around the front, picks up the leg, and it's now 6-1. Over 35 seconds to go. Looks like Iowa State's going to pull a battle here that we thought might have been a lot closer than it is. 6-2 on the board. Seconds left.
Togus tries to move in, can't do it. Time running out.
Spin around and picks up the takedown. It's now 8-2 on the board. Turns around and gives a reversal. It's 8-4. But with time advantage, it'll end up 9-4 in favor of Stuart Carter.
And with the 9-4 victory, 3 team points on the board for the Iowa State Cyclones, and the score moves to Iowa State University 13 and Lehigh University 9. More wrestling coming up in just a moment. Stay with us.
With the development of the artificial...
Bringing you all the fall-by-fall action as we have a score of 13-9. Iowa State leading Lehigh University at the moment. At 167, Kevin Jackson, who has won 19 out of 20 for the Cyclones this season from Lansing, Michigan. His opponent, Derek Brophy of Lehigh, 8-13-1, a freshman, Comac, New York. Once again, Larry Sheridan. Larry?
Okay, Lehigh wrestler in, getting a takedown. And leading 2-1, surprising a lot of people with that quick takedown, but immediately counter that situation, gets the takedown, brings it back into the match. Kevin Jackson, 19-1 on the season. Ranked number 2 in the country at 167.
Go down.
Carter, you saw out there earlier, is ranked 4th, 158.
Get on.
So the big guns are coming out now.
Wrestle.
Of course, we didn't see Tim Krieger wrestle at 150. He's ranked number 1 at that weight class.
Watch your fingers.
3-3 on the board.
Davis, watch those fingers, all right? I don't want to hurt them. What? No, they were mixed up. I don't want anybody to get hurt.
Interesting, Larry, we started this match. Now they're all back again. 2:15. I have to tell you what I was going to comment about there. It's only fair that I was going to say we started this match without having Jim Gibbons on the bench, because I'm so used to seeing Jim walking back and forth, and he was not doing that. He was just sitting calmly on the bench along with Ed Butnick, which is where he is now. I thought he was missing.
Winner, in the middle.
But he is on the...
Brophy better be careful. If you walk in upright against a guy like Jackson, he'll just lateral drop you and kiss you goodnight. See, there's a way to break that double leg dive. You just stay over the top. I think if he works the shoulder out, we'll get it. We get a stalemate.
3-3 is the score.
He's entitled to do that. Watch
What was he entitled to do, Larry?
Over the top.
Oh, okay.
We've seen it earlier several times tonight, so it's nothing new. Permissible move to block a takedown. Jackson out of East Lansing High School. Was a redshirter last year. Did a fantastic job last year.
Brophy, as many of you know, has wrestled up as high as 190 this season.
But the thing you have to stay away from and be fooled at is when an opponent, when a wrestler comes in and does some of that so-called slapstick by pawing you in the head, is that you don't stand there. You move laterally. Because what he's doing is he's distracting you, then dives straight through and gets the takedown, and you can see that on the replay. But if you move laterally, you knock him off guard.
Easy!
Lifted his opponent, trying to kick the leg inside and then come up with a half Nelson in midair.
(5-4) the score.
Jackson's a transfer.
Kevin Jackson.
Wrestled originally at LSU, and then when LSU gave up wrestling, he transferred to Iowa State.
Period about to conclude. And Larry, as we end the period, let's take a look at that takedown you were describing a moment ago.
Okay, watch the little slapping in the face, Then you just keep that up. If you stay in that position, which he did, then they dive underneath and drive straight into you. But if you start moving, when somebody starts pawing you in the head, go left, right, hey, you're not a sitting target.
5-4, second period.
Kevin has really worked up a sweat. He's been only on the mat for 3 minutes.
Okay, still, get on.
Number 2 in the country, Amateur Wrestling News ranking.
Hold it, hold it. Wait for me. Get on.
Caution on the Cyclone grappler, jumping the gun. Midden stands up, breaks free. Has a 6-4 lead. Now there's that pushing in the face again.
Boy, I'll tell you, Larry, it's not only is it that, but I tell you, he is hard to get a hold of.
There's what we were watching. He'd pick him up and leg trip him and put him right to his back from that situation, right there.
He wrestling.
Brophy, smart enough not to get stuck in that, went to the inside to give up the takedown.
Bring him down.
Because once you go in that situation, Kevin Jackson, of course, was afforded the title as Amateur Wrestling News Freshman of the Year as he picks up another easy 2-point takedown and leads 10-5.
Work to the pin. Stay in. Break. Get off. Get down. Spit. What? Injury clock.
Spit.
All right. You're on injury time. You tell your style on the match. Let him spit. All right. Stop. Let's go.
You can't really take time out to spit, but if you do,
1 minute left.
it goes against your injury time. And of course, he's wearing a mouth guard, and you got to look at that situation.
Skate.
2-time national place winner out there, placed 3rd in his freshman and sophomore seasons while wrestling for the LSU team. And a lot of people say, well, how can he wrestle if he transferred to LSU? Well, if the team gives up the sport, which LSU did, then you're immediately eligible to wrestle. But if you transfer for other reasons, then you must sit out a year. 6-10.
Stay on.
There's the underhook again.
Easy. Stay on the middle.
10-6 lead for Kevin Jackson of Iowa State. Cyclones leading Lehigh 13-9 as we wrestle now at 167.
See that? That's pushed ahead, duck underneath. Brophy starts moving laterally. He's not going to be there the next time there. He pulled back out, but he dives right in.
Time remaining in the second period. As Larry mentioned, the way you counter that move is what he's trying to do now, which is just hang on over the top.
But then when you get your shoulders to the mat, you could end up being pinned while not being taken down.
Third period coming up.
Choice, son.
Jackson leading 10-6.
What do you want? Down. Up. Third period. It's up.
In all-time team championships and individual titles, Iowa State stands third in the country. With 17 titles, the Cyclones trail Oklahoma State, 27. Iowa, 11. Also 47 individual titles. Incidentally, beside these three teams, there are only two colleges whose wrestlers have won more national crowns than those from Lehigh. 16 Lehigh men have won 22 titles. Iowa has won 38 and Michigan State 23.
Ironically, other than team sport, which Lehigh won the National Football title, Division 1 PAA or 1A a few years back, 10 years ago.
Right? Next time it's illegal.
The only
It's got to be below the midline.
individual national title was won by a tennis player. There's Jim Gibbons.
Set. Get on.
Trophy now making the score 10-7. About a minute and 11 seconds time advantage favored for Kevin Jackson. Cyclone ducking underneath, going around that tight waist.
Stay in. Stalling. Right off the mat.
Stalling against Lehigh in that situation.
Stay in here, wrestle.
Trying to get away from it. Referee felt he backed out of bounds.
Well, there was a Brophy figured he had to do something unorthodox to try to pick up something. He totally missed it and ended up now trailing 12-8.
Watch the
As he
finger.
tried to take a swipe at a leg there that just was not present. And Kevin ends up with a hit in the eye, and we'll have a momentary time with 57 seconds to go.
You have contacts? You all right?
We want to remind our local fans in the Lehigh Valley area of some major events. Lehigh Lafayette basketball live next Saturday, February 14, and then the EIWA championships on March 8, and the PIAA high school championships locally the following week on March 15.
Here comes that push to the face and the straight old leg dive again. Wow, right to his back and into that tight waist combination. 36 seconds.
Three, son. Three, near fall. Skate.
It's amazing that Brophy even got up from that one, Larry.
Yeah.
That was just a tremendous move by Kevin Jackson. With 20 seconds to go.
Just take him down, let him up now. It's 21-10.
Easy, easy.
The lift here.
Easy.
Clear the.
This time Jackson looks for the 2 points, but they're too close to the end, and he doesn't get it. 6 seconds to go. On his way to a superior decision. He'll have 22 points on the board with the riding time.
21-10. 21-10.
It's
And he has
21.
time.
And time will make it 22.
So he's got the 12 points.
Okay, get on. Get on, quick.
Reach up like that. Brophy tries.
Brophy does not get away. 5 points up on the board for the Cyclones. We'll take a look, Larry, at that final takedown. Just
Again,
watch this move here.
He drives straight through. Now he's below the hip, so he goes up on top and whack right back.
Score now, Iowa State 18, Lehigh University 9. As we go now to 177, Steve Metzger, a senior from Ames, Iowa, 14-8-2. Ivan Boyesen on the mat for Lehigh, 13-6-2 from Kempton, Pennsylvania.
Metzger ranked 20th at this weight class. Boyesen about 12th, I believe, in on a single.
Boyson got the leg, but I don't know if he'll have the takedown. They're very close. Does get the 2 right at the edge of the mat.
Good down, son.
There's a pair of shoulder blades for you on young Jackson. He fills the entire screen.
Okay.
That is a great shot, Dave Donahue.
He moves quickly, and I tell you, that little
Bring him to the mat.
push in the face routine is very successful for him. He got about 6 takedowns off of it. So quick, you know it's coming, yet he does it.
Of course, we feel sorry for you fans at home that only have a 12-inch screen that you didn't get to see all of those shoulder blades.
Something there? I don't see anything. It might have been the hair. Just still there? Okay, all right. Stop the clock, you all right?
Boyson leading 2-1.
Hometown boy, where Iowa State, located in Ames, Iowa. And there's several Ames boys on the team. Steve Metzger, and you saw Jeff Gibbons out there. 2-1 to score. 177-pound class. Well, that's the first time I've ever seen up on the board in the next weight classes. Boyson in on a single. Drives his opponent to the mat, picks up another takedown, leads by 3, 4-1. Where it says 190-pound weight class to be announced.
1 minute.
And of course, that's what Lehigh's problem is this year. They don't have 190-pounders. Boyson's 177, and Ekberg and Brophy have been wrestling 90, and they both weigh 67. So the lack of depth at this weight class has hampered Lehigh severely. And of course, at 67, I don't think Lehigh's won a bout at that weight class this year, 167. They may have won one, but that's another weight class where they've had some problems.
Well, Brophy had a draw at 167, and he did win a match against Steve Lander of Oregon State. He defeated Rusty Amato of East Stroudsburg.
Yeah, I'm talking dual meets.
Oh, dual meets. Yeah. No, I don't know if they're... Well, of course, Brophy did win, but he won at 190.
Yeah.
So you're right. He won against Wilkes at 190 early in the season.
4-2 to score. Period about to end.
Boyson leading by a score of 4-2. We'll look at Boyson's takedown, Larry.
And just ducking in, getting that single, working, pulling it into the chest,
down,
and then pursuing by driving the shoulder into the upper part of the thigh.
Okay, score is 4-2, second period.
Ivan Boyson having a fun season for Lehigh, 13-6-2. And as we said, Larry, at least my observation of Ivan, the big difference between this year and last has been his ability to pace himself far better than he's ever done before.
In the middle.
Probably the best first period wrestler Lehigh has had in many seasons last year, but ran out of gas this year. He has paced himself through 3 periods very well, and his record shows it. 113, lost 6, tied 2.
4-3 and a board as that escape comes up.
Boyson's losses have been against some really tough cookies. Dan Mayo of Penn State, Darren Evans of Bloomsburg, Ralph Legal of Wisconsin among them, and Greg Alinsky of Penn State. So even the matches he's lost, Larry, have been against tough wrestlers. Minute to go, second period. Boyson leading 4-3.
Back in near the edge of the mat, and they cross that line. 38-foot circle, thereabouts. Metzger, also a pretty good student at Iowa State.
Good wrestling, guys.
Was on the Scholar Athlete Award. 45 seconds left. The score, Iowa State 18, Lehigh University 9. Boyson again in on that single. Puts the head into that thigh, but they're near the edge. Kicks out.
No takedown.
Got to bring him back inbounds.
Now he's got it for a moment, just enough before he loses it. 6-3, Boyson leading. He had that move, Larry, for about 1 second before they went out. 20 seconds to go, second period. Riding time not a factor. Boyson leading 6-3. The Cyclones leading Lehigh 18-9. We're at 177. Time running down.
He's wrestling.
Period ends. 6-4, Boyson leading, and Larry will look at that takedown with 1 second to go. Now time just to blow the whistle, and we'll show you Ivan's takedown right at the edge of the mat. This happened, managed to just hold it for about 1 second before they went out. You see them right near the edge. There's the trip, and he hasn't signaled it yet. It'll happen in a moment when he grabs that left ankle. Still nothing. And now as he pulls him out, now you see it right there. Just for a split second.
All right? Okay.
6-4.
Still. Get on.
We hope that our friends in the Iowa Public Broadcasting Network throughout the state of Iowa enjoying this match, being originated by WLVT, Channel 39 Public Television in the Allentown, Bethlehem, Eastern Pennsylvania area.
You all right? Yeah.
Two worlds collide. He dives in and two heads bump.
You all right, son?
We're going to count the bells.
You need time? Yes or no? You're right. Okay.
My guess, Larry, without researching it further, is that between the Iowa Broadcasting Network and Channel 39 in Bethlehem, they're probably the two longest running wrestling acts in college wrestling. Boyson, takedown, 9-4.
Trips that back leg and gains the deuce. 9-4 is the score. Fans looking for a little action. Goes in on that leg. Now, the real key is the trip. Lifts him up. Now watch the right leg trip. Right there. Boom. Hello. That's the key. Escape. 9-5. 1:15 left. Final period.
In the middle, in the middle, in the middle, in the middle.
Minute to go. Now Boyson's going to get himself in a little trouble here near the edge. Looking for the 2 points. They gave it to him, and...
no, he didn't.
Wait a minute. Did he get it or not?
No, we call it neutral.
Looked like he gave it and took it back. Looked like Piven gave it.
He had the whizzer in. I gave it a little bit too soon. You didn't have control.
Thank you, Mark. He said I gave it a little too soon. You did not have control.
Mark and I were talking, and he was again asking the question, since he lives up Bay Shore area up in Long Island, again asking why there's no coverage coming out of Garden City and Channel 21. All I can say is write letters and call the station. But I can tell you where it is being covered, Shell. I think I mentioned it to you earlier tonight. Several friends have told me that they watched the Lehigh-Iowa meet in Arizona. As we have a timeout, and while we have a timeout, let me talk briefly about the District 11 wrestlers who are making their grade in the District 11 being where we are located. District 11 being an area for local high schools. High schools that Jack Kuvo ranked 3rd in the country, wrestling for East Stroudsburg. Pat Santoro is ranked 2nd in the country, wrestling for Pittsburgh. Jody Karam is ranked 4th in the country, wrestling for Lock Haven at 167. So nice to see 3 local boys still doing it.
And Larry will be seeing a lot of those local youngsters in that match that will be locally on public television. once again, we'll be back for the Pennsylvania Interscholastic Athletic Association Championships on March 15. The AA and the AAA starting at 11 o'clock locally.
Of course, I don't want to miss Jeff Byer, who's down there at Jim Madison, and Dwayne Peoples out of Penn State. They're also ranked, but they're not in the top 6. In again on that single. We've seen it before. Works it.
We'll see if Royston takes that sweep with that right leg, which brought his man down last time, but now Ivan's going to lose it. 10 seconds to go. And
No
it looks
time
like
advantage.
Royston is going to win it.
No time advantage. And the score 9-5 on the board.
And the period concludes. Ivan Boyson wins it by a score of 9-5. The score is now Iowa State 18, Lehigh University 12. We'll have more wrestling coming up in just a moment.
Public Affairs Allentown comes your way live Wednesday at 9 p.m. The program will feature members of Allentown City Council discussing problems pertinent to the city. Your phone-in questions are invited during the telecast by calling 867-4677. That's Public Affairs Allentown live Wednesday at 9 here on Channel 39.
It's become a national crusade. Drugs. Do we have the resolve as a nation and as individuals to do something about them?
I always thought for a long time treatment, well, you know, I'm going to go through treatment, I'm going to be cured, but there is no such thing.
From addicts in treatment programs to kids in high school, can drug use be prevented?
The more they tell us not to do it, the more we're going to do it.
I love dope. I mean, I love the way it makes me feel. You know, I don't drink or nothing else. I just shoot dope. I mean, I just love the feeling. You know, I love the way it makes me feel. The only thing I don't like about it is what it's cost.
And how widespread is the problem?
There are even some kids in my school that get great grades when they do cocaine.
Watch Stopping Drugs, a special 2-part presentation this week and next on Frontline.
What would we do if terrorists attacked the airport at Metropolis, a fictional western city in the U.S.? To find out, watch In the Face of Terrorism Tuesday at 10.
We welcome you back to Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University. Shel Siegel and Larry Sheridan bringing you the action. The score 18-12, Iowa State over Lehigh, coming down to the final 2 bouts. Lehigh University with a record of 4-7 against the nation's number 3 team. Eric Volker on the mat for the Cyclones from Dallas Center, Iowa, a sophomore. His opponent is Mike Ekberg, who is 3-12.
Ekberg weighing approximately 162 pounds, maybe.
You are looking at the world's lightest 190 on the mat, folks, for Lehigh University. He is nowhere near 190, and as Larry said, this has been a chronic problem for Lehigh this season.
Volker ranked number 1 in the country at this weight class.
Scott Hamilton, of course, was expected to wrestle for Lehigh at this weight class in a non-wrestling injury prior to the beginning of the season, and he is out, and Lehigh has had nothing but trouble here at 190.
Let's improve it. Let's improve it.
Just think Volker's only a sophomore. Be around a while. Working toward some pin combination. 18-12 the score. Iowa State out in front with 1 minute 38 seconds. Volker looking to gain a pin, putting the Lehigh wrestler towards his back, locking up above the head, and now has him in a real combination, and you can call it right from there.
So it was quick and painless. 6 points on the board as Eric Volker with the easy fall, as Mike Ekberg shows a lot of grit just to go out there and wrestle this young man. And you'll see that, Larry, on the screen, that the final clamps put in by
The way he
Eric.
reverses his arms that really put the clincher to it. Watch this. He says, here, I'll take the head, put the arm up here, now tie it and lock it up. And that's it. Good night.
I didn't look at our way. Oh, the hell. What's the matter?
Ready to go now at heavyweight. Andy Cope on the mat, 16 and 8,
guys.
the junior from Indianapolis.
In the middle now.
Well, that wraps it up for Iowa State.
Steve Vetch, 8, 11 and 2 from Saratoga Springs.
In the middle. In the middle.
I believe the scoreboard is wrong, Larry. The scoreboard says 25 to 12, but it is 24.
Stay in the center, guys.
You're right. You can only get 6. You can't get 7.
It was quick, but you can't get 7. 24 to 12 is the score.
You guys got to shoot takedowns.
Not much action in the first period. 1 minute's almost gone by. Lehigh fans still here. They're not leaving. Cope ranked 16th in the country at this weight class. Junior with his grappling at Cathedral High.
Down to shooting takedowns. Shoot takedowns.
More than halfway through the first period. 1:20 left. And you get the two heavyweights locking horns like that, and Michelle, for the life of me, stalling against Iowa State. Why they do it? There's no takedown from that position.
Keep wrestling.
Pinch an ear and grab a hair, and yank a head. Doc Lux had a perfect word for it. He says locking horns. That's all they're doing. Push, shove, and timeout.
Warning.
You got a warning
Call, the only call in this match so far, that against Andy Cope.
Ed Bonnick getting off the bench there now. I guess they share the duties. Coach Gibbons takes from 50 down, and Bonnick has from 58 on up. Vetch
1 point.
Gets a point.
Doing all the work, son. You're just blocking them.
No wrestling on the part of the Iowa State wrestler. Vetch went in on a single. Cope blocked it, made no attempt, so he calls him for stalling. Again, Vetch in on that single, and Cope backs up. They get back into the push-me, pull-me combination.
Now, it was Ed Bonnick used to wrestle Colin Kilrain.
Yes, sir.
The old, somehow or other, when he's wearing the suit and all this, he just looks a lot bigger than Colin ever looked. He's had to put on a weight since then. 190, I think Ed does.
Bonnick brothers were quite a pair.
That were just absolutely some of the greatest battles. Now, when Bonnick used to wrestle Kilrain, as I recall, they were rather low scoring. I think a couple of them were like 3 to 2.
Kilrain beat him in a dual meet, but Eddie turned the tables in the Nationals.
I think a couple of them were like 3 to 2, 2 to 1.
Guy also has an Olympic gold medal, so every time he said, "How you been, Larry?" I said, "Fine, sir."
Second period. Okay.
I wonder where Colin Kilrain is right now.
I can tell you where he is. San Diego. Training to be what they call that unit in the Navy, a SEAL. Underwater.
Well, of course, everybody knows that was the second career choice for Colin. He wanted to be a wrestling announcer. To do your job. Had to settle for that.
He's in the SEALs, I guess they call it, underwater demolition and all kinds of things. Cope countering a move by Vetch. Tied up at 1-1.
It's an odd profession for Colin. He didn't have a particularly long fuse when he was underwater demolition.
Well, I bet he's dashing Romeo, chasing all over the West Coast in his lieutenant's uniform.
24-12 is the team score at the moment. We're tied at 1-1 here at heavyweight, in what has Yogi Berra would describe as a cliff dweller to this moment.
Action, guys.
Thank you, Mark.
There has not been much action on the mat.
Betch must have borrowed the shoes from the...
And you can tell because, well, there's some right there.
Betch, show that in slow motion. Betch tries a headlock and just missed it. Cope jumps in behind him, counters the move, and ends up leading 3-1. Watch it in this situation. Betch goes, here, let me try this. Whoops. And all you have to do now is bring him to the mat, and he does. Betch has the same red shoes that the Iowa State wrestler has.
Jim Gibbons has not been off the bench for this one, so he is kind of relaxed right now. Ed Bonnick has not been off the bench at all in this, actually in this meet. 3-2 now, Betch trailing. Half a minute to go in the second period. Iowa State 24, Lehigh 12. Close, but over the edge they go. Larry, they nearly fell into the arms of the Buddha. Not that gentleman. That, of course, is Coach Gibbons, but Joe Ryan sitting at his normal place at the edge of the mat, camera in hand, and he nearly got a lap full of heavyweight wrestlers there.
Center.
Second period coming to a close with 10 seconds left.
Keep going, keep going.
A lot of grunting and groaning out there, Shell.
Second period.
You're up. Third period, guys, scores 3-2. Okay, get on.
Betch from shoulder roll, gains the escape, ties it up with 1:45 left. Has two warnings, warning and penalty against Mr. Cope from Iowa State. So far, Betch has his slate clean for warnings, stalling warnings.
1:29 to go. 3-3 score.
Go.
We're at Unlimited. Steve Betch of Lehigh. Andy Cope, Iowa State.
Wrestling.
Well, Iowa State leaves here, goes out to University Park, State College, and takes on Penn State. Just to correct what we said earlier, Amateur Wrestling News moved Penn State from first to second and moved Oklahoma State. Now, that might be considered territorial favoritism, but the coaches poll puts Penn State first and Oklahoma State second, and the National Mat News has Penn State first and Oklahoma State second. But it really counts middle of next month when they get together down at the University of Maryland Cole Fieldhouse to battle for the national championship. .45 seconds left. Final period in the heavyweight bout. Tied up at 3-all. Now we have a warning against Lehigh.
No, that's against Iowa State, I believe.
Couldn't tell. He did.
Piven was pointing at him. Well, I guess I don't know why Mark was pointing at Piven. He did. That was against him. Team point Lehigh. 4-3 lead for Betch.
Well, took a while to figure it out, but it ended up being a award to.
Is he in bounds or out right now?
There's no control.
Yeah.
Now he goes out of bounds. 15
seconds to go. Riding time won't be a factor. Vetch hanging on to a 1-point lead.
Yeah, the lead, that call was against the Iowa State wrestler for stalling the second time. But remember, they pulled off a couple of takedowns with 5 and 10 seconds to go.
Vetch continues to be aggressive, but we have 3 seconds to go, and Steve Vetch will win at heavyweight. He gets 2 at the bell, but it really doesn't matter whether he gets it or not. We'll just give him a 4-3 score. I think it happened after the buzzer. Vetch wins for Lehigh University. 3 team points on the board, and we end 24 for Iowa State and 15 for Lehigh. Closing comments, Larry Sheridan.
Well, I think the final score was a lot closer than predicted. We were picking Lehigh to win 2 and lose 8. And as it turned out, Lehigh came through with 3 victories and narrowed the gap 24-15. So it was a good bout. And as I said, Iowa State has this real match coming up tomorrow night against first or second ranked Penn State. But I thought the intensity of the battle was there, but Iowa State got off on a fast start. Hartman, Epperly, and Frick all losing to Summit, Kelly, and Gibbons, and that told the story right then and there.
And Lehigh, of course, winning 4. Peter Yazzo with a fall, looking very good. Chet Watkins had an excellent appearance, and that was really a big victory for Lehigh. Watkins won, and then Ivan Boyson won at 77, and Steve Vetch won at heavyweight. So 6 matches won by Iowa State, 4 by Lehigh. Cyclones win at 24-15. Their season's record now 11-1. Lehigh's season's record now moves to 4-8. We would like to thank our friends out on the Iowa Public Broadcasting Network. We hope you've enjoyed it, and we hope to see more of your Iowa State and University of Iowa matches right here on our own television station, Channel 39 in the Lehigh Valley. So till next time, locally it'll be, of course, Lehigh versus Navy coming up next week. This is Shel Siegel saying so long from Grace Hall with Larry Sheridan. We're on the campus of Lehigh University in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Incorporated, manufacturers of quality candies for over 50 years. The series is also made possible through Channel 39 membership contributions.
May we have a little of your time? Channel 39's 12th Great On-Air Auction is just around the corner, April 26th to May 2nd. Volunteers are needed now to pick up donated merchandise. 39er merchandisers earn valuable prizes while having the satisfaction of helping our public television station. Call the auction office at 867-4677 weekdays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for further details.
Tenor Placido Domingo is featured in his first solo concert on public television Wednesday at 8 p.m. live from Lincoln Center on Great Performances. Major funding for this telecast was provided by underwriting grants from Rodale Press of Emmaus, Pennsylvania, Sheridan Printing Company of Alpha, New Jersey, printers of technical and commercial publications, the Naval Academy Alumni Association, Lehigh University, the Lehigh University Alumni Association, Lehigh Home Club, and the Lehigh Wrestling Club, and by Channel 39 membership contributions.
Hello, wrestling fans, and welcome to Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University, where today Lehigh University hosts the midshipmen of the United States Naval Academy. This is Shel Siegel along with Larry Sheridan, set to bring you all the action, color, and thrills of the best in Eastern College wrestling, made possible through the remote television facilities of WLVT TV Channel 39, public television in the Lehigh Valley. And Larry, this is one of the great traditional matches that everybody around in the Bethlehem Lehigh Valley area looks forward to. Lehigh and Navy, and we're back here at Grace Hall, the scene of many great matches of the past.
Well, for Navy, they're in their 78th year with wrestling. It started way back in 1910, about the same time Lehigh did, and they've wrestled 66 times, so this is the 67th meeting between the two. And it's one of the great traditions, Shel. Lehigh, of course, and Penn State and Lehigh Navy. So this always brings the crowd to a great battle between two good wrestling schools.
Let's take a look at the records of the two teams, and they are almost diametrically opposite. First, we'll take a look at Navy. Navy has a season's record of 8-3, and there you see some of the competition that Navy has had during the first half of the season. And in our second graphic, Larry, we'll look at some of the competition that the midshipmen have had in the second half of the season. And I think it's interesting to note that even though their record is 8-3, they just have not wrestled the caliber of teams that Lehigh has wrestled, although there are some common opponents.
Well, the common opponents are Wilkes, Penn State, and Pitt. Lehigh losing to Penn State and Pitt, but Lehigh beat Wilkes and Navy lost to Wilkes. That could be a measuring spoon, but I'll tell you, when Navy comes here, they get psyched up. They love this crowd, and they're going to give Lehigh a tremendous battle.
Taking a look at Lehigh University's record on the season, the brown and white, a record of 4-8, and as we mentioned, wrestling certainly the toughest schedule of any team in the country that is a private university. Lehigh 4-8. They've lost some tough matches, but as we take a look at the second graphic, you're going to see in the most recent matches a better showing against Iowa State than many people expected, losing only 24-15. Impressive win against Army. They did lose to Penn State and did have a good match. So actually, Lehigh, at least in the last few bouts, seemingly beginning to gel, mostly, I guess, due to the way the team has come back with Peter Yazzo in the lineup.
Absolutely. He's 6 points every time Lehigh wrestles, and the guy not only is the team captain and the team leader, and he has so much vibrance he brings it into the team, and they really wrestle tremendously when he's out there. When he's not there, they're kind of flat. He's the team leader, and it's great to have him back in there.
Let's take a look now at three of the outstanding wrestlers that are on this Navy team, and we expect that we'll be seeing all three of them in their matchups this evening. At 134-pound, Matt Treaster. At 142, Craig DeLorso. And at 190, Scott Kelly. Tell us something about these three fine wrestlers, Larry.
Well, Treaster's, I believe, 20-7 right now. He was 5th in the Nationals last year, placing 2nd in the Eastern. So he's a great competitive wrestler, and I feel he's going to give Lehigh's grappler a tremendous battle. DeLorso is team captain. He's coming on with a 19-4-2 record, although he has the enviable task of trying to beat Lehigh's nationally ranked #1 wrestler, Yazzo. And Scott Kelly was a runner-up at the state championships that we televised several years ago, and he's come on very strong, now with a 22-0-1 record, with a tie against Voigt of Penn State. And he's a great competitor, and this year has really been a fantastic year for Scott Kelly, and he's a kid that I feel is probably the best that's down there with the midshipmen right now.
Let's take a look at two outstanding wrestlers we're going to be looking at for Lehigh University. And one of them, of course, Jim Frick, is going to be matched up against Treaster. And, of course, the other, team captain Peter Yazzo at 142.
They're Lehigh's only seniors. They'll be getting there today. Last chance against Navy in a dual meet. Frick has done remarkably well, although he's wrestled most of his bouts at 142. But now he's down 34, and he's rather strong and looking very tough. On the other hand, we have Yazzo, who won the Easterns twice, or 3 times rather, and now has been a 2nd and a 3rd in the NCAA. He's ranked #1 in the country at 142, and he's really looking great, and despite the fact that he suffered a tremendous injury to his foot. He's just put that behind him, and he's going out, as he said, to get that national title.
Larry, before we close, we got to say a few words about Ed Peary, Navy's great coach, and I think of all the visiting coaches, whenever they come in here, there's always a special feeling for Ed Peary, and I think Ed's got a special feeling for Lehigh University.
And not only for Lehigh, but for wrestling. He's one of the deans of wrestling whether it's the East or nationally. He has done tremendously. He's 27 years as a coach. He's really been in wrestling all his life. He graduated when he was at Pitt. He was a 3-time national champion, as with his brother and his father. Although he graduated with a civil engineering degree in Pitt, he's using all that engineering to work a team effort together to come up here, and he's just been a fantastic person to have in wrestling.
And it's always a pleasure to welcome Ed Peary and the Navy team to Lehigh University. That's it. That's our pre-match look at the great traditional battle between Lehigh and Navy, and we'll have all the action coming up for you in just a moment.
Back pain, it's the most common cause of disability in America. On the next Health Matters, you'll learn why, what causes back pain, and what you can do to prevent it. Also, find out about a controversial treatment for slip discs. All on the next Health Matters, your complete source of medical news and health information. Wednesday at 7:30, Saturday at 4, and Sunday afternoon at 5:30.
Channel 39's coverage of Lehigh University wrestling continues on Sunday morning at 11 when the Engineers take on the Orangemen from Syracuse University. Don't miss Lehigh versus Syracuse College Wrestling Sunday morning at 11 here on membership-supported Channel 39.
We welcome you back to Grace Hall here on the Lehigh University campus. Shel Siegel and Larry Sheridan set to bring you all the action as we prepare to introduce the wrestlers for Navy at 118 pounds, Mike DiNardo. And his opponent for Lehigh at 118 pounds will be Rick Hartman. Adam Sturboy, who will wrestle at 126 for Navy. And John Epperly being introduced along with Ed Regan on the mat, although we expect it will be Epperly. Matt Treaster, 20-7 at 134, and Jim Frick, 13-8 for Lehigh. At 142, Captain Craig DeLorso. For Lehigh, Captain Peter Yazzo. At 150 for Navy, sophomore Paul Radomski. For Lehigh, junior Chad Watkins, who did that brilliant job last week against Iowa State, winning his match. At 158, Aaron Peters will wrestle. Scott Schleicher, who usually wrestles in this position from Allentown, Pennsylvania, had surgery, arthroscopic surgery on his knee and will miss this match today. Tom Togus for Lehigh at 158. Tom Tierney, a junior from Bayshore, New York, for Navy at 167. Derek Brophy for Lehigh. At 177, Ron Neff. For Lehigh, Ivan Boyson. At 190, two will be introduced. Scott Kelly and J.D. Cook, both being introduced for Navy. And Mike Eckberg for Lehigh. At heavyweight, John Devine of Navy, and for Lehigh, Steve Vetch. The official is John Osage. And we are preparing to go now at 118 pounds for Navy with a record of 11-11. A junior from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Mike DiNardo. For Lehigh, 118, sophomore from Lakewood, Ohio, Rick Hartman. And now the voice of Lehigh wrestling for 18 consecutive seasons, Larry Sheridan.
Thank you, Shel. Great to be here in a traditional rivalry between these two good wrestling schools. Lehigh's Hartman reaching for a leg, but they're close to being out of bounds. Interesting story about DiNardo. He spent, he did wrestle in high school, but his freshman year, the plebe year at the academy, was a member of the powerlifting squad and even lettered in there in 1985. And now he's decided to come out for wrestling. Did his grappling at Upper St. Clair, and Lehigh gaining a takedown.
Out of bounds.
He said,
has a stalling warning. No control
changed his mind, no takedown, and we're back up on our feet in a neutral position, but they gave stalling against Navy because he locked in a position, didn't make an attempt to break free. So we have a stalling warning on that situation. And now we get a point against Navy, a point for Lehigh, and we get a takedown simultaneously, and it becomes 3-0. Immediately stand up. Hartman of Lehigh leading Bernardo out of the academy. 3-zip with 1.5 minutes remaining in the first period. College wrestling, 7 minutes in length. First period being 3 minutes. Second and third period, 2 minutes each. So you get 3-2-2, and that's 7.
Minute and 15 to go in the first period. Rick Hartman of Lehigh out in front of Mike.
Hartman in on that single again, but broken off by Bernardo so far. Countering the action. Drop to the mat. Still no control for the Lehigh grappler. Now he gets the 2. Leads 5-1. Ed Perry down there pacing the bench in that area. No stranger to the Grace Hall. As Lehigh's Hartman now has over 30 seconds time advantage. Assistant coach at Navy.
Lehigh, you're stalling back there. Bring him down.
Stalling against Lehigh, hanging on.
You're down.
In other words, he made no attempt to drop his opponent. Navy has a great trio of assistant wrestling coaches, starting with Reggie Wicks, who formerly wrestled at Iowa State and won the national crown in 1968. Wayne Hicks, a name familiar to a lot of Lehigh fans because of his great battles with Lehigh's Billy Stewart. He's a runner-up in the Nationals, losing to Stewart, as a matter of fact. And one name that's familiar to a lot of the Lehigh fans in the Darrell Burley days.
Period comes to a conclusion with Rick Hartman leading 5-1. Larry, let's look at that second takedown by Rick Hartman.
He's got his eyes in on that leg. He lifts the elbow, clears the way, clears the path for his head, and continually dogs that right leg, then lifts, drops him. No control yet.
Score is correct, 5-1. There's no points on there.
And there, now, when he slips that arm in.
His was the warning. His first time, okay? Your choice.
Yeah.
Ready to go here in the second period. A 5-1 lead for Rick Hartman of Lehigh over Mike DiNardo of Navy.
Set.
Lehigh on the season a record of 4-8. Navy on the season a record of 8-3.
Hartman trying to gain a 2-point near fall. In contrast to last year when we used to get the cheapies, the quick tilts. That's out. You now have to hold that position for 2 seconds or more. For those fans down there in the Baltimore area watching, that's the rules this year. 2 seconds in order to gain a near fall.
Escape 5-1. .119 to go in the second period.
Hartman, nice ankle pick. Being able to master the takedowns in these situations.
This, of course, is a long series, as we mentioned, dating back to 1909. Navy leads in the series 36-30.
We could get stalling here if nothing happens, or a stalemate. I would call stalling. But I'm sitting here 100 feet away, and John Osage is a lot closer. Nothing's really happening. Here comes something. Absolutely. I don't disagree. You have to take the man down or make an attempt to take him down.
More of an attempt to bring him down.
You're right, John. That's how we saw it. And I'm sure Nancy Shove down there in Green Street agrees with me. Former Lehigh fan, now living in Annapolis, might have to change her allegiance. "20 seconds left, second period. Hartman trying to gain a takedown. He's ahead by 4. Misses on that angle where he swept before. Here you see Coach Turner in the background. Assistant coach Jim Riley. Associate coach or assistant coach also Tom Hutchison.
Let's look at the ankle pick, Larry, that maneuver.
Nice sweep. Just gets behind, pulls, keeps the anchor up under the left shoulder. And we go to a neutral position.
Neutral, Navy.
Well, we have a moment. We would like to welcome our friends in the Maryland area watching on the Maryland Public Broadcasting Network. .145 to go in the match. 7-4 lead, Hartman.
Hartman in deep, but there's no takedown yet, and it may end up a stalemate unless the Navy wrestler DiNardo can swing over the top and tie up a cross body ride. But with that anchor on the left leg, well, I'll call a stalemate.
Larry, when you talk about tradition, a lot of people may not realize that Navy was the second team that Lehigh ever wrestled in a dual wrestling meet. And I wonder how many people can name the first opponent Lehigh ever had.
Well, was it Lafayette or Brown? Those are two schools you can clear the record of.
We don't know. We're going to let you know next week in our next broadcast, but think about it.
1:13 left, third period. This period started in a neutral position. They're still there. Lehigh's Hartman in on the leg. He has a guaranteed point for time. If he flips out the left arm, he's got a takedown. But there's no control, and we may end up in a stalemate situation again. Unless Hartman can pull the left arm out.
No takedown.
And I don't think DiNardo's going to cooperate with that situation, so we'll probably get a stalemate in a few seconds. There we go. About the third or fourth stalemate. But there's no sense for DiNardo to let go. He gives up 2. He figures, hey, I'll hang on here. I'm only down by 3, actually 3 on the board. Hartman in again and another stalling. 1 point for Lehigh plus a takedown. So that makes it 10-4 plus a guaranteed point for time. So it's 11-4 for the engineer.
Hartman is going to try to let him up and take him down to see if he can't pick up that major decision here. He needs a takedown in the last 10 seconds.
He may get shrugged if he doesn't get off his knee, and the 2 points will end up on Navy's side.
Well, it really won't matter at this point, Larry. It's really worth going for it. And he does not succeed in getting the major decision, but he does win by a score of 11-5. And at the end of 118 pounds, the team score: Lehigh University 3 and Navy nothing. Ready to go at 126, Adam Sturbois, 0-1 from Athens, Ohio, on the mat for Navy. John Epperly on the mat for Lehigh. He's a freshman, 15-6-2. Sturbois was a late starter. The original listing in the program was for John Kaner, who regularly wrestles at 126 for Navy. He has a 13-11 record this season. As we mentioned earlier, Scott Schleicher, who many would have liked to have seen wrestle for Navy today, the youngster from Allentown, Pennsylvania, at 158, had arthroscopic surgery on his knee earlier in the week. Ed Peary is confident that he will be back shortly in the lineup, but he will not wrestle today for Navy. Lehigh has a edge in the last 11 meetings between the two teams. The brown and white have won 9 out of 11 since 1975. But Navy, as we mentioned, holds the overall record, 36-30. Last year, of course, Lehigh won by a score of 28-12. However, Navy did finish higher than Lehigh by 1.5 points in the EIWA tournament.
So 1:40 left, first period being in 3 minutes of length, so we're almost halfway through. Epperly very good on his feet, not being able to take the Navy wrestler to his mat in his best position, which is on their feet. Epperly, a 3-time state champion out of Virginia. He's a freshman at Lehigh. This is only the second bout for the Athens, Ohio wrestler representing the United States Naval Academy.
Last time out, Epperly lost a tough bout to Billy Kelly of Iowa State, nationally ranked by a score of 8-2. He had lost to Kelly earlier, 8-6 in the Matttown tournament. Nevertheless, as a freshman, an impressive 15-6-2 record against some of the toughest competition in America.
Oh, he's caught in his uniform there.
52 seconds to go in the period.
You'd heard the ref.
Dr. John Hosage, the official.
Still no takedown. 40 seconds. Nice trip, but they run out of real estate. The 32-foot circle. 41 seconds left. Still a tie.
In the background, the Lehigh coaching staff, Thad Turner, Jim Riley, and Tom Hutchison on the bench.
You know, Shell, it's too bad that it's not too bad for the Adams Du Bois, but with 20 seconds left, John Keener, who was to wrestle at this weight, or Kaner, went to the high school with Epperly. So there, with 15 seconds to go, a nice duck under by the Navy wrestler, but they ran out of bounds. 10 seconds left. Would have been interesting to have two kids from the same high school going at it. Both from J.W. Robinson High School in Fairfax, Virginia. John Kaner.
Both in the same weight class, too, which is odd.
And with 5 seconds to go, the Lehigh grappler gets a nice pass and a takedown. The 2-point lead.
Let's take a look at that takedown in the closing moments, Larry.
Okay, ducks under, just really off the shrug, slides around the back, and that all happened with about 3 seconds where the referee put his hand in the air. So that gives Epperly 2-0 lead. This is where Lehigh has to be strong in order to come out the victor in this battle. In the first 4 bouts against Iowa State, Lehigh lost 3 of the first 4. Against Navy, they've got to win 3. They've got to win at least half. So losing 3 of the first 4 against Iowa State put them in position that, because of the fact that they don't have strength in the upper weights, they had negative yardage to start. Now they're ahead by 3, and Epperly looking to increase his lead and increase Lehigh's lead.
There is one bout, Larry, that, of course, there's the highlight bout of the day, if you can call it that. I would suggest it probably would be the Yazzo Delorso bout at 142. Epperly drops in.
Okay. I guess it's clear to all those high school kids that are watching wrestling, when you pick up the leg, and we have a momentary timeout. I guess when he landed on his shoulder.
Let's take a look at it, Larry.
Watch the leg, watch the sweep. He goes in. Now he picks up this leg. Now watch the sweep of the left leg. Just get the left leg out of the way by just dancing around, and then you'll see the sweep. There it is, back of the leg.
Can you kneel? Come on in a kneeling position.
So maybe when they drop, he might have whacked out some of the wind. But that's only conjecture. As
we mentioned earlier, Larry,
can you breathe now?
Part of the underwriting cost today of this telecast covered by the Naval Academy Athletic Association. Just as the Naval Academy has a responsibility for the professional intellectual development of midshipmen, it also fulfills its responsibility for their physical development. 23 men's and 10 women's varsity sports. plus a major intramural program at the Naval Academy, and all midshipmen are required to participate in all of these programs, either in the intercollegiate or intramural level.
Epperly up front trying to gain a cradle, has a connection but not the position. Now tries to roll him through and gain a two-pointer, but doesn't, but has a 5-point lead with 50 seconds left, second period. John Epperly, a freshman out of Fairfax, Virginia.
Larry would also like to say hello to our good friend Tom Bates, Director of Sports Information at the Naval Academy, formerly at Lafayette College.
He was down there when Tom Davis was down there. Now Davis is out coaching the basketball team at Iowa.
Always good. Tom did not accompany the team, but we would like to say hello to Tom Bates and all his great people in the public relations and public information department down at Annapolis.
Well, they were very responsive to me when I called to get a sports brochure. I thank them for sending it up, and want Tom to know his staff handled my call well, which is more than I can say for some schools that I called. I never got the brochure.
Period ends, and it's still a 5-0 lead for Epperly, the freshman from Lehigh, over Adam Sturbois, sophomore from the Naval Academy. Sturbois hails from Athens, Ohio. Epperly, of course, from Fairfax, Virginia.
Joe, when we're talking about the SID office, in the brochure is a fantastic article on 78 Years of Excellence by Rick Christ, and he did a fabulous job, and I would just want to recognize that and acknowledge his mentioning of my father's name, Billy Sheridan, who was a coach at Lehigh back in 1911 through 1952. And I appreciate his kindness in that comment about my dad. And the article itself, from the beginning to the end, is well written, and I remember all those names that he wrote about, at least from about 1945 on, starting with Mickey McDonald.
Minute and a half to go in the third period. Lehigh leading 3-0.
Epperly trying to get a tilt, but they're close to the edge of the bound, and warning has been issued against the Navy wrestler. It's out of bounds. We're in the third and final period, and again, the third period light's not working, so I've got a condition reflex show, and I don't see a light up there. I know it's third period.
Also, Epperly has riding time just about assured, so he'll have a point there. I'm somewhat surprised, Larry, that he doesn't try to let him up for a takedown to see if he can't pick up perhaps that major decision, because it doesn't look like Sturbois is going to cooperate.
Well, he's got one thing in mind, and that's to get some near fall points, and he's done everything possibly to turn him over. And we have a warning and a point now. It's now 6-0 plus one on the board.
Now the next one would give him the 8-point margin. He has a 6-0 lead. He has riding time assured for the 7th. And we've got 35 seconds to go. So Sturbois will have to have a little action on the bottom there, or he'll lose a point, and perhaps a major decision will involve here.
I think you're now going to get a... Tom Hutchison, assistant coach, gives the signal. Let him up. There you see Tom with his hands between his legs. Gentlemen taking notice, Jim Riley, former Lehigh Eastern champ.
Here is more injury time coming up here as Sturbois appears to be a little bit winded.
Ed, you have a bucket? Feels like it's coming up.
We want to remind our viewers in the Lehigh Valley area of two major sports events coming up on the schedule.
I don't think so.
And those, of course, would be the EIWA tournament, which will be on Sunday, March 8th for the 16th season. Channel 39 will originate that for the Eastern Educational Television Network, and then we'll have the state high school championships the following Sunday on March 15. Now, as Larry mentioned, Epperly will let him up and try to effect a takedown in the last 20 seconds. And he gets it. And that will give him the major decision if he can hang on for the remaining seconds.
You get 1 extra point if you beat your opponent by 8 or more, and if you beat him by 12 or more, you get another point, and of course you beat him by 15 or more, it's 6 points. And that's it, 9-1 final score. That's 8, spread of 8. That's 14 points, so that'll be 7-0 going into 134.
Look at that final takedown, Larry.
This works off this position, goes off a semi-shrug, hangs on, and then picks up that far ankle. You got to anchor down behind the neck, as he did, and lift that left ankle. This should be a good battle against two experienced wrestlers. Treister, in particular, with his second-place finish at 126 last year, and also 5th in the Nationals. He comes from a lineage of good grapplers. The Frick making a post position and gaining a takedown. Now, when I say a post, the post is the right hand slips over across the knee, you yank across. That's all it's called. I don't care where you go, it's a post hold. And it's quick. Frick maintaining control. Frick, one of 2 seniors in the Lehigh lineup. Treister from Kansas.
Frick, of course, has wrestled perhaps the toughest schedule in the country as far as a 134, certainly Eastern schools.
Frick up too high and is going to lose his opponent to an escape. It's now 2-1.
Jim has a record of 13-8 and has wrestled practically the entire season for Lehigh. He's a senior, Columbia, New Jersey.
Still bothered and hampered from time to time with a shoulder injury.
The name is familiar to the fans in the Baltimore area. His brother, of course, national champion Mike Frick.
During his high school career, Treister won 4 state championships at Beloit High School in Kansas. Frick in again on that single, but a nice counter move come through by Treister negate that attempt. And this is a situation, Sheldon, you and I see so often where Frick is the aggressor, goes in for the takedown, makes the first move, but never gets countered. But in this time he came through. Now leads 4-1. Treister ranked 12th in the nation at this weight class by National Mad News, and sitting there with a 20-7 record to date. Frick 13-8 with 2 ties. Congratulations to the Penn State team for knocking off Iowa State the other night. Very close bout, 19-15 final score. Penn State defeating Iowa State. And it was really close, Shell. There was 3 draws and 3 bouts decided by 1 point. So 6 of them went by 6 out of the 10 were very, very close. And of course, a local favorite, Andy Voigt from Dierup over in Allen, did a yeoman's job gaining a draw against the #1 grappler in the nation at that weight class. Frick getting momentarily trapped, but the buzzer saves him, and he stayed in control. Treister tried to come through with a Granby.
First takedown, Larry.
Okay, he's in just on the double. Counters on a short arm drag. Again, now gets that ankle pick, which Lehigh wrestlers have been working nicely on today. A couple of times picking up that ankle. But Andy Voigt gained a tie with the Iowa State wrestler, 190.
Take it.
And that enabled Penn State to win, even though they lost heavyweight by a 2-1 score. Frick trying to put Treister towards his back, went up front with an underhook, pulled him back, but he's going to lose control and probably end up in a neutral position or a shrug. And there's a neutral. 4-2 on the board.
1:26 to go in the second period. Lehigh 7, Navy nothing. Here at 134 pounds, we're at Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Crowd of, I would say, the best, certainly the best Grace Hall crowd. It's just about sold out, Larry.
Yeah, I would say we've got 3,300 then on the Sheridan meter.
And of course, Lehigh usually wrestles at Stabler Arena. That arena is used for another purpose this afternoon. So we're back here at Grace Hall, and we are packed. Very few empty seats. Just about a sellout. Kind of like the old days, Larry.
Some old-timers have come back, and I certainly don't want to put Al Lewis in there or Bill Fulmer, but I saw Al down there before. Former wrestler at Lehigh, whose father and uncle were so instrumental in the Lehigh program, the Lewis brothers. He's sitting down there watching it with Lee Barthold, and nice to have him here. And Jim Hagee came all the way from the other side of town to see this. He said he wouldn't miss it for the world. He was here at 1 o'clock. 20 seconds left.
Second period.
Second period. We have stalling against Lehigh's Frick. Situation there that Treaster was making the moves and Frick was doing the counter. Treaster wrestling into the sunlight there for a moment.
You have a stalling warning, Lehigh, now. Okay, he took the last 3 shots.
Voice of John Osage, the official, telling Jim Frick about his stalling warning.
Good choice. Okay.
Ready to go in the third period now. Frick trying to hang on. It should be a very, very big win for Lehigh to win this third one, with Peter Yazzo yet to come up at 142. The possibility, at least, of taking 4 in a row.
Frick breaks free, gains an escape. Worked very hard in that combination. He has almost 2 minutes time advantage over his Navy opponent. As a matter of fact, 1 minute and 50 seconds.
He's got to remain aggressive right here, Larry, because the next warning, of course, will be a point.
He got bumped in the eye.
Momentary time.
My time's bleeding.
There may be some shuffling, Larry, when we get up in the heavier weights. Ed Perry, before the match, took out a piece of paper.
And he's backing.
And the Navy wrestler
he took 3 real good
actually just fell over in a feint to the right. I don't know if we have a picture of that, Larry. We'll take a look at what caused the timeout.
Now, I can't take time on him right now because you're...
And you see here, right there is where Frick got hit, but that's not what we're talking about. Because when we did have the break, you can see in the upper right corner of the picture, the Navy wrestler, Matt Treaster, was just standing talking to the coach, and he just absolutely fell over.
I've been watching wrestling 50 of my 55 years, and I never saw that occur. Certainly, that bang.
It looked like Frick was the one that hit, but the headgears hit.
Right now, we're on his bleeding injury time.
They hit.
He's cut pretty bad.
So we have a situation here where the original timeout is called because of the bleeding injury to Jim Frick. So time is not running, but the Navy wrestler, Treaster, just passed out for a moment. And he gets a hand from the fans, because he seems to be all right now. He just fell over, Larry.
Yeah, my daughter's sitting over there, and she's wondering what happened.
He's cut too.
She's sitting there rather concerned. Right under your Channel 39 sign, Shell. I told them to make sure they sit there. But
stop. We've got a lot of time to wrestle, so...
Frick really got himself a bump.
That was the headgear, I think, hitting, but I think...
No, I think their heads hit. 2 worlds collide, and I get the feeling that Treaster walked over there, and all of a sudden it caught up to him, and the bell just went bingo, and down he went.
I don't think he realized he was cut. Either he realized and... He's cut too.
Those heads
on
hit.
Top of his head, though. There's not much you're going to be able to do.
That's where Frick got hit. You saw his headgear go snapping back, and the middle of Treaster's head hit Frick. Frick gets a cut. Treaster takes a 10-yard walk, and bingo, drops like a rock.
Now, the interesting thing here, Larry, is that although they can wait an interminable length of time in a bleeding injury, the only way you could really end this would be if Frick can't continue and he has to default. If that bleeding cannot be stopped, and he is leading 5-2, he's got almost 2 minutes of riding time.
Nobody's charged on
well, we always kid, and we do kid, because although those injuries can be serious, you don't count injury time for bleeding. And what occurred in this situation at Treaster,
technically we're on his injury time, so
Osage.
really you could coach. Yeah.
That's the voice of John Osage. Now he's coming over to talk to Turner now. Let's listen.
Well, you can't have both.
They're wrapping him pretty well. He should be okay on the top. They're putting some gauze and tape on him. He should hold.
That's John Osage talking. He's on the other side. There he is.
You going to put tape around him too, or?
Not if we have to, we will. But John, I don't think this is enough.
Tough spot.
No, I know. The doctor, trainer looking at him. Thad Turner, coach.
I think we're getting a butterfly bandage.
I guess they both kind of shot at the same time.
Just to try to pace these wrestlers back together again.
I remember one time watching a kid up at, I was the referee, as a matter of fact. Bill Young was then the coach at Parkland, and I saw him here the other night. He had one of his wrestlers get a hit like that, and they kept wrapping his head in bandages, and by the time the kid was off, the headgear wouldn't fit. I mean, it looked like he had a turban, but he was an aggressive kid, and he stayed in there, and he won the match.
You got to tell me. I may not notice it. So if you can't see, you know, get my attention, grab me, tell me, holler, I'll stop it. But I may not see it, so don't depend upon me seeing it.
This is a first shell in a long time that I ever see something like this. And when Treaster dropped, he dropped with a thud. It was just bang.
He just fainted. I was watching it. He just no one was near him. He just fell over backwards right on the mat.
All right, walk it out before you're ready.
And now you see Matt's going to walk around, and he gets a great hand. Both wrestlers getting a big hand for. They're going to finish this 133, Larry, no matter what.
Okay. I'm surprised Fricky doesn't have any tape on his.
No problem. Okay.
But
we don't know how much of the blood on Matt Treaster belongs to Jim Frick under that bandage.
Okay.
Because Jim really was bleeding profusely for a moment there. Even though Larry mentioned he's got nothing but a little Band-Aid on there now. Now we're ready to go.
Okay, guys, we're ready.
Shake hands, and we'll go the last minute and a half.
And of course that can cool you down when you've got the intensity going and literally the adrenaline flowing. Frick comes up, gains the takedown, leads by 7-2.
Riding time assured now, so
not
it would
yet,
be
Shell. Well, technically, it's not assured. He has 2 minutes with a 1:10 to go, so if he reversed, he could wipe it out.
But you're right.
Technically, right now, you're correct.
We got it. You couldn't have waited another 6 seconds and said I was right, Sheridan?
No, I ought to be fair to Uncle Sam's finest. You know, I get Navy. I still have a love for the United States Navy. And I think now we're going to tape Frick's up. We have 55 seconds left.
I'm going to need some gauze or something to wipe that up when you have a chance.
You know, Mike is going to want to finish this. Jim is going to want to finish this match.
Okay.
They're going to wrap it. So that'll take a few minutes to do some wrapping, and
that's not going to stop. So up here, put a wrap on somewhat like that.
Take a look at that takedown now by Jim Frick, Larry, just preceding this last time out.
We have a minute to go.
Oh, God, they hit heads again.
Yep,
I tell you, I think both of them need to put horns up there and they kill one another if they had a unicorn.
Yeah, same thing again, yeah.
But, you know, it happens so quickly. They're both square to square, nose to nose, and they go in and bingo. So, while it's nice to have the headgear, it protects the ear, but it does little for the forehead.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
And all the gray matter behind it. But this is... they bonk heads again.
You guys dig up a towel back there for me, please, or some gauze.
This is a situation where
we want to remind you that major funding for this telecast is provided by an underwriting grant from Rodale Press of Emmaus, Pennsylvania. The Sheridan Printing Company of Alpha, New Jersey, printers of technical and commercial publications. The Naval Academy Alumni Association. Lehigh University, the Lehigh University Alumni Association, the Lehigh Home Club, and the Lehigh Wrestling Club. And this program is made possible in part through your local Channel 39 membership contribution. Shel Siegel and Larry Sheridan back at Grace Hall, where we have a delay as they patch up Jim Frick here at 134 pounds. Matt Treaster on the other side for Navy, also injured, already has a bandage around his head.
Shel, while we got a moment, I'd like to tell the people that one of the great battles last night, Bloomsburg, ranked in the top 10 of the United States wrestling schools, defeated Pitt 29-15. Sorry to tell the Carter soccer fans that Matt Gerhardt ended up in the short end of being pinned during that dual bout. So, and earlier today there was action here. Navy JVs come in and annihilated the Lehigh JV team 44-3. Lehigh forfeiting 190 in heavyweight.
Ready to go now. We're going down and try to wrestle the final 50 seconds.
Okay, Lehigh's Frick leading 7-3 on the board with a point for time advantage, so he really has a 5-point lead over Matt Treaster of Navy. Again, Treaster goes in, and I got to feel, Shel, a kid of his ability, and I'm saying he's a very good wrestler. That situation, I think, is part of that injury. He just doesn't have 100% of his coordination. Frick just shrugged him and he went by, and he's getting dizzy again. And this is exactly where we are.
You okay? Tell me when you're ready. No problem. You're hurt. Don't wrestle.
It's just a cramp.
Okay. Well, get it out.
It's out.
You okay? Time in. Take it.
Frick is going to let him up to try to convert a major decision here. He'll need a takedown in the last 30 seconds in order to do it. If Frick can take him down, he would have an 8-point spread. Tries to spin around, and as he did, Treaster just wasn't there.
Well, that was a Darrell Burley special that we saw. Treaster making
Treaster tries a headlock. There's the takedown, and if Frick holds on, it'll be the second consecutive major decision for Lehigh University. And with the victory, which will be 12-4, Jim Frick has given Lehigh 3 in a row, and the score now is Lehigh 11, Navy nothing. We'll have more wrestling coming up in just a moment.
Channel 39's coverage of Lehigh University wrestling continues on Sunday morning at 11 when the Engineers take on the Orangemen from Syracuse University. Don't miss Lehigh versus Syracuse College Wrestling Sunday morning at 11 here on membership-supported Channel 39.
Lear has provided transmission costs for the brain. Lear offers rehabilitation.
We welcome you back to Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University. Shel Siegel, Larry Sheridan bringing you the action in what could be the premier bout of the day. Lehigh's #1 nationally ranked wrestler, Peter Yazzo, at 142 pounds, captain of the Lehigh team, 9-2. Craig Delorso, I believe he's captain of the Navy team, Larry.
He certainly is.
19-4-2.
His record belies where he's not ranked. I don't understand. He's not even ranked in the top 20, and in my books, a guy with the record he has and the abilities he has should be up there.
For the benefit of the fans in the Annapolis-Baltimore area, Yazzo injured himself several weeks ago, a very bad injury to his foot. It was felt he might not wrestle at all the remaining part of this season. Came back and remarkably has won 3 in a row since returning, defeating Mike Carr of Iowa State, Matt Carroll of Maryland, and Mike French of Army.
No takedown yet. He dropped to the mat, and they're out of bounds. And he gets 2 because he had a cross body ride on him as he went out of bounds in that situation. Yazzo getting a little bump in the mouth in that situation. Here's a kid that Delorso, who we watched, Shel, and when we do the PIAA championship, he was a PIAA champion in 1983 when he wrestled at
Canonsburg, Pennsylvania.
Canon McMillan High School. He was the Eastern champ at 134 his plebe year and was 3rd last year.
several Pennsylvania wrestlers in this Navy lineup tonight. Actually, 4 of them. Mike DiNardo from Pittsburgh at 118. Aaron Peters we'll see at 158. Scott Kelly at 190. And here's Craig DeLorso at 142 from Kansas.
Yazzo up front trying to gain a cradle, but they cross the line and go out of bounds, and he's still in control.
Well, they nearly got the Buddha there. Joe Ryan went over quickly.
One thing a lot of people forget, the Pittsburgh coach, in addition to being a 3-time NCAA champion, was also a 2-time state champion. So he knows how good Pennsylvania wrestling is, and that's why we always see him at the PIAA tournament, and he always successful in recruiting state champions from Pennsylvania to head down to the Naval Academy. And Pennsylvania is a good wrestling state when 6 of the top 20 schools in the nation are from Pennsylvania.
Larry, without looking, would you like to take a flying guess at how many matches, dual matches, Ed Peary has won in his coaching career? I think
27
even
years.
The most blasé of us.
27 years, if he did 10 a year, he's got to have over 250 to 300.
Well, he's got 303.
Okay.
That's a lot of wins. 303 wins and 89 losses is Peary's record. Thad Turner's record, 164 and 91. Thad has coached for a much shorter time, of course, for Lehigh.
You see the time, 10 seconds left. You see Lehigh's Thad Turner on his knee back there, just watching his star performer stay in control over the Navy captain, DeLorso.
Navy. Good choice, Craig.
During the season, Yazzo had lost to Tim Krieger of Iowa State by a criteria decision earlier on in the season. They tied at 4-4, and then Yazzo lost that. And then, of course, he had to give up a loss by default when he had his injury against Mike Arena of Hofstra in the Sheridan tournament. Second period.
Hands up and gains the escape, leading by 3. Yazzo, 3-time Eastern champion. Placed 3rd and 2nd in the NCAA, 2nd last year, 3rd the year before. DeLorso not willing to get too close to Yazzo because of his famous power trip. Trying to wrestle him at arm's length, basically, as Yazzo gets in tight. He's very tough when he's nose to nose with you, right in that situation. A lot of Olympic body throws, upper body movement. And there you see DeLorso walking off the mat, going to get nailed.
Stalling call on DeLorso.
And Coach Peary saying, get back in there and cut dancing around. Let's get in and take them on.
Lehigh leading 11-0. Thad Turner has to be, well, he couldn't be happier winning 3 in a row, Larry. You said Lehigh needed 3 or 4 at least. Now Yazzo swings around, gets 2, leads 5-0.
Has over 2 minutes time advantage at this point. Trying to work up.
Hold it. He's hurt. He's hurt. Hold it.
We got another timeout. Don't know how that situation occurred, but this is the busiest that we've seen any trainer in the last bout and this bout. And I hope you have enough tape down in the truck, Shell. This may run at 3 hours. But he bumped his head. You heard him. Navy Captain Craig DeLorso, a senior out of Canonsburg, majoring in oceanography.
45 seconds to go in this period, right? Behind 5-0.
Yazzo leading 5-0, has almost 2 minutes of riding time to go, 45 seconds to go in the second period. Lehigh Navy wrestling from Grace Hall here on the Lehigh campus.
Okay, take it.
Yazzo's going to let him up. Gives it away, makes it 5-1.
Of course, Yazzo not only being the team captain, wrestling the Navy team captain, so this is one of the few times this year, Shell, I can recall that 2 captains go at it. But Yazzo is a scholar athlete at Lehigh, carrying better than a 3-0 average. Going in on that single, but trying to counter his DeLorso. Yazzo still fighting to get the takedown, and does with 10 seconds left. Now has a 7-1 lead at the end of the second period.
Larry, I've seen a lot of, and you and I both have seen a lot of marvelous Lehigh wrestlers. We'll take a look at this replay.
Down.
And there has been a lot of injuries, of course, to Lehigh wrestlers through the years, but I just have to say that I don't think I've ever seen a wrestler come back as propitiously as Peter Yazzo has from an injury.
Well, if you could tell me what that means,
it means good, Larry. It means all right.
I only, Lehigh alumnus. You got Brown and Boston U and all those other.
What I meant to say is effectively, usually wrestlers, when they come back from an injury, are very guarded in the way they come out, but Yazzo has come out like gangbusters in every one of his matches since his injury, winning 23-9, 21-6, then getting a fall, and leading here 7-2.
I think we may get a stalling call here. If DeLorso keeps backing away, and Yazzo's making the sweeps. I said earlier that Yazzo won the Easterns 3 times. I'm sorry about that. Bob Reaver will be calling me up, and Lee Barthel. He won it twice. He lost to Orr his freshman year in the finals at Princeton. I'm sure Princeton wrestling staff will be letting me know that I said that. I certainly don't want John Orr to be discredited. 1 minute left, last period.
There is a stalling warning already against DeLorso. We'll see.
He's got it.
There's another one, and that's a point.
8-2.
Now Yazzo has a chance also to pick up a major with a takedown, leading by 6, riding time almost assured. And Larry, I tell you, if Lehigh can win 4 in a row at the lower weights, it'll almost be like the old days. I don't know when the last time was Lehigh won 4 in a row down here.
Hey, cool down, cool down, cool down, cool down. Okay. Okay, both guys.
Little bit of temperament on both parts down there off the mat. A little flurry of not so sportsmanlike action. This may be frustration more than anything. Yazzo wins, has a single with 25 seconds left. Trips his opponent, gains the takedown. Now has a 10-2 lead with 1 point guaranteed for time. 15 seconds left. Yazzo taking a peek in the corner. 7 seconds left on the clock. Lehigh's captain, Peter Yazzo, over the Navy's captain, Craig DeLorso, by 8 points at this time. Yazzo jumping up front, gives up an escape, but fortunately has the time to give that extra team point. It'll be 11-3.
Is that takedown by Yazzo in the sun?
Working up a Russian tight combination, drops down on the single. Gets behind, makes a complete sweep on the opposite leg, and gravity takes over. They drop to the mat.
So in team score at the moment, after the first 4 bouts, that it won't be a mistake on the scoreboard. It'll be 15-0. There's the bout previous score. Now at 150. And starting to come now into some of the really tough weights where Navy has strength and Lehigh does not have strength. Now at 150, Paul Radomski on the mat, 17-5-1, Dobbs Ferry, New York. Chad Watkins, 8-8-1 from Ocean, New Jersey. And the job that Chad Watkins did against Frank Ryan of Iowa State the last time they wrestled. The last bout for Watkins is certainly the high point of the season for Watkins. He defeated the Iowa State wrestler 5-4 in the last 5 seconds of the bout. But as we mentioned, this is really where Navy begins to pick up strength. Radomski 17-5. At 167, Tierney is 11-3. Neff at 177 is 13-7. Scott Kelly is 22-0 at 190. And Lehigh does not have a legitimate 190. Mike Ekberg wrestles up there, but Mike really is a 177 or 67.
2 minutes left, first period in this 150-pound weight class.
And then John Devine will wrestle heavyweight for Navy. He's 15-7. So Lehigh had to build up a big score to hang on.
Radomski is a defending Eastern champion, surprising everybody last year and coming through with a victory at 150. So he's the defending Eastern champions, and of course the Easterns this year will be held down at Princeton, New Jersey. Johnny Johnson, the host coach. All 16 teams will be there. Temple, of course, as you know, has dropped the sport of wrestling, unfortunately. And but Rutgers University has stepped in to be the 16th school.
And I'm telling you, Tommy Bold is bringing a good Brown team this year.
I'm happy to know that. Army is, a lot of people are talking about pre-meet favorites. Navy did the trick last year, the defending team champion. But Army seemingly has a good balanced lineup. So does Lehigh at this point, barring any injuries. And so, looking at balance, Army, Navy, Lehigh.
Syracuse.
Well, Syracuse supposedly with a few injuries that they've suffered with lately are not the same group that they had in December. So we'll wait and see what happens in March. Only a month away, and of course all the battling takes place now. 45 seconds left. First period, no score on the board. Watkins wrestled at Blair Academy as a computer science and architect major at Lehigh. Radomski majoring in marine engineering.
Lehigh out in front of Navy by a score of 15-0 at the moment, on the strength of 4 consecutive wins at 18, 26, 34, and 42.
Seconds.
2 regular decisions and 2 major decisions. And Larry, when you look back at the number of matches that we've televised that have been decided by a point here and there, it's
good choice, Lehigh.
Not to be frowned on when you can pick up a major decision where possible.
Of course, the freshest one in our minds this year was the Lehigh-Iowa battle when it ended up was 18-17.
Lehigh lost Iowa 18-17, and
2 situations where a point went both ways against Lehigh with takedowns with 2 to 3 seconds left. Escape real quick for Radomski. He now leads by that 1 point. Just took him 4 seconds to make that move.
Chad Watkins, who really gives you a lot of wrestling action out there. He gives you the whole 7 minutes. He is a scrapper. 1.5 minutes to go, second period. 1-0 lead for Radomski. DeLorso, by the way, is the only senior in the Navy lineup. And of course, Jim Frick for Lehigh and Peter Yazzo are the 2 brown and white seniors.
May hear warning against Lehigh's Chad Watkins, and immediately Radomski's in, gets behind, and gains a takedown. Now leads by 3. Sprinkling of fans cheering for the academy here. One particular character I miss, who's no longer with us, is a former boss of mine, Tom Clark. Commander Clark was up here all the time working on me.
Here's that quick takedown, Larry.
Just a nice duck under, really. Chad was faked by the first move, and it was a nice follow-up. Goes up underneath on a sweep, picks up the leg, and works Watkins down. So Radomski now leads by 3. But I'm sure his son, who's another Academy graduate, Tom Clark Jr., who lived out in Pittsburgh, watches us as many times as he can out in the Pittsburgh area.
30 seconds. Half a minute to go in the period.
25 seconds. You see it. There's the time on the remaining in the first period. Second period, excuse me.
15 seconds. Time running out. The period looks like it will conclude with Radomski in command by a 3-0 score with about a minute riding time advantage.
Okay.
This bout, of course, is important. If there's a swing bout tonight, it's going to have to be the next one, because that is where Lehigh will bring some strength. And Tom Togus, 14-5, and Scott Schleicher will not wrestle for Navy. Aaron Peters will be in, but Peters is no slouch. He's 10-7 this year. Schleicher is 11-3. Had some arthroscopic surgery done on his knee. Will miss the match today.
Of course, he was another PIAA champion when he wrestled for Allentown.
He had it. He had it.
Allen High School. And there's a 2-point takedown. It's now 5-1.
A little bit of a track meet toward the end of the match, and toward the end of the mat there, and Watkins got caught, and John Hosage properly said that he did bring him down with both knees inside.
Chad's in, but he's pancaked right to his back. And with 1:23 to go,
Watkins may get out of it.
But he's not out of it completely. Nice counter move. Watkins slowed up his move in underneath and gave Radomski enough reaction time to pancake him. And the assistant coach just said let him up and do it again. So maybe, of course, down by 15, 6 points comes up quickly on the board.
Radomski feels he's better on his feet now, and here it is, Larry. This is the drop right here.
Well, he's in too far now, and then bang. You go in that far where your knee, when your head's far beyond your shoulder, almost like a dog pointing a pheasant. You get too far forward, you're out of control, and you're in trouble.
If he gets a takedown here, Larry, he will have enough for the major. So this is a very big final half a minute here. If Watkins can hold him off, he can save Lehigh a point.
But again,
but he's in on the leg, gets in the whizzer, and gets out of it. Thad Turner just trying to urge his wrestler on rather than drop 4. He can save the team a point here if he manages to prevent the takedown, even though the bout is pretty much in the hip pocket of the Navy wrestler, Paul Radomski. And stalling call, and that's enough to do it. That will give the major decision.
Well, he backed out.
And so the strategy goes up in smoke for Lehigh as the stalling call gives Navy the major. And it's 15-4 in favor of Lehigh on the victory by Paul Radomski, the first victory for a Navy wrestler today. But it's a big point. And right now, Tom Togus on the mat for Lehigh against Aaron Peters. And this is a very key bout for Lehigh because Navy has to be given the edge on every one of the final 4, with the possible exception of the battle involving Ivan Boyson at 177. We're going to have some shuffling, Larry. We know when we get up around those weights. Ed Peary had all kinds of scratchings on a piece of paper as to what he was going to do up around 177 and 90. Showed it to me and said, here, you can take it. You can tell me what's exactly going to happen. He couldn't figure out anything he had written down.
His brother was a great wrestler at Navy, and again, this is the second situation where we saw Jim Frick wrestling earlier. His brother Mike wrestled for Lehigh, was a national champ. We now have Aaron Peters out there. He's a freshman whose brother Jim was a great grappler for the United States Naval Academy several years ago.
Togus had won 4 in a row up to his defeat at the hands of Stuart Carter of Iowa State in his last match. Has a career record of 49-22.
Togus
He is an Eastern champion.
Won that 2 years ago. Sat out last year with an injury. 2 minutes left. Near the edge of the mat and out of bounds. No takedown.
This is, without doubt, the swing bout of the evening. A Navy victory, and the midshipmen are right back in it.
We had said that in the last several bouts that Tom's been wrestling, he's gotten behind in the first several minutes. And he's come back to win, almost like the old Silky Sullivan days.
Now Togus goes in deep on the leg. It's counted. Let's see who gets it. We may get a stalemate here, as going right over the top is
Prior
Peters.
to that taking place, Shell, referee had warned Navy for stalling.
Togus has got him down again, but once again, Peters is over the top. Now he gets the 2 with 1:12 to go in the period.
So there's a stalling call against Peters.
1:04, first period. Lehigh leading Navy 15-4 at the moment. Here at 158, Scott Schleicher from Allentown, Pennsylvania, normally wrestling in this slot. Knee injury keeping him out of this match. Aaron Peters with a 10-7 record. Also a freshman.
Responsibility for returning him to the mat belongs with the Lehigh wrestler. And
Nearly
loses
gets in,
him
he
on
loses
the way
it,
down.
and it's an escape. He was up high and slid right over.
He gained 30 seconds time advantage in that situation. Good hint in a situation when your opponent has been called for stalling and it's still fresh in the referee's mind. You pursue him and do a little pushing. Usually it is rewarded with a penalty point. Togus
Again in on that leg. Let's see if Togus can convert it. They're near the edge, very close, but I don't know if he's got enough right now. He's trying to keep his knees in, as you can see, but Togus is on the edge. Now he's over and out. Togus was trying to keep his knees in, pull his head out at the same time, and just couldn't do it. Lee Barthol was practically
the assistant to the coach didn't like the call, but the fans are booing Barthol, not the referee. It was a good call.
It was.
The referee called it right. I mean, you don't make a decision just because you run out on the boundary line. You don't say, oh, gee whiz, now I'm on the boundary line, I got to call it. Hey, your call is, if you don't have enough room to get what you would deserve, then you don't get it.
Togus trying to get out, still being controlled now by Peters. Now trying to get out, but can he do it? They go near the edge, and Tom does not get out.
Again, this time he did get out, but he was out of bounds. Got about 38-foot circle out there, sometimes 32. I think the minimum is about that. Interesting, Shell. What do you think it costs for a wrestling mat per square foot now? It's 1 point.
Took him right out of bounds. You got to try to bring him to the mat.
1 point given to Togus.
Now that's a technical. That's potentially pushing him out of bounds.
Let's listen now. Ed Perry's going to talk to John Osage, and we'll just eavesdrop here.
As to what direction of motion that guy had going.
He didn't have any. You just
that guy
him
was
off.
going out. Our guy had no alternative but to either let that man go.
Or you could take him to me. Lifted him up right in the center, Ed.
Hey, I got to reach out the crotch, and I'm going that way.
Picked him up and carried him.
He didn't take him up.
That's the first caution, Navy.
Ed does not give up easy, and of course
it's a legitimate
perennial caution.
It's a legitimate call. I refereed for years, and I tell you, sometimes it's difficult to interpret. Is he being pushed out of bounds, or is he heading that way on his own alternative to get away? And it's a judgment call. And what happened to Ed in that situation, Coach Perry, when you question the judgment's call, it's an automatic rule that you must post a warning to the bench, and that's what that was all about. And the coaches put the rule in so they only have themselves to blame for the situation.
A minute and 9 to go in the second period. Togus of Lehigh leading 4-1. Lehigh leading 15-4 at the moment. In a key bout at 158. Navy's big strength, however, has yet to come up. The midshipmen are really loaded at the 167 through heavyweight ranks.
And Lehigh strength is not as good as North Penn's is. I saw where North Penn knocked off Quakertown, and those Kortnick brothers will put them in at 67, 77, and we'll do okay. Two brothers wrestling for North Penn down south of Quakertown, doing a fabulous job for their team. And nice to have two brothers going at it, like the Bonnick brothers and a few others that wrestle together. I'd like to see the living room of their house, Shell. 30 seconds left. Second period. Lehigh's Tom Togus in front by 3, 4-1. Time advantage about even.
Togus missed.
So back on that penalty situation, that had nothing to do with stalling.
Joe Ryan nearly gets it again. There you see him on the left-hand part.
I think he got hit in the head also, a butt right smack in the forehead.
You're not bleeding. Hey, wait, stay here, stay here, stay here, stay here, stay here, stay here.
So we have another butt. It's just it's unbelievable to me, Shell. We haven't seen 3 all year, and we got 3 in 5 matches.
Oh, take it easy.
Watch this.
Okay.
Watch this. Bang. Hello.
I think that was like in the
Togus is just on. Look at him. He's in agony. He says, "Let me go. I'm."
Okay. Good. Okay, let's go.
Ready to go again. 14 seconds to go. Tom recovers. Riding time not a factor at the moment.
It's really surprising, Shell, to see the number of bangs. Maybe some of these days they'll require headgear, a full, something like automobile drivers wear or skiers wear.
Third period coming up. Togus is going to have to be careful too, Larry, because you can't coast. Osage has very little patience for that.
I know he does, and I can tell you what a bump in the head will do to you. You saw Treaster and Delorso, and those head bumps, they stun you at the moment and slow you down for a moment, not beyond that period.
Togus is trying to pull him over, and of course Peters is going to have none of it. And Osage is kind of patiently seeing if anything comes of this.
We may
Togus could end up on his back here if Peters turns in quickly. Now Tom starts moving
could be a
around.
stalemate or a stalling. Depends on how he wants to view it. If Togus is off position,
And
he gets
wow.
reversed.
Reversal and 2 quick points on the board.
Well, he was up too high tinkering with that cross-body ride, and the referee saw a possibility for Peters to slide through, and he did, and it's 4-3 in the board, but and there's no guaranteed time advantage. Now he's coming back with a cross-body ride, trying to do something with the Lehigh wrestler.
Togus is going to have some action there.
Now putting a high bar on Togus. Navy wrestlers all excited about this because they know potentially dangerous situation.
Let's look at this reversal, Larry, because this really happened quickly.
Togus is out of balance. And when you mess with legs with a leg wrestler, you usually get reversed. I don't know what we call this. He hasn't given an escape yet.
No escape.
He's never given the escape.
We're back to live action now. No escape. We have 10 seconds to go. Togus is leading 4-3. Riding time not a factor. Now he gets 5, and in the last few seconds, Togus better watch out that he doesn't back up here because
he has a point for time. No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Even. Yeah.
And it'll be a 5-3 victory for Tom Togus of Lehigh in a very key bout. A great effort by Aaron Peters, just falls short. And the score now is 18-4. Lehigh out in front. We'll have more wrestling coming up for you in just a moment.
Channel 39's coverage of Lehigh University Wrestling continues on Sunday morning at 11 when the Engineers take on the Orangemen from Syracuse University. Don't miss Lehigh versus Syracuse College Wrestling Sunday morning at 11 here on membership-supported Channel 39. Watch public television. You'll like the looks of it. Channel 39 presents exceptional programming for you and your family, and you can become a subscribing member to our family for as little as $20 per year when you receive your teleguide every month. Write us for a sample copy. We're a world of difference in television. Major funding for this telecast was provided by underwriting grants from Rodale Press of Emmaus, Pennsylvania, Sheridan Printing Company of Alpha, New Jersey, printers of technical and commercial publications, the Naval Academy Alumni Association, Lehigh University, the Lehigh University Alumni Association, Lehigh Home Club, and the Lehigh Wrestling Club, and by Channel 39 membership contributions.
We welcome you back to Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University. Shel Siegel and Larry Sheridan bringing you the action. 18 consecutive seasons of bringing Lehigh wrestling to fans throughout the eastern United States and nationally. We're back here now with Tom Tierney of Navy, a junior from Bayshore, New York, and Derek Brophy, a freshman from Comac, New York, for Lehigh.
Of course, Bayshore up there in Long Island, a great wrestling area. In the Garden City area, Channel 21.
Navy really has the heavy cannon out here now at 67, 77, 90 in heavyweight.
Tierney was a runner-up last year in the Easterns at 158. So he's up a weight class for the moment. Tough competitor. Brophy, a freshman. Near the edge of the mat, and they go into the brown.
It isn't often, Larry, that you can look at the way an early part of a match goes, see your team win 5 out of 6, and say the outcome is still very much in doubt.
It is.
And it is.
There's only 14 points separating these schools at this moment. As Tierney's working hard to get a takedown, they're near the edge of the mat, and he's turned his Lehigh opponent in toward the center and gains the deuce. Brophy standing up, but Navy wrestler going for a quick pin combination there. He wanted to go on a cradle from a stand-up. Brophy's in, but countered. And Tierney comes right back on that single. Brophy countering that opportunity, but he ducks under, slides around the back. Has not brought his opponent to the mat, which is a criteria. And the supporting points are out of bounds, just on the edge. And as in golf, the line is out of bounds. Again, in a short arm draw.
Stalling call on Lehigh. Stalling warning on Brophy. I tell you, I like the way John Osage officiates, though, Larry. He wants you to wrestle out there. He doesn't tolerate much dancing around.
Brophy's trying his lateral setup. Lehigh fans saying, okay, what's Tierney doing? He's backing away. See who goes out of the circle first. .30 seconds left, first period. Brophy's again trying to work that lateral off his hip. Gets underneath.
Time remaining in the first period. For a moment, it looked like Brophy was going to get around, but he stopped right in the middle. What happened there, Larry? Looked like he was trying to swing around. He just
couldn't react fast enough to the situation. That's just an element that's in some wrestlers, and it's an instinct, really. A reflex.
Period ends. 2-1 lead. The Navy wrestler out in front. We're pleased to welcome in as one of our co-underwriters today, the Naval Academy Alumni Association, and they, of course, provide across-the-board support of the Naval Academy and the Brigade of Midshipmen. Today, that support extends to every area, from academics to athletics and books to buildings. Alumni across the globe are joining ranks to help ensure that the Naval Academy maintains the margin of excellence that's long been its hallmark. So we, of course, here in the Lehigh Valley do salute the Naval Academy Alumni Association. Thank them, Coach Ed Peary, Tom Bates, and all the fine people at Navy for the many years that they have been co-underwriters in helping to support the costs of bringing Navy Lehigh wrestling to fans throughout Maryland, the Washington, D.C. area, and, of course, here in eastern Pennsylvania. Second period coming up.
You have to make a choice.
2-1 lead.
Okay.
Lehigh leading 18-4 here at 167, but Navy, of course, with their fine wrestlers coming up here in the final 4 weight classes.
Well, there's a situation where he dropped into the mat. It's left a little daylight airspace between his chest and his Navy's back.
That
well, that was the difference when we saw Iowa State here the other night. They never left airspace between their chest and the Lehigh wrestlers' back. When they rode, they were tight, they were aggressive, they were firm, and they really just stayed in there with intensity. And that's just a trait that you got to maintain. As an easy takedown goes up on the board for Tierney, he's now leading 5-1. But as part of your aggressive battling, you just hang in tight, very tight. Don't let daylight, don't let air in there.
What Lehigh's wrestlers have got to do, if they're not going to win up in these weight classes, Larry, and of course they will try, is they have got to prevent the major and the superior decisions, and of course the falls, because that's how you eat up the big points.
Well, I don't think Boyson is going to test Mr. Kelly. I think Boyson will wrestle 177. And of course Kelly didn't weigh in at that weight class. So he'll go against Neff, I'm sure. Cradle attempt by Tierney. Tom, a Bayshore grappler, physical science major.
Comac, New York, and Bayshore, New York, 2 wrestlers. Escape for Brophy. Riding time not a factor at the moment. 42-second edge to the Navy wrestler.
Some of the people down there watching, maybe out of Fairfax, Virginia, I got a long-lost cousin wrestling for George Mason at 177. He won one, so I'll mention it. George Mason knocked off Delaware. Mr. Sheridan won at 177.
Don't you wish you could get down to 177, Larry?
Well, it would just take a mere 30 pounds. But I don't wish...
You are a legitimate 190.
No.
You're ahead of my whistle.
Jumped the gun there. There you see the time remaining in the second period. It's a 5-2 lead for Tom Tierney of Navy.
Time running out, and the second period will conclude with the Navy wrestler out in front by 3. Riding time still not a factor at the moment. Actually, Brophy's not that far behind, Larry. A little flurry here, he could get himself right back into this.
I think Mr. Tierney is not going to permit that.
Brophy's got to be careful now. He doesn't get called. He's already been warned once.
Near the edge, across the line.
Stalling.
Coach Turner. Jim Riley down on the bench with Tom Hutchinson.
Brophy nearly tried to sweep in and ended up on his back as they go near the edge. Not a bad strategy, Larry. Just keep your opponent from getting back into the white of the mat. Just keep him backed up against the brown.
You know, as part of this crowd today, I was really tickled pink to see Al Zettelmoyer, whose health hasn't been the greatest, take the time and come over here and see the Lehigh wrestlers. A former professor at Lehigh, Dr. Zettelmoyer, was here watching the brown and white. I think it's a tribute to get a great gentleman like he was when his, I guess if I recall, he had the National Ink Institute here at Lehigh. World-renowned professor, Dr. Al Zettelmoyer. As Tierney swings around the back, doesn't get a takedown, but now has it. See, when you go around behind your wrestler, you don't get the takedown. You must bring him to the mat. So what Brophy decided to do was somersault, thinking he could get away. But Tierney followed him nicely, and with 30 seconds left, has a 7-2 lead, plus 1 point for time. And a cradle in the standing position.
I tell you, Joe Ryan has had a tough time down there. You can see him in the lower right corner, facing you now. He's been on the bottom of 2 or 3 pile-ups down there. They're going to give Joe hazard pay down there.
Give him one of the helmets.
They seem to know where he is. They haven't gone off any other part of the mat but Joe's lap, the quarter that he's sitting in.
Again, standing up. There you see the time remaining in these follow-ups. So it's 7-2 on the board. Whizzer, his knee was out of bounds. Absolutely, and that's what he's pointing to.
7 seconds to go. 7 seconds to go in the period. In the bout, as a matter of fact. And it will be a victory with riding time of 8-2 if there are no more additional points tacked on here. That will be it. An 8-2 win for Tom Tierney. Gives the midshipmen 3 more team points, brings them closer. Score is now 18 for Lehigh and 7 for Navy. And Ivan Boyesen is coming out at 77 for Lehigh against Ron Neff. Boyesen is 14-6-2, a junior from Kempton, PA. And Ron Neff's a sophomore from Salt Lake City, Utah, 13-7-1.
Salt Lake, home of Brent Robbins, former grappler out there, Utah State.
And Boyesen looking to try to cinch it for Lehigh. If Boyesen can win, Lehigh will win. If he does anything but that, Navy will still have a chance. A tie or a loss, and Navy will still have a chance to win this match. A Boyesen win, and Lehigh wins.
Neff's father was a coach, was high school coach at Hillcrest High out in Salt Lake City. The season last year of 8-8. Boyesen, of course, ranked nationally 11th in the country at 177.
Last outing, defeated Steve Metzger of Iowa State.
Slow starter, but starts to pick up speed after he works up a little sweat.
I believe we had a stalling warning on the Navy wrestler already,
no.
did we not?
Didn't grab it on purpose.
I don't know. He was pointing at.
You also have a stalling warning from before.
Yes, he did. He just said that.
Shirt.
Yeah.
No penalty.
I think there is a stalling warning on Ronnie Neff. Kind of odd. They'd only wrestle 15 seconds.
No, this first period, Shell. They were over a minute now. It's almost
I'm
a minute
sorry,
and a
you're
half.
correct. That's right. It was a minute and 15.
15 seconds of action in a minute and a half of wrestling. That's
You're right.
correct. We're halfway through the first period.
No points on the board, either wrestler.
But again, Neff is not making an attempt, and backing away, stepping sideways, blocking all the combinations that could hurt him and make it a situation where he can get penalized for stalling now that he's been warned.
Out of bounds. Good move, but not enough mat.
OB, right in front of the Navy coach. You know, when I was younger, wrestling back in the 50s, the trick was to wrestle down at the academy and work your opponent in on top of the anchor and gain your fall that way. And when I was at Mercersburg Academy, I was pulling around, and there's a 2-point takedown for Lehigh together with a 1-point stalling, so it's 3-0 now. I was tinkering around, and I saw the anchor, and I had a good half Nelson, and I pushed real hard for it, and I ended up on the bottom. Fortunately, the bell rang, and I was safe, but I never tried to aim for the anchor after that.
I understand. You would have had an illustrious wrestling career, Larry, but I understand with vision problems, looking up into the lights on your back as much.
Correct.
Caused you a lot of problems.
You're correct. Caruso will give you my entire history. 17 seconds remaining. First period and a 3-0 lead for
Caruso
Lehigh
offered to tutor you in this sport.
15 seconds.
Period will come to a conclusion as the escape in the final 3 seconds puts a point on the board for Ron Neff, and we end the period with Boyson leading 3-1. Here's the only takedown of the period.
Lift up the elbow, go in on the single, and the point was awarded at that time for stalling. And the follow-up takedown gave it 2, made it 3. Escape to Neff makes it 3-1. We're at the beginning of the second period.
Riding time not a factor, although Boyson does have 41 seconds. Escape again, 3-2.
Boyson wrestling cautiously.
He's been the aggressor the entire match, but there's the first move, and now Boyson comes around. As he got it, he does, right near the edge. Ivan picks up a sneaky 2.
Yeah, it was a counter, really. He just spin around on a situation where Neff made, as you said, his first real move. Boyson just pushed him aside.
Which clock is correct for riding time? The one up there?
Yeah, we have a discrepancy between the riding times.
Okay.
One clock showing 50 seconds time advantage, and the other one showing something else. And the scores table is saying the clock that we can't see
cannot see.
We cannot see. Well, some things never change, Shell.
Well, we're going to go by the one in front of us and tell you we think it's 52 seconds or close to it.
Again in, leg dive.
Good takedown. Boyson leading 7-3. Ivan Boyson trying to win the match for Lehigh University. If he wins, Lehigh wins.
And the fans know that. They're all sitting there saying, let's get it over with. Because Navy has a great wrestler at 190, a kid that I predict will place in the Easterns. In spite of what Bill Layton says, I think Mr. Kelly has come along strong this year and is doing a marvelous job for the Academy, wrestling 190, and is undefeated. And having a tie with Voigt of Penn State is to his credit, because Voigt had a tie against Eric Volker of Iowa State the other night, and Penn State knocked off Iowa State.
Half a minute to go in the second period.
Boyson in.
Boyson looking for 2 more. Got it.
Now has the takedown.
9-4. Boyson does not need a major decision to win for Lehigh. He just needs to win.
very methodical in not risking any opportunities. Jim sitting back there with a white shirt on and a clipboard, taking
Boyson trying to
copious
put
notes.
the cradle in here and then gives up on it. Another escape. All the points that have been picked up by Neff have been escape points. Period ends.
Reg Wicks still shouting encouragement in there. Mentioned Iowa State before. That was Reggie, was an alumnus of Iowa State. The other assistant coach is an alumnus of Iowa.
Boyson gets out now. 10-5.
Of course, Wayne Hicks. You have Wicks and Hicks are the assistant coach. And I'm so glad that Mike Frick didn't go out to Penn State to be with Fritz. With the same tongue twister. 1 minute, 36 seconds left. 10-5 lead. And at this time, I would say a point for time advantage. Not being able to see the clock as Boyson goes in. Countered by Neff. The Utah grappler thwarts off that opportunity. And there's a two-pointer.
He does have enough now for the major decision. We'll look at this once more, Larry, quickly before they come back.
Courtesy of Sandy Snyder. The key to that takedown is that the supporting points of one wrestler were totally on the mat, that one wrestler being Boyson.
Another escape. A minute to go, 14-6, Boyson leading. He's got a riding point assured on his way to a major decision that will ice the match for Lehigh.
That's at the same time, show when you're lifting an opponent to your mat in the air, you got to bring him back safely. And boy, the one thing you don't want is to get an injury and then lose by default after having a 14-6 lead. But Boyson ranked in the top, around 10th in the nation at this weight class. Junior at Lehigh. Trying to bring his Neff back. Pulls the arm out, gains the takedown. 16-7 plus time, so he's got 17-7 on the board. Take him up, let him down. Oh, got that backwards. Let him up, take him down. Boyson in, gets the takedown because this time his knees are inside.
Nope, he hasn't got it yet, Larry. I don't think he's awarded it yet. And I don't think he's going to get it.
Well,
Period
it's immaterial.
Concludes. Boyson gets a major decision, wins 18-8, 14 points for Lehigh. The brown and white out in front now by a score of 22-7. And we'll be back with more wrestling in just a moment.
Channel 39's coverage of Lehigh University Wrestling continues on Sunday morning at 11 when the Engineers take on the Orangemen from Syracuse University. Don't miss Lehigh versus Syracuse College Wrestling Sunday morning at 11 here on membership-supported Channel 39. Don't turn off television, turn on public television. Our teleguide is full of information on what's happening on Channel 39, and it's sent each month to our subscribing members for $20 or more per year. Write us for a copy. We give you television to think about.
We welcome you back to Grace Hall on the campus of Lehigh University. Shel Siegel and Larry Sheridan bringing you the action. Now as we move to 190, Lehigh leading 22-7. in what is now got to be called one of the great colossal mismatches of all time, as Mike Ekberg, who is not a 190 but is through grit and determination wrestling up here, is wrestling one of the best in the country, Scott Kelly from Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Just 48 hours ago, he was up against the #1 wrestler in the country at this weight class, Eric Volker. Now he's battling against Scott Kelly, who I feel is in the top 10, although some of the pollsters don't think so. Kelly from Lancaster, PA, was a runner-up when he was in high school. PIAA runner-up. Wrestling for Manheim Township.
I have to tell you, Larry, you know, people, of course, unhappy with what's happened in Lehigh up at 190. You could, of course, opt to, you know, forfeit a default because we don't have a 190. But you got to hand it to a kid like Ekberg to go out there in the mat and just say, well, what the heck, I'll scrap a little.
Kelly's moving him towards near fall points and now working on just really a body press. Now regrouping, gets a 3-point near fall, now has a half Nelson and got the far arm, and it's just a matter of time, and there it is, a pin for Navy. That moves 6 big points up on the board, made it 22.
And so, as we said, Mike Ekberg, who really is a 167-pounder, goes out on the mat for Lehigh to make an appearance. And he is pinned by Scott Kelly, who is, we barely had time to tell you, Kelly's record was 22-0 going into that. Now 23-0. We're now at heavyweight John Devine and Steve Vetch. Steve Vetch has had some super matches this year. He defeated Andy Cope of Iowa State 4-3, and it was Steve that we were talking about when Lehigh wrestled against Iowa. He tied Iowa's Brooks Simpson 2-2, and when we did a replay on that, Larry, he won that because he did have a legitimate takedown that the official did not call. Steve's knees were in bounds, and he really should have won that one. So,
but we don't have replay.
But we don't have replays, and nobody asked for it. We couldn't offer it up. But nevertheless, considering then Steve Vetch has defeated an Iowa State heavyweight and really did defeat an Iowa heavyweight, and that's not bad for a season. Record 9-11-2.
Devine is from Mount Laurel, New Jersey, and placed 5th last year at the Easterns. Heavyweight. Last year, of course, it was known as the unlimited class, but this year there is a limit on the weight. You cannot weigh more than 275 pounds, and there's also a minimum. You must weigh at least 177 pounds.
Thank goodness, because otherwise poor Mike Ekberg might find himself up there.
But that, by the way, that limitation isn't to any other class, and I think they ought to consider it. In high school, you cannot wrestle more than 2 weight classes above your weight, and that's the safety factor. So they say that a senior in high school, there's a takedown, senior in high school could possibly get hurt if he weighs 134 and goes up and wrestles 157. Well, 1 year later, do the possibilities and probabilities change to take a college freshman at 134 and put him in at 190? No, they don't. So I really think the Rules Committee ought to give this some thought. That should be, everybody has to weigh in, clothes on, I mean without clothes, and I mean, could you imagine sending somebody in at 118 against Kelly? Send him out the door in a box. So it's a good high school rule that the college coaches should take a hard look at. It's the end of my philosophy lesson for the night, Shell. Vetch trying to shoulder out, goes around the back and gains a reversal.
I tell you, who really enjoyed that was Peter Yazzo. Peter just burst out.
Yeah, he's really
applause down there on the bench. He's got a smile from ear to ear when he saw Vetch make that move. He's more than just a great wrestler. Yazzo is really a great stimulus to action. And let's look at this, Larry. Here's this move.
He does the shoulder roll right here. Does a kick. Now, it just goes right around the back.
And we're dealing with heavyweights here. I mean, I tell you, Vetch is...
Well, we're going to ask the Naval Academy. Maybe they didn't get some federal grant, but I want to kid Coach Peary that the uniform says unlimited. So take up a collection and give him one that says heavyweight, because the rules have changed. It's no longer unlimited. So if you look at the Navy shirt, it says UNL on the back. Wrestling Committee, NCAA Wrestling Committee. The chair is Bob Bubb, who's at Clarion. And of course, he's got Dave Adams, former coach of Pitt, now at the University of Akron. A lot of people said, what happened to Dave Adams? Well, he grew a mustache, went to the West Coast, and then came back to the University of Akron. You see the time remaining in the first period. No change of position, and there's the heavyweight. Four seconds remaining.
4 seconds to go in the second period. We're tied at 2.
Devine wrestle at Holy Cross High out in Mount Laurel.
A lot of good action in this heavyweight bout, as both Navy's John Devine and Lehigh's Steve Vetch doing a good job out there.
Set it back in the corner there. Assistant to the assistant coach, Bill Fulmer, with his coat on, ready to run out the door.
Vetch trying to do that roll again, nearly ends up in his back. He did that last time, but he didn't quite get all the way through this time. But now he goes in deep on that leg, countered by Johnny Devine.
He could end up in a stalemate if he doesn't drive forward, but he got to throw his body weight over, particularly his left leg. That'll be a stalemate.
Vetch tried to roll completely through that last time and just couldn't quite get all the way through as he did the first time when he got the escape.
Mentioned Quakertown High School earlier, Shell, when I said they lost it to North Penn. But Quakertown can be proud of the fact that it has a grad now on the Navy team. Speaking about Chris Fraticelli, former Quakertown High, is listed at 134. Fraticelli wrestled at Quakertown, now down at the United States Naval Academy. Now it's 3-2. In favor of Steve Vetch, former Blair Academy wrestler. Saratoga Springs, New York is his hometown.
Vetch leading 3-2. Minute to go in the second period.
In the leg and gaining a takedown.
4-3. Devine.
And according to the National Wrestling Coaches Association poll, which was just taken, and it's one that which really doesn't have any bias with respect to where you're from. They rank Penn State as #1, Bloomsburg 2, Bloomsburg 8, Clarion 10, Pittsburgh 13, Edinburgh 14, Lehigh 16. And those 6 schools, as the bout is tied, are all from the state of Pennsylvania, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. As I said earlier, Pennsylvania has 6 of the top 20 schools in the country. Penn State leading, and Bloomsburg, Clarion, Pittsburgh, Edinburgh, and Army. And Edinburgh and Lehigh go at it. Excuse me, Lehigh, not Army. God forbid I should say Army when I'm talking Pennsylvania to the Academy people.
I think an interesting statistic is that a school maybe not known for wrestling like Northwestern is 17th in one poll, 20th in another, and 11th in another, and Lehigh is rated ahead of Northwestern in your National Wrestling Coaches Association. So I think, you know, who you wrestle still has a lot to do with it.
4-4 tie, and the second period just about ready to end.
Period ends. I think who you wrestle ought to have everything to do with it.
Well, it's really decided as to, they tinker with, like, Penn State's rank 1, Oklahoma State's 2, Iowa State's 3, and Iowa's 4. And that's based on relative dual meet battles. But at the end of the year, whoever wins the NCAA tournament on number of points.
Okay, no problem. It took a little while to get on. We'll reset. You got to get a little.
I remember a couple of seasons ago when everybody was jumping up and down as to who was the national #1 football team. This was not the year Penn State was ranked #1. They did a calculation and found that by far Florida State played the toughest schedule of anybody in the country, and they didn't get any higher than 5th that season, based on their opponents.
Easy escape goes to Devine, and the junior from the United States Naval Academy leads now by 1 point.
You really have to hand it to Coach Lorenzo and the great people at that Penn State wrestling program, Larry. Up to a few years ago, Penn State really had difficult times in wrestling.
Well, the 80s, starting in the early 80s, they decided to go at it as Vetch makes a move and doesn't do much with it. But Devine counters and gets the 2-point takedown, and now has a 3-point lead with 1:24 left. Vetch not moving quickly enough. Countered nicely by Devine. Lehigh has wrapped up this meet, the dual meet, 22. 13 for Navy right now. The most they could get is 6 points here, and that would be 19. So as we said, the early victories with Hartman, Epperly, Frick, and Yazzo winning 4 in a row got Lehigh off to the start, and Navy just wasn't able to overcome it. And I think the biggest surprise in that battle in the first 4 was Frick's victory over Treaster.
Absolutely. Had a lot to do, I think,
you
with
take 3 points away from Lehigh, they'd have 19, and give 3 to Navy, they'd have 16, and we have a battle. So I feel Jim Frick was a hero. They all gave their share, but Jim's victory was considered an upset and was the key to Lehigh's victory against Navy.
Tying up, nobody doing much.
Time advantage will not be a factor.
Trying to make a move is Vetch, but he cannot do it. 25 seconds to go.
I want to say hello to John Coppage, who's still the AD down at the Academy. I know John, a friend of my dad's, the late Billy Sheridan. And I remember him when I was a youngster. He was a great grappler for the Academy. And there's a point against Navy at the buzzer.
7-6 final score. Give Vetch 1 more point. And with that, Lehigh University has defeated Navy by a score of 22-16. And it really was a team effort all the way. Navy's record now is 8-4 duels, and Lehigh's record now is 5-8 duels. And Larry, again, we just have to
wrestling fans, and welcome to Stabler Arena on the campus of Lehigh University, where tonight the Engineers of Lehigh host the Diplomats of Franklin and Marshall College. This is Sandy Snyder, along with Larry Sheridan, set to bring you all the action of the best in college wrestling through the remote television facilities of WLVT-TV, public television in the Lehigh Valley. Well, Larry, the Diplomats of F&M come in here with a 7-11 record. The Engineers of Lehigh have a 6-9 record. Neither team is real happy about that type of record. Let's take a look at the schedules that they've wrestled and just see how comparable opponents match up between the two schools.
Well, in this, as you and I discussed earlier, Lehigh has beaten the 4 good schools in the East. That's Wilkes, Navy, Army, and Syracuse, and F&M has lost to them, and you can see that in there. They've lost to Navy. They've lost on that sheet, and then when they roll it through, you'll see they also lost to Army and Syracuse and Wilkes. So that Lehigh's beaten those 4 teams, and I feel that obviously then that puts Lehigh as the prohibitive favorite. But Lehigh's got a lot of switches tonight. There's some new faces, new names in the lineup because of injury, and maybe that kind of thing makes this a lot closer than it normally would have been as far as a dual meet is concerned.
Well, this is the 21st meeting between the two schools. Both teams at this point do kind of have a patched-up lineup due to injuries. Lehigh's resting some guys, and F&M's had its share of injuries as well. Let's move on to 2 seniors who are going to be wrestling their last bout for Lehigh, at least their last home match as far as we can tell at this point.
Well, you've got the incomparable Yaz. Pete is a senior. Obviously, it's his last chance in front of the home crowd as far as a dual meet is concerned, and he's Mr. Everything. You know, he's the Wizard of Yaz, as they call him. And, of course, Jim Frick may be back. That's a situation. He's listed as a senior, but he's got eligibility, and he could possibly, it's his choice, his option, that he could, as a graduate student, be a member of the Lehigh wrestling team next year. So that'll give a lot of people something to talk about over the winter, to think about that one.
Okay, let's focus our attention now on F&M's coach, Mark Fowler. This will be his first opportunity to coach against Lehigh, as it is the first opportunity for Coach Turner to go against an F&M school.
Yeah, because F&M hasn't wrestled Lehigh since 1966. But Fowler's a Harvard grad, and when he was at Harvard back in 1970, he was a runner-up in the EIWA, and losing to Andy Motter of Penn State. How time flies, and that was 1970. So he's in his 7th season, and he's got a young team, and F&M wrestling has kind of slid in the past, but he's working very hard to keep it up there in the prominence that it had. I remember F&M back in the late 40s and 50s. They were a very, very strong team, but they don't have the power they once had, and I guess, but getting them back here tonight, I think, is good for F&M. Get them back onto the real world of wrestling and come up in here and wrestle against Lehigh.
Okay, Larry, as the dual meet schedule ends now, we will look forward to the Eastern Intercollegiate Wrestling Championships next Saturday at Princeton. How do you see that race lining up at this particular point in time?
Well, Sandy, I would say that I looked at it among 4 schools, Lehigh with possibly 5 finalists, Army with 4, Navy with 3, and just a sprinkling with Syracuse and Wilkes. Among those 5 schools, I think you're going to see somebody come out on top. More likely Lehigh, Army, Navy, one of those 3. But the fact that Lehigh has had some injuries, and looking ahead, there's a possibility those injuries may be hurting the Lehigh. So it's not going to be how many guys you put in the finals. It's going to be how many points you put on the board. And I feel that the balance of Lehigh's team, after those 5 guys make it to the finals, if in fact they do, the rest of the team has to come through with the support for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th places. And that's where Army and Navy have the balance. And then that's where the tail may end up. Who has the most 3rd, 4th places? So it looks like a showdown, as I said, Lehigh, Army, Navy.
Okay, well, that's the lineup for tonight. We'll be back with wrestling action right after these messages, so please stand by.
Channel 39 kicks off its Festival 87 membership pledge drive with an Arlo Guthrie special Saturday, March 7th, starting at 9. Guthrie is joined by Pete Seeger in a folk-style jamboree. Then on Monday, March 9th at 10, music of the big bands is back on Channel 39 for a repeat performance that you asked for. On Wednesday, March 11th at 9:30, join Steve Allen, Julie Andrews, Johnny Mathis, and Andy Williams as they combine to sing a selection from the works of composer Henry Mancini. It all happens during Channel 39's Festival 87 membership pledge drive.
Here are 3 special Festival 87 membership pledge programs you won't want to miss. First, on Tuesday, March 10th at 8 p.m., Nova, Channel 39's award-winning science series, presents a special featuring the best elements from the series. Then, stay tuned at 10 p.m. as Wall Street Week host Louis Rukeyser returns in a special focusing on investments in stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. A National Geographic special comes your way on Wednesday, March 14th at 8 p.m. with a look at the grizzly bear's struggle to coexist with man. These specials are for your enjoyment during Channel 39's Festival 87 membership pledge drive.
Be sure to join Channel 39 for a variety of special programs during its Festival 87 membership pledge drive, March 7th through the 22nd, right here on Channel 39.
We welcome you back to Stabler Arena on the campus of Lehigh University. We're getting set now to meet the wrestlers. This is the 21st meeting between Lehigh and F&M. Last time they met was in 1966 at F&M. And now for the introductions. For Franklin and Marshall at 118 pounds, James Nalbone from Bemis Point, New York. He will be wrestling Ed Regan, a freshman from Fullerton, California. At 126, we have an either-or, either Jim Malott, a senior from Slatington, Pennsylvania, or David Wexel, a freshman from Pequot, Pennsylvania. And they'll be opposing either Rick Hartman, a sophomore from Lakewood, Ohio, or Gene Patino, a freshman from Huntington, California. At 134 pounds, Alex Stone, a sophomore from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, will be facing a freshman, Parker Norman, from Bedford, New York. At 142 pounds, a sophomore from Ballackinwood, PA, Dean Rendy. He will be opposing senior Jim Frick from Columbia, New Jersey. At 150 pounds, we have John Johnson, a sophomore from Biglerville, Pennsylvania, going against Peter Yazzo, a senior from Sayville, New York. At 158 pounds, a freshman from Allentown, Pennsylvania, Jay Weiss. He will be wrestling a junior from York, Pennsylvania, Tom Togas. At 167 for F&M. Looks like we're going to have 3 people introduced. We have Tim Yoder, a senior from Johnstown, Pennsylvania, or Mark Michelocci, from a junior from Springfield, Pennsylvania. And they'll be facing Derek Brophy, a freshman from Comac, New York. At 177 pounds, a senior, Andy Katz, for F&M, or a junior, Joe Habib, a junior from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They will be opposing Mike Eckberg, a junior from Danville, PA, for Lehigh. At 190 pounds, for F&M, we have Joe Habib, a junior from Pittsburgh, going against either John Goldberg, a sophomore from Pound Ridge, New Jersey, or Ivan Boyson, a junior from Kempton, Pennsylvania. At heavyweight for F&M, Robert Newsom, a freshman from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and he'll be opposing Steve Vetch, a junior from Saratoga Springs, New York. Now about to recognize senior captain Pete Yazzo, wrestling his last dual meet here at Stabler and for Lehigh. He's getting a standing ovation, which is well deserved. On your screen there, you saw our referee for tonight, Francis Michael from Wilkes-Barre. There's a shot of Pete Yazzo, dynamic captain for Lehigh. Now let's go out for the flip of the coin.
Shake hands, gentlemen. Introduce yourselves. All right, Franklin Marshall, you're the visitor. I have a head and a tail. Who's going to be the spokesperson? You call it in the air, I'll repeat it. Heads. It's a head. Franklin Marshall? Okay, Franklin Marshall have the odd matches.
Good luck, man. Good luck.
Lots of luck.
Should tell you that the captains for F&M are Andy Katz, James Malott, and Tim Yoder. Ready to wrestle at 118 pounds, and now in his 18th season, the voice of Lehigh Wrestling, Larry Sheridan.
Thank you, Sandy. Nice to be here with you. Last dual meet of the season for the university. Next week's the Easterns, and immediately Ed Regan in on a single, trying to convert. No takedown. Fran Michael is your official. Regan's in, but he hasn't been able to convert the takedown.
He's got to either trip or go behind him and take his man to the mat.
Now he's got
there,
it.
He gets it.
At the edge of the mat, he gets it. That puts out in front. Now Bone, 10-8, a freshman. Regan's a freshman. Again, almost opposite parts of the country. Regan from Fulton, California. Now Bone of F&M out of Bemis Point, New York.
2.5 minutes remaining in the first period. Regan of Lehigh in control by a score of 2-0. The wrestlers go off the edge of the mat. Now we'll return to the center.
Top.
Good shot of James Nalbone, the freshman. And gains the escape. It's 2-1. Immediately, Regan back in there.
He's going for that same leg, Larry. Likes that single shot.
Hasn't converted it because of the whizzer, but if he drops the leg over, he does. Now he got some cross body ride.
Goes ahead by a score of 4-1 for Regan of Lehigh.
That's a stalemate.
Referee will restart them after calling a stalemate.
Top.
Back into what they simply call the starting position. Years ago, it used to be known as the referee's position.
You might want to mention, Larry, that there's two different ways that they can start.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
The one is if you want him to escape. It's an easy way to let him up.
There's an escape for...
Ties it up. No, 4-2.
Escape for Nalbone, making the score 4-2 with 1:38 left in the first period.
Nice crowd on hand tonight. We were a little delayed in getting started to the finals tonight. Prior to the finals, a great prep school battle. The 52nd Lehigh National Prep School Championships. And it's a tournament that ran for 2 days with 72 schools entered. 441 wrestlers competed. 620 bouts took place in 2 days of wrestling. And it's a credit to the university to run it on time. So they were 15 minutes late after all that. That's not all that bad. 620 bouts, Sandy. That's a lot of wrestling.
That's a lot of wrestling, you're right.
And of course, Blair won the overall team title. I'll give you that credit, Sandy, as an alumnus of Blair Academy. And the undergraduate division was won by Bullis Prep, and I congratulate Bullis's coach, Walt King, who's a Lehigh alumnus. Was a great football player at Lehigh, now elected to be the coach at Bullis Prep, and his team come through. And immediately...
Nalbone's in on single on Regan, converts it for 2 points with 45 seconds left in the first period. That'll tie the match up at 4 apiece.
Suffice it to say, we got a tie battle, and these are the areas where Lehigh has to come through. And there's a bloody nose on Lehigh's Regan. Actually, the skin, the bridge of his nose. So time advantage is being knocked down 30 seconds in front of Lehigh's favor at the moment.
30 seconds remaining in the first period.
Regan gains an escape. now
Goes
leads
ahead
by
5-4 for Regan of Lehigh. A duck under attempt, converting to a single by Nalbone. Stalemate.
Relax. No. Potentially dangerous.
Potentially dangerous.
Let's go.
Mark Fowler, the coach in the 7th year at F&M, the Diplomats. 10 seconds left. Still in the first period, a lot of scoring. 5-4 on the board.
There's a shot. There's a shot by Reagan. Just as time's running out, but
neutral.
A little too late.
Snap. Franklin Marshall. Defer. Lehigh.
Now Bone defers to Reagan.
Take down. All right, Franklin Marshall defers. Lehigh chooses down. Let's go. Here we go.
Okay, the first thing you do is break the ankle hook and then gain the escape and then go work for a takedown. That's a little secret I learned by watching Coach Turner give him some hand signals. Now the guy got the ankle. That's what Turner said. Break that ankle first.
Now Bone's tilting him.
Not yet.
If you hear the referee count, he'll be earning near fall points.
Nothing earned.
Nothing earned.
Not like it was last year on the so-called cheapies. You just get a quick tilt. Now you need 2 full seconds. I think the wrestling fans have got that one in their book. Now we're going to get a stalling situation because of inactivity in a standard position, but an escape comes up.
Looks like Nalbone just let him out, Larry. We have 1:15 remaining in the second period. Score is 6-4 in favor of Lehigh's Reagan. There's a shot by Nalbone, but Reagan snaps him down, spins, scores a takedown.
Watch it on. Watch it on. Get it down. Get it down.
Got the hammer lock on him, and they cross the line.
Reagan came very close to snapping him back and getting a near fall there, Larry.
Well, actually, the referee was out of position to do his counting, and that can be expected in these lightweight battles. They hip-hop all over the place. I know when I refereed, they drove me nuts when they get those cradles in the high schools. They'd spin around, and of course, half the fans would be booing at you, and the other half wouldn't. But it's all part of the action. There was some great wrestling tonight in those prep school battles.
Certainly was.
They used 7 mats in the quarterfinals and the wrestleback. So you get 7 mats going in this place. It was a lot of action. And a 50-second tournament, 50-second prep school championships.
30 seconds remaining in the second period. Reagan of Lehigh is ahead by a score of 8-4.
1, 2.
And an escape.
There's an escape.
8-5.
In the middle, you're neutral.
So with 17 seconds left in the second period, you have an 8-5 score.
Here we go.
Time advantage is Lehigh's for what it's worth, 27 seconds.
Wrestlers are in the neutral position, circling in the middle of the mat.
Ed Regan, not having a good season, 3-12, hoping to pick up his 4th victory tonight. But I think we may run out of time.
That's right, time running down. He does not convert the single and does not gain the takedown. Therefore, the score is 8-5.
Okay, use that every time.
Let's take a look at this replay, Larry.
Okay.
Reagan snapping and going behind.
Actually, it was a move initiated by the F&M wrestler, Nalbone, and Regan just countered. Got a nice move to spin around the back and pick up the takedown. You see the gal on the Lehigh scorer on the bench applauding?
Yes.
Not supposed to do that.
Top.
2 minutes left in the 118-pound bout. Start of the third period. Lehigh's Reagan starts on top.
Looks like an escape is imminent.
Now Bone stands up, peeling those hands, turns, faces opponent, and gets one for an escape, making the score 8-6 in favor of Lehigh's Reagan.
Regan jumps in, but they run out of real estate.
Here we go.
About a 35-foot area there. It's clear and white, a 10-foot circle in the middle.
think, Larry, the more aggressive wrestler is going to prevail here.
Yeah, it's a situation that possibly go from a 2-point takedown to a 2-point near fall. That could be a move.
2-point margin is not that comfortable of a margin.
Not even with 5 seconds to go. It isn't.
Many a wrestler has learned the hard way.
Well, I saw one of the bouts this afternoon where Blair Academy was involved in the finals. With 5 seconds to go, the guy, he gets taken down at the buzzer, and they go to overtime, and there's an escape at the buzzer. I mean, everything happened at the buzzer,
Right,
and he lost on a criteria. There's a duck under attempt by.
Now Bone has a single. It's going in for a single, but they're off the edge of the mat. There's a minute 8 remaining in the third period. Score is 8 for Lehigh's Reagan and 6 for F&M's Now Bone.
So the real test will come up, Sandy, I think, with about 40 seconds to go when the referee usually gets involved.
That's right.
There it started already. That's what I was going to say. The referee gets involved on a stalling call, but Regan answers that with a takedown. Now has a 4-point lead, and if he rides him out, can pick up some time advantage as well.
45 seconds remaining in the third period.
Now has a cross arm, cross face.
Now he's had a warning, Larry. He is kind of parallel wrestling a little bit. While there he's converting to a cradle attempt. Looks like they're going to go off the edge of the mat. He won't get any near fall points with that cradle.
But you saw 1:01 up on the board. That means at this time he has 1 minute 1 second riding time advantage, which is worth a point.
If there was no more scoring, that would make the final 11 for Regan, 6 for Now Bone. There's 28 seconds remaining in the third period.
But he could lose it if if Now Bone gets away and takes him down.
Takes him right to his back for a 4-point swing. You see the time in the upper left-hand corner of your screen.
Yeah, he's a guaranteed point for time now with 10 seconds left. It's 10-6 on the board. The point for time, I think this will end up 11-6. Ed Regan of Lehigh, the victor, over James Now Bone of F&M.
Shake hands, gentlemen. Good match.
Raise the hand of Ed Regan.
It was close. I didn't think
boosts his record to 4-12-1 now.
To get out, he got out. To get out, he did.
Well, oh, yeah, but he broke the cradle on the first one, and he crawled again.
Well, okay, all right.
Okay, ready to go at 126 pounds.
Shake hands.
For F&M, Jim Malott. And for Lehigh, Gene Patino. Jim Malott is a local product, Larry, from Slatington.
Immediately puts Patino on his back. But Patino rolls right on through.
Seems Jim Malott hurt himself somewhere, something in his stomach. Strained a muscle or something.
See something hurting?
Really can't tell.
Relax yourself now.
Don't worry about it. You keep wrestling.
1 and then every 5 seconds.
So you're allowed in college wrestling a minute and a half to
22 seconds into the first period here at 126.
Here we go.
Larry, let's take a look at that.
Well, he's underhooking laterals him, but he pushed so hard that
oh, it's the head.
He got it in the
it's Patino's head, I believe.
In the chest.
Yeah.
The sternum area. Here we have another California wrestler. Back-to-back for Lehigh.
It's from Huntington, California. Gene Patino.
Wrestled at Edison High School. So Lehigh has 2 California wrestlers. And as Lee Barthold knows, I keep waiting to get that first wrestler at Lehigh from Iowa. We had one Oklahoma man. That was the late Pilgrim McCraven, who won the Easterns back in 47, 48. He was the last Oklahoman representing the brown and white. Still working to get an Iowan.
That's a stalemate.
Now we have a stalemate. There you see the team score at this point, Lehigh.
Minute 55 remaining in the first period here at 126 pounds. Patino shoots in. Malott counters. Both wrestlers seem to be setting up for some sort of upper body move.
Yeah, well, Malott caught him in the early going, and maybe he figured I'm going to do the same thing. Don't have much of a record on Malott this year. Except I had him down as...
I have him as 1 and 2, Larry.
Yeah, and then on the information I get from F&M, they show down his career record, 34, 11, and 2. So he's certainly an experienced grappler. Been around.
Let's shoot.
Maybe he's been battling some injuries this season and has just come out recently.
It's like pulling teeth, getting information from some schools. Malott now gets the takedown.
Nothing fancy, just simply snapped him down and spun right around.
You're neutral.
He loses control.
The only EIWA place winners returning on the F&M squad that we're aware of is Katz. And who took a 6th at 77. And Silcott. And Silcott's not wrestling. So
another stalemate called by the referee.
Here we go.
Fran Michael. There's 29 seconds remaining in the first period. Score is 2 for Malott and 1 for Patino.
Warning here.
Warning against F&M.
Both wrestlers feeling each other out, being somewhat cautious.
2-1 lead for the F&M grappler. F&M out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Another lateral drop at the buzzer.
Nice lateral drop. That should be worth 4 points, I believe, Larry. Possibly 5. No, 2 back. 4 points.
Less than 4 seconds ago when he did it.
Let's take a look at the other takedown by Jimmy Malott.
Well, he had the overhook, and Malott
looked like almost an inside drag, Larry, and just shot behind him.
He did. So he's got a nice, comfortable 6-1 lead. We got a momentary timeout, and I'm looking around, and I said undergraduate enrollment at F&M is about 2,000, and we're at Lehigh. We're looking at 4,400. So Lehigh, a larger school.
It doesn't matter.
F&M, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The blue and white colors. Several times the Easterns have been down there in their home arena down in Mazer Center.
Here we go. Okay, Lehigh defers. Franklin Marshall chooses neutral.
Lehigh defers its decision. Wrestlers will start on their feet. Getting ready to start the second period here at 126 pounds. Jim Malott of F&M, a local product. I believe he wrestled for Northern Lehigh, Larry?
Yeah, that would be Slatington area. In fact, in competition with this dual meet tonight and the prep school was a great battle for the district championships. There he's going to catch him again with that overhook, underhook. And I think he's just setting the Lehigh wrestler up. And I think one of these moments...
Seems to me, Larry, tries to snap him down. As soon as Patino comes back up from the snap, then he goes right in with the lateral.
Yeah, he catches him on his knees.
A very out-of-balance position.
Malott has worked it twice and missed it once, and I won't be surprised if I see it again. Nice, comfortable 5-point lead. He could have gone around Sandy, but I think he's setting it up.
One more.
I think he wants to wait until Patino was down on his knee, on one knee.
This time he just
there he goes right in on a single.
You're neutral. Watch that knee.
But as long as Patino, if he locks his hands over the back like that, it'll end in a stalemate.
They'll call it potentially dangerous because
there's 56 seconds remaining in the second period. The score is 6 for Jim Malott from F&M and 1 for Gene Patino from Lehigh. We have a senior wrestling a freshman. There's that snap down again, Larry. He didn't even have to go to the lateral. He just snapped him and spun.
Worked off the arm drag, went around.
Making the score 8-1 in favor of Malott.
Watch that arm. Watch the arm. Watch the arm. Keep the arm down. Keep it down. Keep it down.
You can hear the referee warning Malott of F&M not to break the plane with that arm.
Okay, use it.
A lot of the local boys seem to go away from the Lehigh Valley and come back and do well against Lehigh. We saw Santoro, and we watched Matt Gerhardt of Catasauqua, and now we're looking at Malott.
It's a
We'll see another local product at 158 pounds, Jay Weiss.
That's correct.
From Allentown. I believe he was a third-place finisher in the state tournament, was it last year?
off the leg.
It would have been if he was a freshman.
It's the end of the second period. The score is 8-1 in favor of Jim Malott from Franklin and Marshall College. Okay, Larry, let's look at this takedown.
There's their arm drag right there.
There's
right
the
arm.
drag right there.
His
Gets
right
him out
arm.
of position.
There's no takedown yet. Now he gets it. Bring him to the mat.
Almost looks like he had locked hands there. It's close, but it wasn't. There you see the score, 8-1 in favor of Jim Malott from F&M over Gene Patino of Lehigh.
Okay, here we go.
Starting the third period. F&M wrestler will be in the top position. Patino tries to stand up, but I don't think he's going to get anywhere, Larry.
No, he might be in trouble if he stays in that position.
Malott hooks a leg. Looks like he's going to try and turn Patino now and get some near fall points. A minute 25 remaining in the third period at 126 pounds. Patino has a hold of that leg, Larry. He's going to try and possibly dump Malott over the top of him. There, he's going up for that arm now, and he's got the neck. If he drives with that, there we have
That's
it.
the escape.
That's 1 point for an escape, making the score 8-2 in favor of Jim Malott from Franklin and Marshall College.
Start the clock.
Okay, we got the clock going again.
Yep. Injury for Malott.
Get a piece of foam rubber. 30 seconds.
You'll hear the referee informing the wrestler and the coach how much injury time is remaining.
I think, well, you'll find Jay took a fifth last year in the PIAA.
A fifth, not a third.
Yeah.
Okay. There's Fran Michael, the referee. There's Coach Turner.
Before that, okay. You're right.
Thad Turner in his 17th season, Lehigh.
Fran Michael came down on a rainy night from Wilkes-Barre.
10. Shut it off.
There's a minute 7 remaining
Here we go.
in the third period here at 126 pounds. Malott of F&M enjoying a 6-point lead over Patino of Lehigh.
1 minute.
Attempt by Patino. There's that snap down again, Larry.
There's that situation.
Now he gets him in the position for the lateral. As he overhooks the arm, he just waits for him to come up. Bam, hits him, and that's it.
I think at the moment is a stalemate.
Get some sort of a front headlock on there, but he wasn't going to convert that.
We didn't talk much about the national rankings, but we will get into that when some of this slows down with 30 seconds to go. His time advantage definitely from a lot of F&M. So it's 8-2 on the board. Give him a point for time, so he's got a 7-point spread. And if he gains a takedown, he can get a extra point for his team with a
major decision.
Major.
There's 12 seconds remaining.
And he's going to do it, I'm sure, because.
Yep. If he gets below if he posts his hips below Patino's hips and lifts,
it's amazing he didn't get that. I think he just got.
Lehigh was lucky there. And that's it. The final score at 126 pounds will be 9 for Malott of F&M and 2 for Patino of Lehigh.
Shake hands.
Well, he's got a bloody nose in that mess. Right at the edge.
Thanks.
134. Representative Alex Stone.
Makes a team score 3 apiece. Ready to wrestle at 134 pounds from F&M. Alex Stone, a sophomore from Williamsport, Pennsylvania, with a 4-12 record. Will be wrestling Parker Norman for Lehigh, a freshman from Bedford, New York, with an 0-5 record.
Yeah, Parker's looking for that first victory, and freshman, he's been thrown into some real tough competition at this weight class. And
well, he's been called in to fill in, not only due to injuries, but Coach Turner's done a lot of juggling with the lineup.
Shake hands.
Probably out of necessity more than anything else. Okay, all set here at 134 pounds.
Meet score all tied up at 3-all, and we got a little bump in the head right off the bat.
Did you catch your finger?
So I could talk about the national rankings if I got a second, Sandy. But everybody's wondering what's Iowa and Iowa State doing, and Oklahoma and Penn State. As of now, because Oklahoma State knocked off Penn State, that put Oklahoma State in the driver's seat. And then everybody's wondering how Iowa's doing. Well, Iowa turned around and beat Oklahoma State, and then the following week they knocked off Iowa State. So now there's some question as to who is #1. Oklahoma State finally lost, and Iowa did it.
Wrestles on the edge of the mat there. No takedown for Stone. Very close there. There he gets 2 points and goes ahead by a score of 2-0.
Good effort on Stone's part. He knew that he had the opportunity. His supporting points were still in bounds, so he brought the Lehigh wrestler back and took the takedown.
Showed good mat awareness and good mat sense. If you're that close, no sense in giving it away by just moving off the mat.
Off the ankle. 1, 2.
So F&M and Lehigh has never lost to F&M. Look at it the other way, and F&M's never beaten Lehigh. Come close. Great battles. Last one being in 1966 when the Nairobi trio was doing their thing for Lehigh. Of course, we're talking about Caruso, Paratori, and Stewart. That's how long ago it's been since Lehigh and FM have locked up. And of course, I'm sure Caruso might have won. I'm sure he might have won.
I think so, although he was up at 130 for
yeah. Well, he
match.
got one lesson at 130, and he never went back there.
Yes. There's Stone
picking up near fall points.
Norman to his back.
Got an inside hook.
3 earned.
As soon as he gets to the 5-second count, he gets 3-point near fall. He lets him go. Now he's going to work a reverse split scissors.
That makes the score 5-0 in favor of Stone over Norman of Lehigh, with 1:25 remaining in the first period here at 134 pounds. He's set up for it, Larry, but
there's a reverse split scissors.
There we go. Mr. Norman's in big trouble. This could be a pin coming here, fans.
Sure
looks it from here.
There it is.
Oh, that's it.
My favorite, the reverse split scissors.
Can be extremely painful to be in that hold. Norman doing a great job to avoid being pinned here. But with 45 seconds left, he's going to have to be awful strong. And there's the fall.
Reverse
Stone
split
of
scissors.
F&M.
Well, when you get a crossbody ride on somebody, and there's Stone, not with a great record, but he put a crossbody ride up. He slipped underneath in the crotch area and took a reverse split scissors. We could see it coming, and that bolts F&M out in the lead. And
by team score of 9-3.
And this could be the makings of an upset.
Let's watch this, Larry. Let's watch this split scissors.
It's as soon as he kicks the hip 3, it's guaranteed as a reverse split scissors.
There it is. There's the setup.
That's
From
how
there on, it was history.
Okay.
At 142 pounds for F&M. Dean Rende. And for Lehigh, Jim Frick. Frick in on a single. Rende fights it off. No takedown.
Well, F&M now out to a 6-point lead, and looking down there at George Myers, probably the only F&M alumnus here in the gym tonight that I'm aware of. George got a little grin on his face.
He's enjoying this lead.
I talked with Charlie Cope, a former F&M grappler who's now out in Dallas, Texas, and I'm supposed to call him tomorrow and let him know what the score is. Charlie still takes an interest in wrestling, but he spends a lot of time out there in Dallas riding horses.
Stalemate with 2 minutes and 11 seconds left in the first period here at 142 pounds.
Frick should be the favorite at this weight class. He's ranked nationally at 134. He's up at 42, wrestling a kid who's never won.
Larry, how much of a difference do you think it makes to Jim Frick at 42 when he has been down at 34 now and trying to keep his weight down?
Well, this is kind of a respite this week to come up because starting next week with the Easterns and then the Nationals, he's got to maintain 134.
Yeah.
And
Frick scores takedown, goes ahead 2-0 with a minute 35 remaining in the first period.
Frick's listed as a senior, but he still has 1 year of eligibility, and he may petition for that to use that opportunity.
Escape by Wren, but Frick has position here, should take him right to his back, and he does. That's going to be worth at least 4, Larry.
Yeah,
2 for the takedown and 2 near fall.
Yeah, he indicated he held him there for 2 seconds, got the 2-point near fall. So 6-1 on the board.
With just about a minute remaining in the first period here at 142. Jim Frick out in front by a lead of 6-1 over Dean Rende of F&M. Frick lets him up, makes the score 6-2.
I asked Jim earlier if I don't see his brother Mike. He said, oh, he shows up, he hides in the corner. Got his family here, and he said he keeps a good eye on me. So I'm looking at all the corners of the gym. I remember when the Browns used to wrestle, their father, Charlie, would hide some corner and peek around, and he finally told me, he said, I can't take this. He said, I'd rather be home not watching this. He said, it's not good for me. 30 seconds left, first period. Lehigh's Jim Frick leading 6-2. Picks up an ankle, and now has
converts, making the score 8-2. 20 seconds remaining in the first period.
Take it, Carl, that's it.
District 11 championships going on over at Liberty High School in Bethlehem today. I'm sure President Likens is over there watching his son in the finals. Son being a defending state champion. Moved up a weight class this year.
Okay, Larry, let's take a look at Frick's takedown here.
Well,
notice the position. When Wren turns right into him here, he's, in effect, really putting himself in a bad position.
Frick just lifts up here and then trips behind the knee and then drive
right in.
And then there's the exposure, and he held it enough to get the 2 seconds.
Rend on top here in the control position.
Trying to work up a tilt, but Frick's counter.
Frick's going to come out. Neutral gains a point, making the score 9-2 in favor of Jim Frick. Posts a far knee, beautiful move.
Yep.
Beautiful move, very nice technique. Gains a 2-point takedown, making the score 11-2 in favor of Jim Frick with 1 minute and 28 seconds remaining in the second period.
Frick's going for
I think he's going for the technical here, Larry.
Fall.
Oh, very nice. Duck under, he should get near fall points out of this too. Taking him right to his back. He might have gone over a little too far, Larry. You hear the referee counting. That means he's earned 3 points now. He's got him pretty well flattened. We could see a fall, and we do. Jim Frick, a senior, possibly wrestling his last.
Well, that's good. That ties up the meet. Now we're back to even, 9-9.
Okay, the score is 9-9. We'll be back with more wrestling action right after these messages.
Only Channel 39 brings you such country music legends as Willie Nelson, Mel Tillis, Patty Page, and the original Bob Wills Texas Playboys in a performance of country and western music. Watch them on Country Music Legends, Saturday, March 14th at 9. Ever wonder how the king of tenors, Luciano Pavarotti, prepares for a performance? In an intimate portrait, Pavarotti in Vienna, Monday, March 16th at 8 p.m., you will follow Pavarotti through the days and weeks that preceded the premiere of Aida. That's Pavarotti in Vienna, Monday, March 16th at 8. For a change of pace, join Dizzy Gillespie, Herbie Hancock, Roy Haynes, and others in a tribute to jazz great Thelonious Monk on Celebrating a Jazz Master, Thelonious Spear Monk, Wednesday, March 18th at 9:30.
The Nova Special, The Miracle of Life, is a Festival 87 membership pledge drive special Tuesday, March 17th at 8. The program presents the first film made of the incredible chain of events that leads to the making of a newborn baby. Don't miss The Miracle of Life. Dodge Morgan sailed 17,500 miles around the world in 150 days aboard his 60-foot sailboat, American Promise. Join Morgan and his adventure on Around Alone, Tuesday, March 17th at 9:30. Watch these two specials during Channel 39's Festival 87 membership pledge drive. Pennsylvania Governor Bob Casey presents his budget message, followed by the formal response from the Republican legislative leadership Tuesday, March 3rd at 10.
We regret that we are experiencing technical problems in the transmission of the audio portion of our program. We are working to correct the problem and ask you to please bear with us. Thank you. We regret that we are experiencing technical problems in the transmission of the audio portion of our program. We are working to correct the problem and ask you to please bear with us. Thank you. We regret that we are experiencing technical problems in the transmission of the audio portion of our program. We are working to correct the problem and ask you to please bear with us. Thank you.
That's it right there. That's it. That's it. Now the beauty here, Larry, is that he'll take his time and put him...
He pushed it too
No,
hard.
he went too far over now. He's lost it, unless he could convert to...
Cut off the wind.
Relax.
Oh, geez, yeah.
Relax. That's potentially dangerous. We have a 2 near fall here.
2-point near fall makes the score 13-2 in favor of Pete Yazzo.
What happened?
Larry, let's take a look at Yazzo, the famous Yazzo trip here.
Watch the right leg. Right in.
Right behind the ankle.
Boom.
Boom. Right down.
And of course, the key there is the left arm goes up around the back of the head. Now he shot. I want to talk about the fact that he was surprised out at Edinburgh with the draw
Against Sean O'Day.
I had some conversations with people who were there, both Lehigh fans, wrestling fans, and otherwise. And you know, this is hearsay evidence, as the lawyers would talk. I wasn't there, but he hit that thing beautifully out there, and the referee stopped it for potentially dangerous, and he had O'Day on his back. He went right in, hit him, bang, bang, and the referee stopped the bout, said potentially dangerous. So a 13-3 score. He might be in too far this time.
In on a single there. 30 seconds remaining in the second period here at 150 pounds. Pete Yazzo out in front by a score of 13-3.
Now we got a takedown.
Takedown for Johnson.
Nice.
Making the score
Counter on
13-5.
10 seconds left.
Yazzo gonna trying to break free here, but with 2 seconds remaining, doesn't look like will occur. Getting ready to go into the third period. Yazzo out in front by a score of 13-5.
Franklin Marshall chooses down.
Okay, let's take a look at Johnson's takedown here, Larry.
Actually, what happened, Yaz started in too soon. I think we lost.
Whoops.
Hello.
Okay, starting the third period. There's the other starting position that we referred to earlier, where you know you're letting your man up. Now, watch closely here and
work the middle.
Look for the setup. Oh, just right in on a single. Pull him back into the mat. He has to get his opponent's knee down to the mat before he can convert for the takedown, and there are the 2 points. Goes ahead by a score of 15-6. Wrestler's over on the edge of the mat. It's a nice shot of Lehigh's captain, Pete Yazzo, wrestling his last dual meet, Stabler Arena. He will be missed.
Here we go.
Usually 6 points or 5 or 6 points on this score, plus his enthusiasm seems to be carrying forth.
The whole team seems to respond much better when Pete's in the lineup. When he was injured there and he was out of the lineup, they seem to have their problems getting motivated. But when Pete's in the lineup, everybody seems to be really ready to roll.
Let's go.
Back heel trip.
Minute 10 remaining in the third period. The score is 15 for Pete Yazzo of Lehigh and 7 for John Johnson from F&M.
Another one. One, here, one.
Warning earlier, now it's a penalty for stalling. So Yazzo
16-7. Sit on a single, he's got a pick that other ankle up. There we go. There he gets the takedown, making the score 18-7 in favor of Yazzo.
Right here, let's go.
Yazzo getting instructions from Coach Turner.
He's got a point time, so he really has 19-7. He's got a 12-point spread.
Enough for Superior right now.
He picks up a 3-point. So he's got to pick up 4 now. Let him up, and then work a combination towards his back.
Yeah, hopefully he can take him down and. Oh, Johnson in on a single. Looked like he was going for a double, but just only found one of them in there when he got there.
Well, Yazzo's getting a little anxious, chasing him all over the mat.
Let's go.
26 seconds remaining in the third final period here at 150 pounds. Lehigh's captain Pete Yazzo enjoying an 18-8 lead. In on a single. but the wrestlers are over the edge. Oh, he does get 2 points, making the score 20-8 in favor of Yazoo of Lehigh.
Here we go.
The only way now to get it is
Larry would
put a 2-point tilt will make it
he's going to go for that cradle there, Larry, and maybe try and dump him over with it. He's working for it, but it's going to be too late.
Final score, 21-8.
Yazoo a superior decision.
That's a standing ovation from Lehigh fans who...
Larry, let's take a look at this takedown.
Puts in on that single, and he's got to pull that arm out.
He's got to break that whizzer attempt by Johnson. He's got to get rid of that.
He does right there. And now the supporting points of Johnson are down on the mat, so the 2 points are there.
Ready to wrestle at 158 pounds for Franklin and Marshall. From Allentown, Pennsylvania, freshman Jay Weiss, facing Tom Togus, a junior from York, Pennsylvania, for Lehigh. Tom Togus, a former EIWA champion.
Tommy won that battle 2 years ago. Lehigh out in front now, 14-9.
Wrestlers tying up over near the edge of the mat.
So when we were talking about the Easterns, we said where could Lehigh potentially place? The fact that Epperle's the only wrestler other than Treaster in the East that is ranked in the top 20, you got to give him a shot for being in the finals. And then at 34, Frick is ranked. Yazoo is ranked. Togus is ranked, and so is Boyson. Those 5. However, Epperle's hurt, and Boyson is hurt. And that doesn't help when you're going into the Easterns to have injuries like that.
Load shooting.
But in looking ahead and saying, well, let's take the top 20 of the National Mat News, the Eastern wrestlers aren't faring too well this year. At 118, Kuvo's ranked 3rd, and Mejias of Wilkes is ranked 16th.
Warning here, you're working.
There's a warning. At 126, it's Epperle and Treaster.
Stay in here.
Larry, was that warning against Togus?
He's not pushing him. Let's go, stay here.
I thought it was against the F&M wrestler. But what you heard was Mark Fowler saying he's pushing him. At 34, you have Andre Miller of Wilkes and Frick of Lehigh.
Miller, I believe, is the defending champion at 34, isn't he?
Yep, 42, you have Yazoo and Nirov of Army's back, so they got to be the potential finalists. At 150, you have Radomski of Navy and Ailing of Princeton. Going at 58, you have Togus of Army and Ripley of Togus of Lehigh and Ripley of Army, and possibly Schleicher of Navy.
Off the edge of the mat. Wrestles a return to the middle.
And he hit 167.
It's a minute 22 remaining in the first period here at 158 pounds. No score for either wrestler. The team score is 14 for Lehigh, 9 for Franklin and Marshall College.
Togus definitely even 5 points for the team at this junction, because Lehigh not having really much anything after 177.
Well, it's going to be a juggled lineup. We know that much already.
Neutral.
So,
but I'm positive Vetch won't wrestle.
Yeah.
So who are you going to put at 90? Who are you going to put at heavyweight? Goldberg? Goldberg's never wrestled for Lehigh. And Boyson's not going to wrestle. So there's going to be...
Yeah, it's hard to predict just who's going to end up where.
If Lehigh had its full team strength, the same team that had beat Syracuse and...
Togus posting a knee here, Larry. Look, almost converted that for a takedown.
But if Lehigh was at full team strength, the same gang that it used to beat Army and Navy and Syracuse and Wilkes, I'd say yes, but they don't have that gang tonight. And anything can happen in those last 3 weight classes that could swing it to the F&M's direction.
Wrestlers over the edge of the mat, back into the center. 26 seconds remaining in the First period here at 158 pounds. No score in this bout. Both wrestlers kind of locking horns. Not really, nobody's really shooting here.
Weiss with a 6-6, so he's at the 500 mark this year.
There you go.
As I said, he wrestled at Allen High School. Coach Schleicher, and placed 5th in the States last year.
Warning here.
Oh, nice snap down attempt by Togus. Who was that warning?
Natty Ward, Togus right at the buzzer.
Warren Togus at the buzzer. That's a warning for each wrestler then.
Lehigh.
Lehigh's choice.
Lehigh chooses down.
You heard Fran Michael, our referee. Lehigh chooses down. No score entering the second period. The team score is 14 for Lehigh and 9 for Franklin and Marshall.
Top.
Good shot of Tom Togus, junior out of York, Pennsylvania. The 16-6 record.
Turns in, gains the reversal.
Flares the hands. Turns in, gains a reversal. Togus likes to use those tilts.
Not too successful though this year. He's been cranking a few, and they've been turning in on him.
Now, get out.
But I want to finish up on my Eastern predictions. At 167, you have Morris of Syracuse and Turner of William and Mary. At 77, the 2 top-ranked wrestlers are Boyson of Lehigh and Harris of Army.
Let's take a look at this reversal here by Togus.
Hit the deck, he kicks the hips inside, and this turns right in.
Turns right in, grabs the leg.
And then, of course, at 90, the 2 tough boys, Kelly, Navy, and Rogers of Syracuse. And
That
a
should be a
heavyweight,
battle.
you have Botcher of Army. And the real surprise, Getz of Rutgers.
That's caution on the bottom. Caution on the bottom.
Weiss cautioned on the bottom for false start.
Get set. Top.
So Getz is ranked 3rd in the country at unlimited, at heavyweight.
Don't slam.
Togus picks his opponent up, turns him to the mat.
Don't slam.
You hear the referee advising him, do not slam him. Just what is the criteria for that, Larry?
The criteria is safe return to the mat. And it's a broad interpretation to some referees. I questioned a referee one time. I said, why was that a slam? He says, because he got hurt. Well, how dumb. That referee should have turned in his whistle.
One on top.
Stalling on the bottom.
Stalling on the bottom. Tom Togus now in front by a score of 3-0 with 45 seconds remaining in the second period here at 158 pounds.
You know, in the earlier days of wrestling, fans would say you had to bring your knee to the mat first and then drop your opponent.
That was in our day. Yeah.
There's a lot of fans still believe that. They say his knee touched. Well, let me tell you, folks, I'd be glad to pick up your son, lift him high above my head, drop down on one knee, and then drill him to the mat. So you can see it doesn't make any sense having one knee hit first. Didn't make sense then, and certainly doesn't make, you can just picture holding somebody above your head, high above your head, you're on your knees, and then you go crashing to the mat and say, well, my knees were there first.
Larry, could you demonstrate that for the fans with Tab Thacker for us?
Not quite. Not quite.
Lehigh fans will remember Tab Thacker, a heavyweight from North Carolina.
He was also in that movie. What was that movie? I saw it on television. He was he was with Goldie Hawn. He was the guy, the big football player.
Wildcats. Wildcats,
That
yes.
was Tab Thacker. I'll get it right.
It's the end of the second period. Tom Togus out in front by a score of 3-0. Weiss of Franklin and Marshall chooses a neutral position at the start of the third period.
Here we go.
Got to understand, Weiss felt I was successful in the first period, not getting taken down, so let's go back up on our feet where I'm better. Togus has 1 minute and 48 seconds time advantage. Reversing in about 12 seconds and then maintaining top position.
Out of bounds, the wrestlers will return to the center. They're on their feet. There's 1 minute 35 remaining in the third period here at 158 pounds.
There, in on
Two
Togus.
Pennsylvania wrestlers Tom Togus from York, Pennsylvania. Jay Weiss from Allentown, Pennsylvania. Togus out in front, score 3-0. He also has 1:48 of riding time.
Surprised we don't have any Long Island wrestlers in there tonight. There's Togus. Scoring 2 points for a takedown. He'll go ahead by a score of 5-0 now, with 1:06 remaining in the third period. Here at 158 pounds. Get some wrestlers from Long Island out there.
Is that to appease Pascal Perry?
Well, I wish Channel 21 would start showing more of the wrestling meets out there in the Long Island area in Garden City and show you some good grappling. Wantagh was a great place to wrestle, still is, and of course Dick Zitrick, now living in Sinking Spring, was a member of the Wantagh wrestling team. Heard from him. He enjoys listening to our telecast down in Sinking Spring, and it's very kind of him to write to us and let us know what he thought. And thanks a lot, Dick Zitrick, for your kind words.
There you go.
Wrestlers over the edge to return to the center. Tom Togus out in front by score of 5-0 with 44 seconds remaining in the third period.
Top.
Togus gonna
He's definitely
try
got
and
time.
tilt his man.
He's got time advantage, so he's got a 6-point lead at this time.
Tommy likes to work off a bar, Larry, when he's riding on top.
Me too.
I used to like to work off a bar with my foot, usually on the stool.
Yeah, I was referring to a different type of bar.
Mark Sherback, another guy that works off the bar.
Yeah.
He was disappointed that Valley Forge didn't do anything, but Valley Forge didn't have Gus Philippos there to help him out. Valley Forge and Mercersburg, they didn't do a thing.
Third period coming to a close
gets
here.
Reversed at the buzzer.
Togus gets reversed at the buzzer, so the final score will be 6 for Tom Togus, 2 for Jay Weiss from Franklin and Marshall, making the team score 17 for Lehigh, 9 for Franklin and Marshall. We'll be back with more wrestling action right after this.
Broadway sings the music of Julie Stein on Great Performances Monday, March 16th at 9. Performing stars will include Carol Channing and Mary Martin. Don't miss Great Performances. Broadway sings the music of Julie Stein Monday, March 16th at 9. Another Festival 87 membership pledge special comes your way on Saturday, March 21st at 9, when Channel 39 celebrates the long career of America's most popular band leader, Lawrence Welk. On Sunday, March 22nd at 8, the stars shine on public television and a musical toast hosted by Itzhak Perlman to public television's involvement with the performing arts. Don't miss it.
Johnny Carson hosts a retrospective of the life and career of Jimmy Stewart, one of the legendary actors of the American cinema, on Great Performances Monday, March 9th at 8 p.m. The program features guest appearances by Richard Dreyfuss, Clint Eastwood, Lee Remick, and others. That's Jimmy Stewart, A Wonderful Life on Great Performances Monday, March 9th at 8. Then, on Wednesday, March 18th at 8 p.m., Liza Minnelli will take you on a sentimental journey remembering the life and work of her father, filmmaker Vincent Minnelli. It all happens during Channel 39's Festival 87 membership pledge drive, March 7th through the 22nd.
Be sure to join Channel 39 for a variety of special programs during its Festival 87 membership pledge drive, March 7th through the 22nd, right here on Channel 39.
Telecast was provided by underwriting grants from Rodale Press of Emmaus, Pennsylvania. Sheridan Printing Company of Alpha, New Jersey, printers of technical and commercial publications. Lehigh University, the Lehigh University Alumni Association, the Lehigh Home Club, and the Lehigh Wrestling Club. And by Channel 39 membership contributions.
We welcome you back to Stabler Arena on the campus of Lehigh University. All set to wrestle at 167 pounds.
Coach.
Out on the mat now for Lehigh, freshman Derek Brophy from Comac, New York.
Shake hands.
And for Franklin and Marshall, Tim Yoder, a senior from Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Team score is 17 for Lehigh, 9 for Franklin and Marshall. We're at 167 pounds. Brophy's getting pretty good with that. Oh, we have an injury here.
And a 2.
Okay, we have an injury, but he gets the 4 points.
He gets 4 points for 2-point and a near fall.
I think on a replay.
Larry, let's look at this on replay.
Okay,
and see
watch
exactly
his face bounce. I think their faces bounce, or his face.
If you notice if you notice when he does that, he really takes them across the top of his shoulder, and it exposes the face going straight towards the mat.
Right there's where their heads hit.
Oh, their heads bang together. Okay,
Yep.
I thought it almost looked like Yoder's head hit the mat, but it was actually a banging of his head against Derek Brophy's head.
Well, Brophy always comes through with his classic lateral. He really struggles.
Will you ever forget at Wilkes this year, up at 190, throwing that guy who, I mean, it almost looked humorous. The guy was so much bigger. Let's take a look at this again, Larry.
There's nothing illegal with the hold.
Oh no, it's perfectly legal. They both go hit the mat around the same time.
Right there, his head and you can't see it. It's on the other side.
It's right as they roll through.
Okay, you're down.
That's 4-0.
2 and 2.
4-0 for Derek Brophy of Lehigh. There's 2 minutes and 41 seconds remaining in the first period here at 167 pounds. Tim Yoder escapes. Score is now 4-1 in favor of Brophy.
Yoder's an experienced wrestler and one of the tri-captains of the Diplomat team.
Yeah, he has a 9-2 record this year, Larry. That's the best record on their team.
And of course, Brophy, a freshman.
Ooh,
making a mistake here.
But he goes for it again, Larry. Another 2-point takedown.
Oh. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Okay. Now, I stopped it before the escape. I stopped it before the escape. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Okay. You're down. Good stuff.
Score is 6-1 in favor of Brophy. You heard Fran Michael announce that he stopped it. He felt there might be another injury to Yoder, so he stopped it before Yoder escaped. Therefore, Yoder didn't get 1 point. He does have a point now, though, making the score 6-2. There's 2 minutes left in the first period.
A lot of people were saying, well, why did Brophy get the 2-point takedown and the 2-point near fall? If a bout is stopped, for an injury while a wrestler is in the position to gain a takedown or a near fall, the referee will allow the points to go up on the board. In other words,
are you all right? Start a clock.
He got kicked in the groin in that situation.
Let me know.
Momentary injury timeout
here. That's usually what happens. I mean, it was a clear takedown, and he definitely would have, if the referee would have allowed the wrestling to continue, he could have possibly got 5 points in that situation. But the referee stopped the bout thinking that Yoder was hurt. It wasn't thinking. And therefore, it's 2-2. Legitimate takedown, legitimate near fall point. So when you stop action, you give the 2, and the 2 for the takedown and 2 for the near fall, or whatever happens.
Larry, is there any type of an appeal? Suppose that occurs and the wrestler is pinned right away. Is there any type of, suppose he was knocked out when their heads collided and is literally just out. Is there any type of appeal?
Oh, no, it's usually a finality to slapping the mat.
But shoot.
Now, if there's a mat judge in there and he could assist.
Like in a tournament or something like that, they may.
Yoder's trying to set Brophy up now for a trip behind the leg.
He goes in for a double there. Brophy very wisely pulls him right over the top. No takedown. Wrestlers will remain in the neutral position on their feet. There's 52 seconds remaining in the first period here at 167 pounds. Derek Brophy of Lehigh enjoying a 6-2 lead over Tim Yoder of Franklin and Marshall College.
Out of Johnstown, PA.
Wasn't in the PIAAs last year, Larry, the heavyweight from Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and they didn't even have a team.
Wasn't it Hasselrig?
Yes. Carlton Hasselrig, I believe, was the man's name.
Oh,
Yoder in position, gets his hips lower, picks Brophy up, takes him to the mat for 2 points, making the score 6-4.
I would say that that was what you call unnecessary roughness on Yoder's part. It was hitting him in the back of the head with his...
he goes through with...
Well, if you recall in the Easterns, that was his classic move.
And gains 2 points.
I didn't see him bite. You watch the arms going across. Right over
Tempers are flaring a little bit here. Let's listen to Fran Michael.
You watch the arms, you watch it too, both of you. We're out here to wrestle a wrestling match, and that's it. You watch those arms.
Well, if you recall, Yoder and the Easterns worked that.
We went off the mat.
So kind of a, what would you call that, Larry?
He works it with a back heel trip and then whips you over. And I saw him do it several times in the Easterns.
But he locks his hands around.
Yeah, he does it backwards. He knows what he's doing.
Brophy tries a
Now he can
roll.
come through with a Peterson sit, but it's too late.
Yoder almost stacked him in that position, Larry.
6-all at the end of the first period.
Let's take a look at that, Larry. Here you see Yoder has a position.
But now watch.
He's going to pick Brophy up, slam him down.
Watch the right hand.
Now
right
there.
there.
Yeah.
That's an illegal hold. He should have been penalized for it. He slapped him intentionally, then gave him the elbow to the back of the head.
Ready to go in the second period here at 167 pounds. Score is tied, 6 for Derek Brophy and 6 for Tim Yoder of Franklin and Marshall College. Wrestlers are in the neutral position on their feet. Brophy in on a single, has good position, lifts that leg, tries to trip, but Yoder wisely puts in a whizzer, neutralizing the purchasing power for Brophy. Brophy weak arms out, but it's no points given by Fran Michael.
Start the clock here.
Brophy got it again in the groin.
Relax, 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 relax.
Brophy seemed to have some kind of a strain, Larry.
Yeah, well, he got kicked earlier in the groin, and I think it's bothering him again.
Yeah,
Anytime I see someone... Okay, Larry, let's see if we can see what happened here on a replay.
Nothing so far. The knee, you see, right there, the knee is in, the left leg is still up against.
I don't know.
There's
I can't.
the knee. I still say it's the knee into the groin in that situation there. Or the head.
It's really hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. It could be the head also. When they bounced out over the edge there, why I'm not so sure that Yoder's head didn't go right into groin area of Derek Brophy. Every time I see a wrestler feel in that area, I think of Bernie Brown with his dual hernia problem. Minute 30 seconds remaining in the second period here at 167 pounds. We have a tie score. Butting heads pretty strong out there, Larry.
You have two wrestlers, each of them trying to shoot their favorite. Yoder in one move and Brophy on his. Brophy got his twice and Yoder got his once.
Boy, Brophy in on an ankle there.
This is where Brophy almost got taken before.
That's right. Yoder will reach over, lock him and take him right across his chest and spin him right over, yeah. Now, if Brophy can reach that other ankle over there, he'd be able to effective... Nope, he hasn't gotten it yet. That's good for two right there. With 39 seconds remaining in the second period, Derek Brophy of Lehigh goes out front by a score of 8-6 over Tim Yoder of Franklin and Marshall College.
1 point. It was intentional.
Intentional.
Yeah.
Yoder purposely going off the edge of the mat. Is that what that was?
I'll tell you what, I don't think Brophy's going to make it. He got barreled in the chest again, and I don't think he's going to make it, and we may have to have a
look
default.
at this, Larry. Let's take a look here and see exactly what happens. They're on the edge.
He only has a minute and a half time advantage, injury time, and
there's the 2 points given. But I really can't see where it must be some sort of a strain, maybe from straining with that throw that he has there. Yeah,
causing him to gag and regurgitate.
Let's go.
30 seconds.
But he's used up about a minute.
There's an escape for Yoder, making the score 9-7 in favor of Derek Brophy. Brophy in on a single, actually in on an ankle. Trying to come over across top of Yoder. Get the takedown, but he could come out in the short end of the stick here. This may end up in a stalemate, Larry. Jeez. He just...
He did it.
Period concludes. Score is still 9-7.
Relax.
Coach Turner.
Let's go. Here we go.
Some pretty harsh words for Fran Michael, the referee.
Well, we go to third period, and both coaches realize this is a key battle because of the adjusted lineup that Lehigh's had to slip in here.
Scores 9-7 in favor of Brophy. There's no riding time for either wrestler here. There's a roll through by Yoder for an escape, making the score 9-8. It's been a very rough bout here, Larry.
But I'm still concerned about Brophy's condition on that spasm or whatever he had.
Fans unhappy with Yoder moving off to the edge of the mat, but I think it was the case of Yoder lost his balance and just wanted to get away from Brophy so he wouldn't get taken down.
Well, you got to understand, Yoder has his favorite with that back heel headlock combination.
Looks like Brophy tried sort of a Yazoo trip there, but he didn't get it. There's a minute and 18 seconds remaining in the third period.
So there won't
be a 1-point lead for Derek Brophy.
There won't be any time advantage.
Fans trying to offer their encouragement.
Has there been some warnings in this bout for stalling? There's been so much block of timeouts, I can't remember.
I believe there was a warning for unnecessary roughness, but I don't think there was a warning for stalling. Yoder shoots. Brophy blocks. He tries to force Yoder over, but they go off the edge of the mat. Coach Turner offering some instructions to Brophy. 45 seconds remaining, third period.
I think what I'm going to watch, and I'm going to guess, is that Yoder's going to shoot the moon with 15 seconds to go.
Try to go for his favorite hold.
Because what you've got here is a senior and a freshman, and the senior saying, hey, I've been here before, and I'm going to dance around and then look up at the clock and then tease you.
There's a warning. There's a stalling warning. Yoder backs off a little bit. Brophy chases him. 18 seconds remaining.
Here's where it could be smart, where Yoder now feels I've got nothing to do, and I'm going to really go for
Here he goes. He's going. You can see him. He's hooking up on that. Ten seconds remaining. This one's going right down to the wire. Fans. 9-8 in favor of Derek Brophy. He's got 10 seconds to hold on here. Tim Yoder's from Franklin and Marshall's doing everything to... And there's a takedown from Brophy. That's going to cement it. That'll be 4 points, Larry.
Nice
2 for a takedown and 2 for a near fall, I believe. Yep. Making the final score 13 for Derek Brophy of Lehigh and 8 for Tim Yoder of Franklin and Marshall College. Derek Brophy gets a standing ovation as he leaves the mat. Haven't seen too many rough ones like that, Larry.
Yeah, I was a little surprised. I thought, to be honest with you, I thought Yoder, who's a team captain, fueled the fire in that situation with his butting to begin with, and I just felt that justice prevailed in the end. He's an experienced wrestler. He doesn't have to resort to that.
At 177 pounds. It looks like we have
Andy Katz, it looks like. I mean,
Andy Katz, and he's facing John Goldberg, who is a sophomore out of Pound Ridge, New Jersey. And his opponent from F&M is Andy Katz, a senior, one of the captains for Franklin and Marshall. He's from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Katz, of course, was a surprise to a lot of people a few years ago, getting to the finals of the Easterns when the tournament was held down at F&M. So we have Goldberg in there on his first. In fact, he's not even in. I was looking for the Lehigh lineup. John Goldberg from Pound Ridge, New Jersey. Wrestled at Brunswick School. A sophomore.
Hold up.
Potentially dangerous.
All right.
Hold. Fran Michael stops wrestlers is a minute 56 remaining in the first period here at 177 pounds. Franklin and Marshall, one of their tri-captains, Andy Katz, against John Goldberg, a sophomore, wrestling his first varsity duel for Lehigh. There's a 2-point takedown for Katz from F&M. It's a minute 35 remaining in the first period.
Well, Katz is definitely the more experienced grappler in this situation. First time for the Lehigh man out on the mat. And Katz, as I said, runner-up in the Easterns a few years ago. Not doing well this year, 2-3-1, might have been injured. He's out of Pittsburgh.
Katz riding with a 2-on-1 there, Larry.
I guess going at 90 for Lehigh will be Mike Eckberg, the standard 167-pounder, who's 3-17, and has had the unfortunate distinction of being thrown the last 4 or 5 times out.
Here's that arm.
Bear in mind, F&M only trailing by 11. So it was very key for Lehigh to do something with Derek Brophy.
A big win for Brophy. 35 seconds remaining in the first period here at 177 pounds. Andy Katz of F&M out in front by a score of 2-0 over John Goldberg for Lehigh.
Thinking one of the big surprises, thinking of Navy knocking off University of North Carolina a week ago. There's a real surprise.
Well, it seems that Navy, whenever it gets near EIWA time, everybody starts dropping a lot of weight, and they'll surprise you. I believe, wasn't it last year, was it Radomski, who had been at 67, then 58, and then came Eastern time, and he's down at 50.
Navy will have all their wrestlers down a weight class, rest assured.
First, Franklin Marshall chooses down.
Okay, we're at the start of the second period here at 177 pounds. Katz of F&M leading by a score of 2-0.
Set.
There you see Andy Katz, one of the tri-captains for Franklin and Marshall. John Goldberg gets on top. False start.
That's caution, top wrestler. Caution on top.
Caution against Goldberg. False start.
Wait for the whistle. Top.
Katz standing up.
Not many of the small crowd on hand have left tonight, Sandy. They realize that they can all add 1 and 1 is 2, and Lehigh's chances of pulling this out and F&M pulling off an upset are still there.
For Katz. Making this score 4-0 in favor of Andy Katz of F&M and John Goldberg of Lehigh. John Goldberg in his first varsity bout for Lehigh.
Trying to get some
Katz
tilt
trying
points.
Near the end. With a minute and 12 left, second period. Larry, let's take a look at Katz's reversal here. He's just going to clear those hands. There you see him. He's going to sit.
Just really
come out,
back,
turn, and just go right around.
Pull off that arm on an inside arm drag. And
back to live action. Scores 4-0 with a minute remaining in the second period here at 177 pounds. Katz of F&M 4, Goldberg of Lehigh 0.
Goldberg's trying to reverse.
Gets an ankle there. He's got to pull that into his chest and try and step across if he's going to reverse Katz. He's in danger of being tilted here, though.
Watch that knee.
Don't want to get trapped in that position, or he's going to give up 2 for sure.
I was sent this information to mail from your studio, Channel 39, and I won't tell you who sent it. It came unannounced, but it's a article with regard to Brown University. So far, as of about a week or 2 ago, was 10-1.
No doubt through the influence of Tommy Bold.
Assistant coach Tommy Bold. But I believe since that article, Brown has found a couple of tough situations.
Coming to the conclusion here in the second period. Scores 4-0 in favor of Andy Katz over John Goldberg. Head into the third period. Katz has 3 minutes of time advantage build up already, so in effect he has a 5-0 lead.
I think Brown, since that article, has lost to Rutgers 30-12. They lost to Wilkes 30-6. So their record should now be up to 10-3.
It's still a good record, Larry, considering how long they've been away.
So Rutgers is the 16th team in the Easterns this year, and of course Rutgers brings with them a highly respected heavyweight.
And gets number 3 ranking.
Dean Oliver still coaching down there. Lehigh wrestler, 1:28 left in the third period, down 4-0, and guaranteed point of time advantage for F&M's Andy Katz.
Working with a 2-on-1. He seems to like to ride with that.
Katz and Goldberg going at it. But with 1 minute left.
1 minute in the third period. Here at 177 pounds, the score is 4-0 in favor of Andy Katz, tri-captain for Franklin and Marshall.
I tried to get Bob Wurst to be one of the hosts for the Diplomats being in town. George Myers said he couldn't handle it, so Charlie Hoydu turned it down, and I asked Bob Wurst. He couldn't handle it either. Bob, of course, being an F&M grad back there in early 50s, was their football quarterback.
Warning on top against Katz of F&M. Winding down the action here in the third period at 177 pounds. Score is 5-0 in favor of Katz. See the time in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. This is going to give 3 more team points to F&M.
Moved them into the double numbers. We have a locking hand situation, and it'll be a penalty.
To take a violation,
against Andy Katz. So the final will be 5-1.
5-1.
6-1, excuse me, with the riding time.
Correct.
Shake hands.
Okay. We'll be right back right after this important message. Stay tuned.
Only Channel 39 brings you such country music legends as Willie Nelson, Mel Tillis, Patti Page, and the original Bob Wills Texas Playboys in a performance of country and western music. Watch them on Country Music Legends, Saturday, March 14th at 9. Ever wonder how the king of tenors, Luciano Pavarotti, prepares for a performance? In an intimate portrait, Pavarotti in Vienna, Monday, March 16th at 8 p.m., you will follow Pavarotti through the days and weeks that preceded the premiere of Aida. That's Pavarotti in Vienna, Monday, March 16th at 8. For a change of pace, join Dizzy Gillespie, Herbie Hancock, Roy Haynes, and others in a tribute to jazz great Thelonious Monk on Celebrating a Jazz Master, Thelonious Sphere Monk, Wednesday, March 18th at 9:30. May we have a little of your time? Channel 39's 12th Great On-Air Auction is just around the corner, April 26th to May 2nd. Volunteers are needed now to pick up donated merchandise. 39er merchandisers earn valuable prizes while having the satisfaction of helping our public television station. Call the auction office at 867-4677 weekdays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for further details.
Pennsylvania Governor Bob Casey presents his budget message, followed by the formal response from the Republican legislative leadership Tuesday, March 3rd at 10.
We welcome you back to Stabler Arena, campus of Lehigh University, ready to wrestle at 190 pounds. For Lehigh, Mike Eckberg, a junior from Danville, PA.
It looked like Gleason, I thought he said. So being a mind reader,
Wrestling
I'll say
from
it's
Franklin
Gleason.
and Marshall is Martin Gleason, a sophomore from Brown Brook, New Jersey. We had so many either-ors tonight. It's really tough when you don't see a team all year long like F&M. They come in here and we don't know.
Of course, Ekberg doing his utility job at about 190 instead of wrestling 67 his normal weight. Boyson was suited up with the probability of going in. I think Coach Turner would just be glad if stay off his back.
Yeah, maybe go full bout this time.
But you know, if F&M picks up 6 and 6, it's 24 to 20.
That's right. Ekberg in on his single. Gleason tries to take him over the top. Looks like it's going to be either potentially dangerous. I believe it was. Fran Michael calls that a potentially dangerous. Probably a twisted knee.
Ekberg in too far for his range, and this guy's a lot heavier. Combination for Gleason, who's 4-4 in the season. Ekberg, short end of a 3-17 season.
Against Martin Gleason with a 4-4 record.
Ekberg out of Danville, PA.
There's Gleason in on a single, and on the ankle. He's probably going to want to come up with that. Ekberg has to keep his head down. Stalemate position. They'll start from the neutral position with 1:20 remaining in the first period. There's no score here at 190 pounds.
Well, we had said F&M has never been able to defeat Lehigh, but the probabilities are with them tonight. We're at 190, and they're only down by.
Basically, if Lehigh can't lose, as long as Ekberg does not get superior or technical or pinned.
No. They got 12 points. There's only an 8-point spread. If they win this on a regular decision, that leaves the heavyweight 20 to 15 going into unlimited.
Oh, that's
so
right.
Lehigh, or heavyweight, Lehigh can't forfeit it. They're going to have to send somebody out there, and I don't know who they're going to send out. Vetch has been walking around all day with his leg in a cast of sorts.
35 seconds remaining in the first period.
I was looking for Damian Ross, to be honest with you, but I don't know where he is.
The score is 2-1 in favor of Martin Gleason from Franklin and Marshall over Mike Ekberg from Lehigh.
15 seconds.
Both wrestlers locking up in the center of the mat. Nobody really making much of an attempt here as we wind down this first period. Gleason in on a single, but he's going to run out of time.
Franklin Marshall. Franklin Marshall. Lehigh. All right, Franklin Marshall defers. Lehigh chooses bottom.
For those fans, Larry, who are wondering what is the reasoning for choosing bottom, would you like to expound on that? Get the escape early, or?
I used to like to take bottom because I could get my point then.
Yeah.
Coming out.
You just wanted to get back to riding with your legs, though.
That's right. I'd get out and get on top, and
right. Take a break, read a book, something, whatever.
Cross-body ride.
Look up the rules. Looks like a cross-body ride being put in there by Gleason.
Yeah, he better not fall asleep and get trapped in that reverse split scissors, as we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Ekberg.
I get to the side.
This is where it's got to be tough on Ekberg, because he's basically a 67-pounder and he's carrying a 90-pounder on top of him.
Oh, yeah.
It really can wear you out. Maybe not so much in the second period, but in the third period, it really will get to him. We have 1:05 remaining in the second period here at 190
That's a
pounds.
stalemate with the legs in. Let's go.
Are you hear the referee saying?
It's a top.
Fran Michael.
And Gleason effectively has 1 minute riding time now.
One.
Tied it up at 2-all. Eckberg could sew it up for Lehigh by winning.
And if that should be the case, I doubt if we'll see anyone go out at heavyweight for Lehigh.
I don't know. Lehigh has it heavyweight. You got a choice between Vetch and Boyson, don't you?
Yeah. Doesn't look good.
So Lehigh doesn't.
There's Gleason in on a
come
single.
Through here, they got to put Boyson or Vetch out, and both are injured.
Eckberg trying to peel off those hands. If he can peel them off, he can snap and spin.
He's staying too long in that position.
That's right.
Got to get up off his knees.
Geez, there was an ankle just waiting for him to grab. It pains me to see an ankle ungrabbed when it's waiting.
There you see the time, 10 seconds left in the second period. 2-2 on the board.
See the time running out in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. At the end of the second period, the score is tied. 2-2. 2 for Eckberg, 2 for Gleason. Gleason has 1:04 riding time. Team score here at 190 is 20 for Lehigh, 12 for F&M. Start the third period with Eckberg on top. Gleason immediately gets out. Wrestlers in the neutral position. You know, Larry, I'm not so sure it's such a good idea for a 67-pounder to go chest to chest with a 90-pounder, you know? You start spinning around and moving, and usually the man with more weight is going to prevail in that situation.
Sure.
I would think Eckberg would want to avoid.
Eckberg gets up underneath, but the weight distribution and the advantage that goes to Gleason on those situations.
1:20 remaining in the third period. Gleason of F&M out in front by a score of 3-2 over Eckberg of Lehigh.
Let's go. Stay here.
Not much action, but boom,
There
Gleason
goes
in on that
Gleason in
single.
on a single. It converts to a double, but with his head down, he doesn't have any purchasing power with his head down on the mat like that. Eckberg has a great opportunity here with 50 seconds left in the third period.
But he left
cross face, peel those hands, cross face, and go around.
But he ends up straddling, and I think he just lets those arms
just waiting too
block him.
long. There's the stalemate call. They'll return to the neutral position.
Let's go.
38 seconds remaining in the third period. Eckberg needs a takedown. 30 seconds remaining. He's got to get a takedown to neutralize the riding time that Gleason has built and to go ahead.
Got nothing to lose with
That's
24
right.
seconds.
Coming right down to the wire here at 190.
They're locking horns, but not really.
Mike Eckberg against Martin Gleason. Gleason ahead by score 3-2. You see the time in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. There goes Gleason in for a takedown. He's putting Eckberg to his back. And he's getting near fall points.
Boy.
Only 2 points. The clock saved Mike Eckberg a point there. So the final score will be 8 for Gleason, 2 for Eckberg.
Lehigh has to commit, and I believe they're going to put Boyson out at
heavyweight
unlimited to wrestle a very stocky. I think Lehigh's going to forfeit.
No, Lehigh's going to forfeit. We're going to have a
F&M's
forfeit here at
gonna be the
heavyweight.
Forfeit.
F&M's the victor, 21-20.
F&M has
And
Robert
F&M
Newsom
has
out
beaten
there.
Lehigh in a
His
real
hand
upset.
is raised.
And a real upset. F&M, his first victory over at Lehigh. And it's a situation that a lot of fans can't believe. But Lehigh forfeits heavyweight, and
Well, it took the 21st meeting.
so now you look back and say, where do we miss a point here and there? But the real surprise, F&M, and they're, after returning to Lehigh since 1966, has come through with a victory, 21-20 I would say if everybody was wrestling, it wouldn't have been that way, but nonetheless, it's a victory, and it's their first over Lehigh, F&M, finally.
In 21 meetings between these schools.
The score, you agree on the score?
And it's amazing that 21 points is exactly what F&M got, too, to win this dual meet here. This certainly is going to lift the spirits of the F&M fans.
Well, to think that Lehigh beat the 4 teams that they wrestled. Lehigh knocked off Syracuse, Navy, Army, and Wilkes, and F&M lost all 4.
If I see
down to the end of the year,
I didn't see it.
The fact that Lehigh didn't have its full lineup and lost in some juggling situations, didn't gain a pin where they could have used a pin. That's it. F&M the victor.
Thanks.
That should make Charlie Cope.
Okay, and the final score.
F&M Diplomat alumni very happy.
Final score, 21 for F&M, 20 for Lehigh. We hope you've enjoyed it. So until next time, this is Sandy Snyder saying so long from Stabler Arena on the campus of Lehigh University.
This has been a color sports production of WLVT-TV, Channel 39 in the Lehigh Valley.
Major funding for this telecast was provided by underwriting grants from Rodale Press of Emmaus, Pennsylvania. Sheridan Printing Company of Alpha, New Jersey, printers of technical and commercial publications. Lehigh University, the Lehigh University Alumni Association, the Lehigh Home Club, and the Lehigh Wrestling Club, and by Channel 39 membership contributions. Here are 3 special Festival 87 membership pledge programs you won't want to miss. First, on Tuesday, March 10th at 8 p.m., Nova, Channel 39's award-winning science series, presents a special featuring the best elements from the series. Then, stay tuned at 10 p.m. as Wall Street Week host Louis Rukeyser returns in a special focusing on investments in stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. A National Geographic special comes your way on Wednesday, March 14th at 8 p.m. with a look at the grizzly bear's struggle to coexist with man. These specials are for your enjoyment during Channel 39's Festival 87 membership pledge drive. May we have a little of your time? Channel 39's 12th Great On-Air Auction is just around the corner, April 26th to May 2nd. Volunteers are needed now to pick up donated merchandise. 39er merchandisers earn valuable prizes while having the satisfaction of helping our public television station. Call the auction office at 867-4677 weekdays from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. for further details.
Be sure to join Channel 39 for a variety of special programs during its Festival 87 Membership Pledge Drive, March 7th through the 22nd, right here on Channel 39.
The Arlo Guthrie Show celebrates music and friendship.
Coming into Los Angeles
With Arlo Guthrie.
Bringing in a couple of keys. Don't touch my bags if you please, Mr. Customs Man. People come.
Pete Seeger.
People go. Come, go. Up and down the river, sailing on. Make me an angel.
Bonnie Raitt.
That flies from Montgomery. Make me a poster of an old rodeo.
Here's our gamble.
David Bromberg.
Lost like summer wages.
And he just danced for you.
And Jerry Jeff Walker.
This program is made possible in part by grants from the California Council for the Humanities, a state affiliate of the National Endowment for the Humanities, the University of California at Los Angeles, the University of Massachusetts, and the Community Development Corporation of Boston, Incorporated.
The great bird will first take flight from the back of the great swan, filling the universe with amazement and all writings with its fame, and bringing eternal glory to the nest where it was born.
Hello, I'm Tanya Hart. During the next hour, you will experience the freedom of flight, first envisioned by Leonardo da Vinci more than 4 centuries ago. You'll hear the story of America's early black aviators from the 1920s and 30s. Special individuals who never received the fame or eternal glory their exploits deserved. It's the story of people who took to the sky, flyers in search of a dream.
On a bright spring day in 1783, 6,000 feet above Annonay, France, the Montgolfier brothers saw the view of the world envisioned by Leonardo da Vinci. These early balloonists led the way for Sir George Cayley of England, who in 1808 successfully tested a glider of his own design. But on a bitter, cold December morning in 1903 at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, 2 young bicycle mechanics, Wilbur and Orville Wright, achieved the first sustained powered flight. And history began a new chapter. The desire to achieve the freedom of flight took on many shapes and forms in the early days. And since the early pioneers built by guesswork without the benefit of aerodynamics, it's a wonder that so many of their guesses flew, more or less. And even more of a wonder that their inventors walked away from the ones that did not. The beginning of the 20th century, airships or dirigibles had also become a viable means of flying, mainly because it was steerable under the control of its pilot. And even though many private citizens came up with their own flying machines, it was World War I that accelerated the development of airplanes. As aviation activities became widespread, more and more people, including blacks, became involved. But because of segregated circumstances in America, Eugene Bullard from Columbus, Georgia, had to serve with the French Air Service in World War I. He was awarded the Croix de Guerre for his achievement in aviation combat. Years later, Richard Wright's novel Native Son portrayed this historical reality as 2 black youths watched in frustration as an airplane performed intricate skywriting maneuvers above them.
I could fly a plane if I had a chance.
If you wasn't black, if you had a little money, if they let you in that aviation school, you could fly that plane.
They wanted to fly, and they were willing to do just about anything to get that opportunity. Against them, of course, was that whole backdrop of American society at the time, of segregation, of bias. And for blacks, too, they had to face this incredible barrier that many people believe that blacks just lack the aptitude to fly.
Vaughn Hardesty, curator for the Smithsonian's Air and Space Museum, is responsible for putting together a permanent exhibit entitled Black Wings, which highlights the history of black aviation.
How do you overcome these obstacles? You can't get into the schools. People won't teach you to fly on kind of a tutorial basis. And the military is closed off. So there were enormous obstacles. And so for these people to obtain their licenses, they had to go to extraordinary lengths.
I took off over there, and then when I got about 2 miles out over the ocean, and my plane conked out. See, conked out, I mean the plane just started sputtering, going, and I was about 1,500 feet up. I could see the water, about 2 miles out. So I wasn't nervous. I just turned around, came back on in. And when I got back in, couldn't make it to the airport. I landed in a field.
Marie Dickerson Coker was born in 1906 in Oklahoma and became interested in flying in the late 20s.
And in those days, the old planes were made out of wood. Nylon, I don't think it wasn't even nylon. We just took chances flying around.
Even though experiments had been carried out as early as the 1800s to produce heavier-than-air flying machines, it wasn't until the advent of the automobile engine and its compact power plant that manned flight became possible. By the 1920s and 30s, airplanes reached a certain level of sophistication, thus ushering in the golden age of aviation. The most popular planes of the time had a welded steel fuselage with fabric-covered wings, for both the externally braced monoplane and the biplane. It was a romantic time when flying was still somewhat of a novelty and pilots were considered heroes. Black aviators were working very hard to earn their wings, even though they were overshadowed by the exploits of Charles Lindbergh, Amelia Earhart, Wiley Post, and other white flyers. Lonnie Bunch, curator, California Museum of Afro-American History and Culture in Los Angeles.
I think, however, many of the white pilots, at least according to the records I've seen, recognize the great skills that many of the black aviators exhibited and recognize the fact that they flew airplanes that just weren't in the first top quality airplanes. And so therefore, they praised the flying abilities of the early black aviators.
Charles Lindbergh's solo transatlantic flight in 1927 stamped him as the premier flyer of the day. Amelia Earhart and Wiley Post's long-distance flights put them near the head of the class. But at the same time, black flyers were gearing up to compete for airspace with fewer resources than their white counterparts.
The key was that there was a sense of purpose. Few people were actually black aviators, and so I think that